Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Topstep TV's opening call. Today is Monday, March the 4th. Topstep TV is the best and most popular futures trading stream you're going to find with an all-star lineup every day and every week. We bring you top real traders and educators with full transparency into their trading. Topstep TV has it all: education, support, and tradertainment. As always, we are going to be focusing on accurate context, good risk management, and patience in our trading. I am Little Red Riding Hogue, and with me is Andrew, the big bad stock market wolf. Good morning, Andrew. How you feeling this morning? Happy Monday.
Good morning. Happy Monday. It was a great weekend. Hopefully, we have a great start to the week here.
I'm looking forward to it. We're very happy to have you with us, Andrew. And you had a very busy weekend. Andrew has 3 kiddos that keep him pretty busy on the weekends. I remember those
Yeah.
days. Well, it's as far as what we're looking at this morning in these markets, and we're going to get to Andrew's charts and his analysis here straight away. As far as economic numbers this morning, there's really not a lot out there. At 10 o'clock, one of the talking Feds, Harker, is going to be speaking, and at 10:30, we've got a 3-month bill auction and a 6-month bill auction. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for everybody. As far as what traders are going to be focusing on today and throughout the week, really not a lot to focus on today as far as economic numbers are concerned. But we are looking at retail earnings, a lot of retail earnings coming out this week. We have Powell testimony 2 days on Wednesday and Thursday this week. We've got the State of the Union address also on Thursday evening. And of course, the unemployment numbers due out on Friday, non-farm payroll due out on Friday. So just a kind of a look forward as to what we're going to be looking at as far as economic numbers and influences in these markets. So, Andrew, the big bad stock market wolf, I'm Little Red Riding Hogue. Let's get into your thoughts and your charts on these markets. Let's take a look. I'm looking forward to seeing what you've got for us
Okay.
here.
All right. Sure. We'll start off with the NASDAQ first. So if we go into the NASDAQ, we can see, let me go back to the past 10 days here. Maximize this. So we can see we've been kind of in this sideways trend a little bit recently, with today kind of breaking out of that sideways momentum that we've had the past couple of days, right? So last week was pretty flat when we look at Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It wasn't until Friday we started to get a little bit of spike up, and then let's see if we get that follow through here today on Monday. What I'm looking for specifically in terms of levels this morning is what I do is what is called a top-down analysis, where I go from a year down to a month, down to the week, to kind of figure out where I'm going to draw my levels, my supports, and my resistances. But since we're at highs, right, we could only kind of really gauge off of this pre-market. So I have a level right around this little point right here, obviously, because we could see that resistance in the pre-market, kind of respecting it's about 18,374, right? So if I'm going to go for a long trade, I want a break above that level, okay? 18,374, okay? And then I'll put that out here on the right, so it's for reference for you, okay? And then for a short, I use technical indicators, so I like using my 9, 20, and 50. So right now we're kind of holding that 50, which is at 18,296 or 18,296.25. So I want that little break of that first before I jump into a short. So I have a really tight kind of area here. Obviously, if this starts to break during pre-market, then I will adjust at market open. But that's my levels for NQ.
So Andrew, just a quick question. I mean, really, with the range bound activity we saw last night, and even at the end of the day on Friday, you're focusing on those extremes for your opportunities. Is kind of what I'm getting here.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the pre-market high for my opportunity to go long, once we get that break.
Mm-hmm.
And then for the low, I am considering, so I didn't draw that level in here, but if we factor in the range from last week, that will be my bottom line. So if we do go short here at around that 18,300 level, I'm going to be mindful of this little pocket within here where we may hit support.
Excellent. Thank you.
So that's for the NASDAQ. And then let me reset that. That's for the NASDAQ. And then for our, fix that later. For our S&P 500, let's maximize this sell. So very similar, except we're a lot closer to where we are about to hit support. So if we look at last week, very similar thing, right? So if you start from Monday all the way to Friday, very just sideways trend, right? There was a lot of opportunity in terms of going, trading within that range, obviously getting up here, looking for that short, getting here at support, looking for that long, right? But now we've broken that range in the pre-market. So we may get a gap fill where it may come back down and we end right back within this level. But in the meantime, I want to mark where I would look to take a long. Where I would look to take a long is 5150. Okay. So I'll go ahead and edit this and I'll color it green just so you guys know this is where I would look to take a long. If we continue to get that break for a short, I want to come back into this little pocket here of 5100. Okay. So I'm willing to allow it to go from 5130 into this 5110 level and not take a short. I want to get this break of 5110 first because we can see it was a very strong resistance for us last week. I want to show that that will not hold support right now, and I want to get that break before I do take that short. So I'm looking for the short underneath 5110. Okay. So 5150 for the long trade and underneath 5110 for the short. Now, obviously, this can change because if this comes back and holds support and it holds it for a while, then I would look to take a long at that point. But I'm just talking about at the initial open where I would be looking to take a long or a short. Okay.
Awesome.
All right. So that is for that was for ES. Let's go into CL. Okay, so I've never charted CL. This is my first time charting CL, but it's nothing really different, right? We always start from top-down analysis, always go over and look at what's going on the past couple of days, right? So when we look at Monday, now this is a different chart, right? If we look at Monday till today, we've been on a steady uptrend, right? There was a couple of days where we had some consolidation on Wednesday and Thursday. But if we look at these lows are getting higher, right? And we're starting to break out of this overall trend. So if I go left to right, we can see we've been in this kind of sideways phase with these lows getting higher. So let me just draw this here real quick. So resistance there. We could kind of see support in this little zone right here. And with this break starting to come through, right? So or if I look at this low, and look at this low and then start to map out over here, right? We're moving on up, right? So these are just some of the things that I'm just noticing, right? I don't tend to draw these diagonal lines. I just like to keep the horizontal, but just something visual for you guys to see, right? So now that we're zoomed in, if I was to look at, okay, what's going on this week, the nice thing here is I have a little gauge to see, right? We're on, what was this, Friday, we hit a plateau here at the 80.85 level and the 80.4 level. So we are closer to resistance than we are support, in my opinion. So I would be looking for a potential short at the market open if this trend follows through, okay? Otherwise, if we get a break of this 80.4, I would be looking for a long into this 80.8. And then if it breaks underneath the 79.6, I would be looking for a short into the 78.6. Okay. So hopefully that helps you guys right there. Okay. So a long, I would be looking for a break of 80.4. I'm initially thinking for a put trade though, because we're so close to that resistance mark. or another short underneath 79.6. All within the range, right? You can see every single one of these charts are within a range where we have very clear levels of support and resistance. So I either need support to break for me to go for a short, or I need the resistance to break for me to go for a long. Okay. And then the last here, we will have GC. Okay, so same thing, top-down analysis, right? So I'm just going back to the recent past 10 days. Actually, let me just go for a year because I haven't looked at a year chart on GC. So, okay, so I'm glad I went back to a year because we can see on the year, we've had this level kind of around here at 2009. Okay, with a support little window in here. Right? So then now that I zoom in a little bit closer, I'll go into the 20-day chart. Very similar. Okay. And then now let me go into that 10-day chart just to kind of map out where I'm at. So similar pattern last week, completely flat on GC, right? I don't really know how this trades much, but 2040 to 2050 doesn't seem like much of a range. And Ho, correct me if I'm wrong, but seems like really low volume for that particular week. So now that we're here on Friday,
it certainly was. It certainly was. We finally got that kind of breakout on Friday that kind of changed the market states a little bit there, and we can talk a little bit about how good that auction actually was when you're done with your charts. Here, we'll take a look at that.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So, yep, exactly right. If you guys could see this, right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, very flat. Friday got that breakout. And then here we're at 2100. Now, the significance of this, right, of 2100 is if we go back and look at the year, 2100 is a key level because it is based off of not only just what's been going on this past month, but in the entire history of this, right? So if I go back to December 4th, we can see that 2100 played a level. If I go and I look at December 27th, 2100 played a level, right? So this is historical data. You need to use historical data to help you gauge, right? Because typically history repeats itself. And based off of this history, we have been unsuccessful. There's been a wick here. Now, just remember, a wick is the range, right? But where that candle closed was underneath that 2100. So we have yet to have a day, at least this year, that has closed and stayed above that 2100. So the probability, right? It's all high probability, right? The probability that we stay above this 2100 may be unlikely, right? But we'll only be able to tell as this day goes on. So right now at market open, I'm looking to see how we hold around this 2100 level for a potential long trade. Keep in mind, we are preaching uncharted territories, right? So you want to be very conservative when you are at those highs. For a short, I would be looking at the break underneath 2090. Okay. So those are my levels for everything today. I hope that helps. I know I go a little fast. It'll make sense as the market opens to kind of walk you guys through step by step. But if you just pay attention to the levels that are marked on the chart, you will have a nice little gauge. Okay.
Awesome, Andrew. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. If we can just shoot to my charts for a minute, all of these markets really kind of broke out and continued at some point last week. Now, this is the S&Ps. We broke out of this trend line here on Thursday. We closed above it. Friday, we opened and we basically had a trend day all day long. How did that trend day do? Well, it added 28,000 in open interest. There is still money out there buying into these markets. Now, of course, just like Andrew, we're not making predictions, just taking a look at how the auction did. It was pretty good volume. Let me get the volume up here for everybody. So yeah, the volume was okay, and it doesn't scare me when we don't bring a whole bunch of volume to the upside. The S&Ps, the equities have a tendency to bring a lot more volume to the downside. it's that increase in open interest. Buyers were present in this market. They continued to add to long positions. That is usually going to be a healthy sign for the way the auction process is working out. Here's the NASDAQ. And again, another trend day to the upside as far as profile is concerned. Volume was pretty good. Let's get that up here. So volume was good, but open interest again, we had a 12,000 contract increase estimated in open interest. So money is still coming into the upside in these markets. Watch Andrew's levels in these markets. I completely concur that the overnight high and overnight low are going to be somewhat important for opportunities for us today. The one thing in the S&Ps that I wanted to kind of point out, and I think Jim Dalton was talking about this over the weekend, there wasn't really an afternoon pullback here in the S&Ps. This one bar here that pulled back to this level, and it's right near Andrew's level of 5110. It's about 5113. So this area right here, very similar to what Andrew is looking at, is a level that I'm also going to be focusing on today, either for a target or for an opportunity for an execution. Look at crude oil yesterday, I should say Friday. We did break out finally. We had last week's weekly kickoff high at 78.70 up here, and we finally found some directional activity above that. Did it do well? Volume was good. Let's bring the volume back up here. I don't know, you keep losing it, but volume was good, and we added 21,000 in open interest. So money came into the long side here. If that's longer time frame money, that's going to be sticky. They will protect those levels. We're getting a little bit of a pullback here in the open, looking like we're going to be kind of opening in range and in value, which suggests staying patient and looking for opportunities as the day goes on. Your overnight low, your overnight high looks interesting. No overnight inventory. But then again, here's that gold that Andrew was just talking about. We finally got that breakout of this kind of trend line here, taking price right up to this area, which Andrew was looking at. Looks very, very interesting. Okay, this was a news-driven move that really rejected. That's the all-time high in gold, all-time high trade there, and it rejected very swiftly. So, we're kind of looking at this level up here as well as Andrew as kind of an important level. The market has never accepted in any given time frame price above this level. So that 2100 level, we could just call it that, just to be neat, because we all know levels are zones, not finite levels. So Andrew, excellent. Thank you very much for your thoughts and your analysis on these markets. And at this time, I think we should add the tip of the week. The tip of the week. And that tip of the week is understand fundamental analysis. Now, a lot of day traders don't really focus on fundamental analysis. It's the the supply and demand below the levels, below the technical levels, all of that. You really want to kind of have an understanding of those influences, and you certainly have to stay informed about economic data, company earnings, geopolitical events. All of those are going to fundamentally affect price. And again, as day traders, we're focusing more on technical analysis and the things that we're looking for in the short time frame for opportunities. But don't discount the idea that knowing when some of these things are going to come out can drastically affect price action, and just be aware of what those fundamentals are. It seems fundamentals seem to be more important in some of the agricultural products, right? Supply, demand, all of that stuff. But it is always something to just keep in mind. You're probably not going to be taking active trades off of fundamental information, but just be aware of what it can do to improve your performance if you have a little bit of knowledge of that fundamental information. Andrew, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, I agree 100%. And then for those of you that are day traders where maybe you trade shares or you look at small companies, if you could dive into those fundamentals of those companies, you may find a hidden gem that you never saw before that you can invest in. I mean, just think of those that invested in the Teslas and Amazon and Facebooks of the world, or Nvidia back in 20 years ago, that looked into those fundamentals and became an investor of it, right? So use trading to funnel into your investments, and one of the most important steps of investing is that fundamental analysis.
Thank you, Stock Market Wolf. Well, we've got a packed show today, ladies and gentlemen. We got Stock Market Wolf. He's going to be here for the first half of Fast Markets, and we're going to get Deanna back on here as well as me. We've got Shoulder Tap with Eddie and Mick. We've got Power Players. We've got Andre with Peter Tuchman, the Einstein of Wall Street. Dolby and Eddie are going to be joining after that. We've got group coaching with me and my good friend JD. Strategy Lab, we've got myself, Robert, and Anne Marie is going to be with us. And Anne Marie is going to be sticking around for Power Hour at the end of the day with Andre and Dolby. And don't forget the slow markets with Dakota at 8 o'clock Central tonight. So are you ready? Andrew, you ready to get started?
Oh, I'm ready. We got plenty of time too, guys. So make sure you guys have everything already organized and all situated, so then when it comes to trading, it's not like you're having to load up the charts or anything like that. You want to get as ready as possible.
Yes. If you don't do your homework, you don't get to go play. So hopefully everybody's got their homework done. We are going to take a brief little break here, a little coffee break. Andrew, I'll meet you at the coffee machine, and we'll be back with you very shortly with Fast Markets. We're going to be missing Michael today, but we're going to have a lot of fun here. Andre, Stock Market Wolf, Deanna, me, we're going to have a lot of fun. And so stick around and be ready. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
And welcome to Horses in the Gate. Horses in the Gate. What's up? I'm Andre. That's Andrew. Welcome to Fast Markets here on this Monday, March 4th, 2024. Andrew, what's happening, dude? How you feeling today?
Good, man. Good, man. How about you?
Okay. We're just talking in the green room about Friday's trade, right? Let's
Yeah.
recap right before we got the opening bell here in about less than 2 minutes. Let's talk about Friday's trade. You called it amazing. What made it so amazing to you? Do you like the volatility, the follow through, the volume? What made you like
Yeah,
Friday so much? And how did you trade it?
so on Friday, let me just, I was prepared for this. Friday we had a level to get in on NQ at the break of 18,110, and
Okay.
it rocketed up all the way to
Mhm.
18,300 200 something. So it was like a 100-point move.
Yes,
But
it
what
was.
made it beautiful was that it held above our technical indicators the entire rest of the day once it got that break. So it was really nice.
Yes, it was. All right, good. So you were able to capture some profits, then I take it, correct?
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
nice. Did you see what gold did last week, Andrew? Did you happen to see the gold chart for Friday?
Friday gold wasn't crazy. I didn't trade gold,
Insane.
but
Me neither,
yeah.
but I'm still fascinated by that, what that move was. Looking at gold price, we are above 2,100, 2,105 we're trading here as we come into the opening bell here. Yes, we're trading above 2,100. I'm not sure the first. Oh, yeah, December 2023, my man JD reminded us that all-time high is 2050 in December of 2023, so not that long ago. But as we approach the opening bell here, what are we looking to do today, Andrew? How do you approach a Monday like this? Clean slate, all our powers dry. You know, how do we? What's your mindset going into a day like this, or into a week like this, for that matter?
Yeah. So because we had such a huge run on Friday, today is about patience for me.
Yep.
So I want to wait for that first candle, kind of see how it closes,
Okay.
to help give me a gauge where I'm at. I marked the levels this morning in terms of like where my resistance and supports are at. So I want to see how the candle responds as we hit close to there. For example, like crude oil, we have resistance. It looks like 80-40. So we're almost there. So I want to see how we respond at that point. Same thing with NQ and that of ES. We're hovering closer to resistance than support.
Okay, now you're NQ trader, right?
NQ and ES, but yeah, I mainly focus on NQ.
Cool, man. I'm ES trader, so let's maybe you can show me the right way here. As we see the open here on this week of this opening week, he says, "Stay patient." I agree, especially after a day like Friday. Let the market digest over the weekend. All right, we got Nasdaq's breaking here while the S&Ps are catching a bid. We saw this divergence, I want to say Wednesday last week, and we just had to let it settle out. Eventually, they'll start trading together, so to speak. But right now, we're seeing a bid in the S&Ps and a sell-off in the Nasdaq. That's, to me, that means hands off. Andrew, when you see the price action like this, you know, how do you interpret it? What do you do? What kind of moves can be made, or is it just simply wait and observe and see how the market digests the opening? You know, all the order matching.
Yeah, totally wait and observe, because now we're seeing kind of, like you said, conflicting things, right? NASDAQ looks like it wants to drop. The S&P looks like it wants to go up. So whenever I kind of call that chop, right? I could start to identify chop. And so I just like to wait for that first 5 minutes. I know it seems like forever. Sometimes I'll even wait in half an hour before taking a trade to find that right move.
For sure.
So,
Yeah, sometimes I'll even catch myself. I'll be waiting. I'll wait. I'll wait hours. I'll let this all this chop, sort itself out, and then just wait for the market to kind of come with a narrative, come with a trend, so to speak, and let that take care of itself, and you kind of trade off of that. Like right now, I don't see. Yeah, S&Ps are catching a bid. Nasdaq selling off. We are seeing gold catch a bid here, trading 2106.20, 2106.20 right now. These are highest prices. Like you said, oil is seeing some resistance at 80.41. We see a pullback off of that. We're trading 80.34 right now. Yeah. How long? You say you wait a half hour until you typically pull the trigger on the first trade? Look at the sell off in Nasdaq and the bid in the S&Ps. This is brutal. Andrew, you said you'll just wait and wait and wait.
Sometimes I'll wait at least a minimum of 5 minutes. The longest I'll wait is about half an hour. So if I don't find anything within that 5 minute to half an hour window, what I end up doing is setting alerts on my chart. So then I'm just not bound to looking at the chart all day, because that tends to happen a lot.
Agree. Yes. So within the first 30 minutes, then you'll essentially just walk away, wait for the alerts to hit. If the alert doesn't hit, then you essentially won't pull the trigger and make a trade that day.
Yeah, which sounds crazy, I know, but yeah, I will set an alert. So for example, like right now for NQ, I'm waiting for this break underneath 18,272.
18,272.
If we get that break, then I'll look to take that short or what have you. But if we never get it, and let's just say it hovers right here in half an hour, I'll set an alert here. If it never drops underneath, then I would never have taken that trade. I will set an alert for a call trade as well, or a long, and set it and forget it. Once it hits, if it hits, then I'll come back, look at my chart, take the corresponding trade. Otherwise, I just kind of sit on the sidelines. But wow, gold is moving up.
Gold is rallying
a little bit.
Nasdaq continues to sell off here, and S&P's catching a little bit of staying bid. We got to figure out who's the leader and who's the laggard here. We're having a bit of a tug of war in the equities, which is okay. We'll watch Nasdaq still selling off here. Let's take a look at the tilt. 56%, 62% short. Scratch that. 62% short. Nasdaq 56% short. ES 79, almost 80% long in crude as we get near the highs there. Hopefully they catch some profits to that. Gold 67% long, as all gold does is just catch a bid since Friday. It's been a hell of a rally there. It doesn't seem to be letting up. I guess you buy the pullbacks here. So yeah, Wolf, we talked about Friday and that massive run up. Now we're seeing these prices here. We're seeing a bit of a pullback in the S&Ps, trading 51.36. How did you trade in general last week? Was it more of a buy the dip, or I guess my question is, are you very short term time frame trader, or what's the typical length of your trades in this type of market, in this type of market condition?
Yeah, typical hold for me will be between 30 minutes to an hour once I'm in a position. I don't like to scalp. I'll tend to kind of be very patient to get my entry once I'm in my entry.
Yep.
So long as it's meeting my criteria to stay in, I'll stay in between 30 minutes to an hour. On Friday, I stayed in essentially the entire day because I never broke my parameter. But again, it all comes down. I know people are going to bash it, but it comes down for me. It comes down to my indicators once I'm in the trade. So again, if we look at that Friday trade and we look at NQ, we can see the entire day it held above that 9 exponential moving average. And and there was never a moment for me to sell it. Even when it did break, it held the 20. So we were at that point, we were on an uptrend. So today it looks like we may get the opposite, right? So today it's starting underneath the 9. It's underneath that 20. We're at resistance. So like I said in the pre-market, my initial hypothesis is a short, but I want to see how this continues here and gets that follow through. I don't like that wick around that 18,290 that we just had on the first candle. So for me to take a short, I want it to break underneath, get some volume coming in, but volume already so far is starting to taper down after that first candle. So we shall see. It's a real patient thing. It's like, to me, I feel like trading is boring,
it is
while you're waiting, but
it is.
What about you? Are you more of a scalper? What's like your longest hold?
I'm more of a scalper. I think in this type of market conditions, it's tough to hold on to, especially being short. You got to have some some serious guts to be short equities. That is these days. I guess the longs, like you said on Friday, it could have been you could definitely ridden that long for hours and hours. But my take is this market's been it's a scalper's market right now. Nothing, especially if you're going to be short the equities, nothing can be long lived or at headline risk. Speakers of the Fed now. I think it's hard to hold positions for anything longer than a few minutes. I know people are going to argue and disagree with me, but I think that's the beauty of trading. Everyone has their own style, their own approach to this. So for me, technically, yes, I am a scalper. Being able to see what the market's going to be doing 10, 15, 20, half hour from now. I think there's just so much that can come influence the market. I'm looking at this bid in the S&Ps. There's so much that can come alter, that can alter the trade, alter the market direction as time goes on, time elapses, that I think that trades have to be held on shortly. But for those that have long-term time, trades, that's fine. I mean, that's how you do it. Like I said, it's the beauty of trading. Everyone has their own style, their own technique, their own indicators. In the chat here, Andrew, they're asking, what are your indicators? You said you were going to get bashed for it. Like, why would you get bashed for your indicators?
I feel like, I feel like I would get bashed for indicators because there's this stigma around indicators that people just use them as an end all be all, but I use them in conjunction with price action, right? So like, I want to be very clear with that to those that are watching. Price action comes first, but indicators is kind of that because they are lagging, right? And that's why people don't like indicators is they lag. But I don't have a bunch of indicators on my chart. All I have is exponential moving averages. And what exponential moving averages, for people that don't know, it's essentially taking the trend and the average price of the previous candles, depending on the duration of that EMA you're using. So for me, I use a 9 exponential moving average. What that is doing is taking the current candle and taking the average of the past 9 candles prior and plotting a trend line, right? And then I have a 20 EMA, which is taking the average of the past 20 candles, and then a 50. So now I kind of have a gauge of where price is or kind of should be around. So then when I'm looking at the chart, it gives me a guidance, right? Where if I'm going to be in a long, I want to be as close to that trend as possible. If I'm going to take a short, I want to be as close to that trend line as possible. And I use those to kind of help guide me to stay in or out of a trade. But I just use EMAs. I don't use anything else. And those EMAs go with price action, right? So how those candles are moving is going to influence those exponential moving averages.
I think you're right about the indicators being lagging. I think that's all they can be. It's just simply collecting, data from previous sessions, previous candles. I think that's kind of the beauty of what we have here at Tilt on Topstep X is it's about as real time an indicator as you get, if you want to call it that. You can see what the bias is amongst all of our simulated trades here at Topstep. But I think that's kind of the beauty of Tilt is that it's about as real time as it gets. Yes, the indicators we use are past looking, and like John says, they're looking to the left on the chart. Okay, we're catching a bid here in the NASDAQ. Finally, did we hit your level, by the way, Andrew? 27s, was it? What was that price?
So I'm looking for a long above 18,373. Right now we're at 18,325, so we have quite a bit of room. For me, I'm not looking for a long yet because as I zoom in here a little bit, and maybe to help people on the screen, we can see we're trending underneath still those EMAs. So I use those EMAs as also support and resistance. So what it could do is hit this 9 and continue to drop down, or it could hit this 20 and continue to drop down, or this 50 and continue to hit and drop down, right? So I want to wait till at least a bare minimum that it breaks the 50. But then if I'm using levels, we can see at around 1850, 18,350 in the pre-market, we had some resistance, right? So that's where I would look for at least a bare minimum to take an entry, and I'll just mark it green for those that are looking to maybe take a long at that point. But keep in mind, you have resistance at 18,375, so that's a $20 move.
Yes,
which should still be pretty good, right? Every $1 on NQ is $20, so $400 wouldn't be a bad start to the day.
No, hell no, it wouldn't be. That's a great start to the week. Get yourself a little bit of a cushion. $400 would be very nice. All right, so we're waiting for it to break out here before we take a long, or see if we still have to take a short. Nasdaq's still chopping around a little bit here. S&P's
Yep.
catching a bit of a bid as we come our closing. We're just above VWAP here in the S&Ps. There might be a pullback. As our good friend George in the chat says, all roads lead to VWAP. While we have a little bit of a lull here, Eddie, my man, if you're there, first of all, happy Monday, Eddie. And also, what do we got on the calendar today?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Not much going on today. Coming up at 10 o'clock here, we got our FOMC member, Harker. I heard the Angels sing. It's going to be speaking here at 10 o'clock. Also at 10:30, we do have our 3-month and 6-month bill auction. Anything after that is up for grabs. Really nothing going on here today. So easy day, Andre. And back to you, my friend.
Thanks, Eddie. All right, so we got a no number Monday, as we would call it back in the day. This is gonna be just a pure trade. We are above VWAP here in S&Ps. Gold catching another bit of a bid.
Gold seems to be the only mover right now.
Look at that, 2108. We are off to the races, to the ups. Yeah, it is. What a power rally these last 2 trading sessions. What up, George? That's right, man. 2108. See if we can hold above that. Gold's been the darling of the markets the last couple of days. It's been a hell of a ride. I think Rips, our buddy Rips, was saying that might have something to do with the regional bank risk going on right now, commercial real estate as well. So a bit of a flight to safety trade there. But yeah, I don't know. Right now, we're just going to wait this out. Like you said there, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm looking at that ES, seeing how it responds to 5140. We had a little bit of resistance in the pre-market at around that 5140, which if it could break, that would be nice, because then, like you said, we will be above VWAP. The indicators will be above that 5140. Our next resistance wouldn't be until 5145. $5 move from 5140, another 545, 5 times 50, $250.
Not bad.
Right? That wouldn't be bad.
No, it would not. Still a little thin here in the S&Ps. We saw a hell of a lot of liquidity on Thursday and Friday. We're seeing 1,000 lot orders. Iceberg, 10,000 lots trading in the ES. It's a beautiful thing to see all the liquidity and volume in there. You know, the moves are real. NASDAQ, a little bit of a different story. Much thinner, much more volatile, much more whippy. Teleporting, as our boy Dolby likes to say. You'll see teleportation going on there in the NASDAQ. But yeah, we're going to be patient here. But like you said there, Andrew, trading's boring, right? Why? Here's my question for you as we watch these markets, and if the markets move, something pops, we'll obviously turn our attention back to the markets. Why do a lot of people think that trading isn't boring, that's exciting? Like, you know, is it from the movies? Is it about Hollywood? Or, you know, the clips we see from the floor at the stock exchange, the board of trade? Like, why do we come in here with the assumption initially that trading is exciting and it's all this price movement and there's money being made? Where do you think that comes from?
I think it comes from a combination of movies and like social media, right? Like everyone like on social is seeing like everyone just throwing thousands of dollars at the market, making thousands of dollars. So there's that, which it is exciting when that happens. And I'm not going to lie that there is like it's nice when it happens, but what people neglect to see is like this right here, right? Where we've been sitting for 15 minutes waiting to find a opportunity, right? So, you know, that's the boring side that people neglect to kind of see.
Agree. As our good friend Coach Dakota likes to say, it's like watching paint dry. Good trading is like watching paint dry. You know, me personally, if I was just going to be trading by myself, here we go. All right, S&Ps. We're coming up to your 5140 level here. S&Ps, Andrew. But we're seeing the NASDAQ sell off here, trading 307, 306, 305 now. I don't know what to make of something like this. I don't know how you trade something like this. We have to wait this out? Like, what are you looking at right now? Tell us. I know the people in the chat are very interested to see and hear what you have to say when you see, you know, divergence in markets like this.
Yeah. So for me, what I will tend to do is I like using it's a concept called confluences, right? So for me, because that S&P 500 is made up of a bunch of individual companies, I like to look at what are those big companies or its biggest holdings doing to help give me a gauge, right? And so those big companies are Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Meta, right? And what I'd like to see is confluence and similarity amongst all 5 of those. However, we have a difference in all 5. We have Tesla dropping, we have Apple dropping, we have Meta looking like it wants to drop, but we have Microsoft and Nvidia pushing up. So conflicting signals again, right? And so that leads me to think we're going to be in chop for a little bit. We're going back to the chart of looking at NQ and ES.
Let's take a look.
We're starting to get that break, like you said, of 5140. So we are at 647. There's 3 whole minutes before this candle even closes. If there's 1 minute left, and as long as we stay above that 5140, I may look to take a long trade, but I'm hesitant with that because volume is starting to taper down literally each and every candle.
I see that.
The price action is not as volatile as I would like to get that follow through. So I want it to close. If we get a nice close, then maybe I'll look to take that long trade, being mindful of how choppy this is. For the short on NQ, we can see we've been holding above that 18,300 level.
Yep.
So we wicked underneath it on the first candle, but since then we have been unsuccessful to break it. So I want to wait until that starts to break down as well to maybe start to take a short into that 18,272 level, which would be 18,300 into 72. What is that? 28 points, right? Which would be a decent little gain as well.
Yeah, like you said, 18,300, 300s NASDAQ seems to be a bit of support here. They are trying to sell into it right now, press up against it. Buyers come back in. It's hard, like I said, like we were saying earlier, it's hard to stay short in these markets. Even if you are looking to take a short, I think they have to be, no pun intended, short-lived trades. Seems like buy the dip has been the play as of late. But like we said, we're waiting for something. The components of the S&Ps and the breakdown like that of the Magnificent Seven. We're trying to see some confluence there. And we're just not seeing it right now, Andrew. And that's going to be okay. Like I said, it's 15 minutes into the week. And the only thing that seems to be really moving here is gold catching a bid, 2108. Oil maybe catching a bit of a bid here too, trading 8014. But yeah, right now it's we're going to wait these markets out. All right, sellers, here we go. We just broke the 300s in the NASDAQ, Andrew. We'll see if the follow-through comes with it.
Yeah,
here we go, Andrew. What do you see?
Test that previous wick that we had in the first open.
Okay, what price are we looking at?
18,288. So if we start to drop underneath that, I may look for a short. Yeah, we're not too far.
Okay. We're seeing a 700 lot here in the S&Ps at 5141.75. 700 offered at 41 3/4. So there's our first big order of the day in the S&Ps. We are below. Yeah, they took it back bid above 300, Andrew. It's gonna be hard to stay short. We're gonna need some serious energy to break through that 300 level.
Yeah.
I mean,
what would you be doing right now if you were trading by yourself?
I wouldn't be trading. I sit here watching. I actually have my trading buddies around me. This is kind of what the beauty of TopstepTV. I know we say it probably daily, definitely weekly, but watching markets, catching up with my trading buddies. How was the weekend? Watching the market, watching the news. It's like I said, sitting on your hands and just hanging out. Obviously, watching very closely the markets, but not trading yet. If the NASDAQ and S&Ps can't figure it out together, the longer this goes on, the less likely I am going to. It's going to be for me to take a trade. I
agree.
I don't know which one's going to win the tug of war. It's okay. A bit of a sell off here in the S&Ps. I think it's going to take a lot more energy to the downside for the NASDAQ to keep selling off in order for the S&Ps to catch up. At least that's how the trend was last week. We'll see if that continues. Yeah,
go ahead,
continues. No, go ahead. Sorry, Andrew. You're the guest. Please. I just want to see if this continues or if we still get stuck in that tug of war. But right now, hands off for now.
No, yeah, I agree. It is staying underneath that 5140.
All right. Yes, it is. And we're beneath 18,300 in the NASDAQ. So, yeah, we're going to... And there's the buyers buying 300s. Tricky right now. Oh, wait. Gold making new highs. Unbelievable rally.
Do you trade gold?
Buyer. I do not, but I've been fascinated by the chart the last 2 days. The rally yesterday on Friday, We're at like $50 in like 2 hours or something. I can't tell you last time I've seen something like that.
Wow.
The rally is a little bit more muted here this morning. Like I said, still early. We're only a half hour, 20 minutes into the week, but I've been keeping an eye on that gold chart. And it's just been a fascinating rally. And, if it's flight to safety or the dollar getting hammered, I'm not quite sure, but whatever it is. But good luck to all the gold traders out there because there's been some good movement in that market. Taking a quick look at tilt, 50-50 across the board in both equities. 62% long gold, 60% long in crude oil. So, all right, Andrew. So far, no trades. That's okay. That's a win. All right, we got this level at 5141 S&Ps. We got 741, so they've come down a few ticks. That's the same order. But we got 700 lot there. And see if it trades. Oh. We're going to gobble it up.
Just be patient.
Yes,
Gold
be
almost
patient.
100% short last night on tilt, according to Brad.
Was it really? It was 100%. Wow. That's a new record. Never seen that one. All right, here we go. Bids. 700 on the bid. 41. Excuse me. Oh, that was filled. Jeez, we got some. All right, sizes started to trade here in the S&Ps. 41 evens trade 700 times on the bid side. So you want to take this sucker higher? Looks like 100%
Looks
short.
like it wants to.
But
let's go back.
We'll still need confirmation here, Andrew. I'm not going to be the one. We're not going to be the ones that predict it. We're going to let the market tell us.
Yeah. I'm just reactive. Yep. Do you prep the night before? Or do you prep the morning of? How do you like to do your prep?
Well, I get my reading in the night before, right? Read the weekly kickoff levels, read Baiynd's, and pretty much those two are the primary sources. Just get a preview of the week, look at the calendar, who the speakers are, look at the levels that we send out here at TopStep. And then in the morning, I'll just see what the pre-market's doing. I'll watch opening call, take a peek at CNBC. It's kind of a both. It's kind of a hybrid. How about you?
For me, I'm so lazy at night, so I just do it in the morning.
That's fine. Yeah, hey, whatever. I mean, when I say prep, I mean I'm simply just reading what the calendar is going to be, and who the speaker is going to be. We got inflation numbers this week and earnings, stuff like that, just to have a general idea. And then here's the thing, Mike Tyson said it best. Everyone has a game plan until you get punched in the face.
Yeah.
And you have whatever, all the prep you want, all the levels you want. Be prepared for all the speakers, auctions, earnings, and all that. But then the market's going to do whatever the hell it wants, and we have to be reactive and adapt accordingly. So our prep can get you so far. Essentially, my preparation, just so I don't get blindsided by a speaker or news or something to that effect. All right, we're beneath your 300s here, Andrew. We'll see if we can stay offered, but
yeah, we'll see if we can stay. And I'm looking at the wicks of our previous candles that are holding that 290, right? So just staying a little extra patient. ES has yet to break that 5140. So like you said, the longer it keeps holding around there, the less likely I would be looking for a long or even a trade in that matter. And the more patient you guys can be today, the better, right? This is really not the price action I was initially thinking of, especially after a amazing Friday.
It was an amazing Friday. It was that was a trade for the ages. Thursday too. That Thursday close. I don't know if you remember if you trade the close or not, but on Power Hour we were seeing 5,000 lots going off, 2,000 lots going off. I think we saw 20,000 lot. Our man John's going to come on here a little bit, and we can maybe talk about that. But yes, the price action on Thursday close and Friday during the day was just amazing, like you said. All right, we're above 5140s in the S&Ps. Will we stay there? Will we stay there? But we did see the 41s trade 700 times on that bid. So maybe these bids are setting their longs. Also, another play we got when John comes on, we'll always keep an eye on Delta throughout the day. As keep an eye on that. We'll see a story develop and perhaps even a trade into Power Hour. We can kind of fade. If it's a heavy lean one way or another, kind of fade them, knowing that they've got a flatten going into the close. So it's just one strategy that we're looking at. That's still 6 hours away. We got a lot of time left. All right, Andrew, we're coming up on your 30-minute deadline here, so to speak. So if you weren't on TV with us, joining us at TopstepTV here. So we're 4 minutes away from the top of the hour. So you're just going to set your alert and then just walk away?
Typically, that's what I will do. I'm obviously going to stay on till I think till 7:30 with you guys, right?
Yeah.
7:30 my time. I'm here on the West
Yep.
Coast, but yeah, typically at this point in time, because it hasn't done anything in half an hour, what I will do is just set alerts. And at this point, the nice thing though is that we have really good guidelines for where everything is at, right?
Mhm.
So, what I would do is on the chart, I would right click and I would create an alert to say, all right, let me come over here. I'm going to go create an alert, single alert, and tell me when the NASDAQ, when the market value is at or below. I'm going to go 18,290 because that's where
All
our
right.
last wick was at. And I'm going to say,
Mhm.
let me know when this is at or below 18,290 and create an alert. Now, what that's going to do is put a alert right on my chart.
Mhm.
So then if it ever hits that level from now until whenever, I will get alerted. And then for the long, I'm still looking and waiting for that break of 18,350, right? So then I would just come over here and make an alert for that as well. And once I have that in, I'll say, okay, well, let me know when the market value is at or above. And I'll do that for every single ticker. So I'll do that for NQ. I'll do that for ES.
Mhm.
I don't trade crude or gold, but if I was to, I would do the same thing. Where for crude, or the nice thing is in the pre-market, we talked about that 80.4 level. And look
Yes.
at what it's done so far this morning. It hit that 80.4 and it has dropped down. So to me, crude has this room down here to 79.6. I don't trade it, so I don't know if that's a good move for it's like that's only like a 40-cent drop. I don't know what 40 cents will translate into in terms of profit for people when you guys trade that, but we're right within that range. Same thing with some of these other tickers. The only thing that has been breaking a day is that gold above that 2100 level.
It's incredible.
But yeah, I just set alerts and then I just sit back and I wait. Very patient. I think the one best aspect, if I was to say as a trader, that I have is just patience.
Same, but I agree. Patience doesn't always translate so well onto TV, though. I'm realizing that they want to see the bullets fly and they want to see us pull the trigger. But we're real about this: real trades, real P&Ls, real accounts. And, we're real traders. We're not going to force it, like you said. So the alerts have been set. Oh, we're coming up to 2110 in the gold. So at least we can watch that and get some entertainment from the gold chart. Maybe crude selling off a little bit here. Nasdaq and S&Ps, bit of a snoozer for the time being, which is okay. All right, coming up to the top of the hour here. And I believe we're going to have a guest joining us here shortly. The man.
We're starting to get this drop.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
I don't know. Yeah. Crude is dropping. Just broke underneath that 50 EMA. So watch what it does at 79.6 for those that trade that. But
60s.
NQ is flirting with this 18,290 level. And the S&P 500 has yet to break 5140.
Yeah.
Like, what was that analogy you said earlier? Like watching paint dry.
It's like watching paint dry. It's watching grass grow. It's not the most exciting,
Yeah.
but and that's what we got to be. We just got to. Here we go. Here's your sellers here. I think your alert's getting close to getting set off here. We'll see if they can stay beneath the 300s. Gold's seen a bit of a pullback here as well. Gold's starting to see a bit of a sell-off. S&P staying strong. Firm bid. Yeah, we're starting. All right, here we go. Nasdaq wants to go lower.
All right. I'm going to take a little short on it on the NQ. Just a little short right here.
Nice.
Okay. Right underneath that 290. Now we're into, wow, that was a quick move. Down here into 280, $10 drop. But now right back up. I don't like that. So staying patient. My stop is 18,310. Okay. So
right. What'd you get? What are you short from there, Andrew?
290. I waited till it dropped a little bit underneath. It was 288.
288. All right, Robert. Hopefully that helps. How many times?
I just took one trade.
One trade. Once. All right. So one contract then. Just want to make sure that.
How many contracts? 5 contracts.
5. Okay, so 5 from 88, Robert. 5 from 288 there.
Yeah.
Or 298.
But
What
if
was it? What'd you
this
sell?
holds,
Sorry. What price you sell?
sorry.
Sorry, I was just
What
trying
was
to help out our guy Robert there. Thank you, Robert.
But I don't like how it came right back up. So
It's hard staying so hard to stay short in these markets. So hard.
yeah, my stop is 18,310.
10.
So
Okay. All right, we'll let you.
So
do some
if
trade.
you figure that math right, so this is what you guys need to calculate. So 18,310 minus 18,288 is a $22 difference, right? So 22 times 20, that's a $440 loss that I would suffer. Where depending on your guys' account size, right, you may not want to trade with 5 contracts. You may not want to trade with 1 contract. It all depends on what your guys' account is, and you reverse calculate back that way. But as this is holding, I may be less inclined to hang on to this short. It was looking good.
Someone's at the door. You hear that, Andrew?
Who's that?
Oh,
hey,
what up? What's up,
what's
man?
up, guys?
Hey, Johnny.
What's up,
Good
Ho?
to see your face. Good to hear that voice.
Hey, it's good to be here. It's good to join you guys. Yeah, it's been a lot of nothing so far here, right?
It has been a lot of nothing. It's catching every time the sellers come in, the buyers come in and say, nope, I don't think so. Anytime we try to push to the upside in the S&Ps, sellers say not so fast. I was listening to you an open call, Johnny. You said patience is going to be the name of the game today. I know we got a lot more viewers. Our viewership has grown since then. Can you tell us why? Why you expect it to be kind of a slower day? If I understood you right, patience on a Monday like this.
Yeah. Well, there's no major economic numbers, right, coming out. Just looking at, we're getting some of the Magnificent Seven. Microsoft is looking higher. Nvidia's moving to the upside. A little bit of an opposite move in Meta and Apple. They're headed the other direction. It seems to make sense that these markets don't really have any real direction. Look at where we open in the S&Ps. I mean, we didn't really have any overnight inventory. We're sitting right on last week's weekly kickoff high. Look what the market did after it traded above it. It just kind of settled and hung around up there. It held as support for the better part of the evening. In the S&Ps, we're right in the middle of the overnight range. Here's our overnight high, 51.45, our overnight low, 51.32, and we're right in the middle, and we're right at an important inflection level that was targeted last week. The market may become magnetic to that level. It happens. It happened in crude oil last week before we got that moved away from that area. So we're not seeing any big decision making going on here in the S&Ps. Now, overnight inventory, I mean, we're a little bit short. We've come off of that. And, you know, we're not really at any of the more important inflection levels that Andrew and I were talking about this morning. You know, take a look at the profile. All right.
Yeah.
Here's our overnight range. We haven't checked either side of the overnight range. There's very little change in the perception of value of the S&Ps. All we really did was repair this and this. We traded to a high volume node, or, you know, the point of control really from the session yesterday. We traded into a point of control from this little area of very short time frame balance that we achieved yesterday. So we're really kind of in a repair. We have no economic information coming out. We do have harking here at 10 o'clock. That's going to do. So at least in the S&Ps, with no play with the overnight high or low, I'm sitting on this. The opening range was initially the low of the session. It took it out by 1 tick, and it's really just range bound right here. We've got a 6.25 handle range in the S&Ps. I'm not missing anything by staying patient. Now, NASDAQ, what was last week's weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ? 18,300. That's the level we're sitting at right now.
Yes, it is.
Overnight, overnight, here's the range. We opened, left the opening range, the high of the session, and we've traded right back down to and are currently centered around last week's weekly kickoff high. It's magnetic. No information coming out, and the expectation of a lot more information coming out later in the week is one of the reasons that I think staying patient today is going to be beneficial for traders. Opening range, the high of the session. I'm looking for shorts in that regard because not only that, we're also holding below the overnight low. So I need good trade location. I need price to come back up to this level to look for a short if I'm going to, because that helps me limit the risk if we do take out the high of the regular trading hour session and the opening range. Opening range, the dead high. Now, look at this.
Uh-oh. What do you got?
Here's the Dow. Now, the settlement in the Dow is all the way up here. It's approximately 39,144. Right. We had some pretty significant overnight inventory to the short side. You see price moving lower, moving lower, moving lower. The market opens, leaves the opening range at the low of the session, and then drives higher. I guess we're seeing some upward momentum here in the Russell as well. The Russell is currently up 0.44%. The Dow is still down, but it's come off that overnight low. Overnight inventory, we got too short time frame traders said, screw this, we're not getting paid. Let's get out.
That's right.
Let's get out. So that's, sometimes that can bring a decent opportunity, for the trader that is actively trading in the Dow and recognizing overnight inventory might be in play today. So right now, we're centered around last week's weekly kickoff highs in the S&P and the NASDAQ. I gotta stay patient. Now, look at gold. Now, one of the things that we talked about on the opening call here this morning was the fact that volume was pretty good to the upside in the equities. It was good to the upside in the crude oil, and it was good to the upside in gold. All of those added open interest. So what do we look at as far as gauging the success or the failure of a directional move?
Yes.
Volume, open interest, momentum, and participation. Participation. So estimated, we added 28,000 in open interest on this trend day to the upside. That's new money coming in. We don't know if that's big money, old money, new money, weak money, anything like that. But all we know is that gave us the license to say, yeah, there's still money coming into this rally that we're seeing in the S&Ps, the NASDAQ. I mean, basically all of the equities, and it's been going on. Let me make this big. It's been going on since we put in the low, here. So we've been putting up higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. Now, is there risk of a change coming? Yeah, of course. There always is. If something happens, if we take out last week's low, which is equal to the weekly kickoff low at 50.60 in the S&Ps, that could begin to set up a potential for maybe a head and shoulders reversal pattern. We're not there yet. There yet. The upside structure remains good. The volume remains good. Here, let's take a look. So there's the volume Thursday on the breakout of the bull flag. And then Friday on the continuation, volume was pretty strong. It's not gangbusters, but upside volume rarely is gangbusters. You can see when the market tanks is when all the volume comes in.
That's right.
Right. So, we still have to be looking at this market as structurally, continuation to the upside with the volume we had on Friday, with the breakout on Thursday. And the open interest increases that we saw. Hang on a second here. Let me get some more paper here. So we added 14,000 in open interest on Thursday on the breakout of the bull flag. We added 28,000. We doubled that on Friday. So there's still money coming into these markets. We cannot predict when something is going to change this market state. So we have to trade what we see, and we have to continue, I think, looking for opportunities to buy weakness until proven wrong. I mean, we've been just rallying and pulling back, rallying, pulling back. The one thing that kind of alerts me to the possibility that this upside move may be getting a little bit tired is I call them balance boxes.
Okay.
So here we've got balance. Let me close this off here. So we're going
Balance boxes. What's a balance box,
balance
John?
boxes. So the market rallies and then it ranges. It rallies and then it ranges. It spends most of its time range bound. Here's another balance box. There's the market in balance. Okay, here's another balance box here. All right, that was a long time frame area of balance. It was also a megaphone. Once
When
we
was
took
that?
out that megaphone, this
What was the
was
date? What was the date on that one?
December 18th. It started, really
I remember that.
15th maybe it started, and we broke out of it on the 19th of January.
Was that when we were trading like
So-
4700s? Was that like the 4700 range?
Yeah, yes, 4,700 were pretty much the
that.
low end of the range, and
Yep.
48 or 48.40, the kind of the higher end of the range, right?
Brutal.
So we just
Yep.
kind of went back and forth and back and forth. We finally broke out, and now we've got this new leg, but there's also balances inside this new leg to the upside. So here's an area of balance, and here's an area of balance, and here's another area of balance that we just broke out, of course, to the upside. So what I'm looking at is when the market is directional, it goes and then it rests. It goes and then it rests. It goes and then it rests. The bottom here, big move to the upside, short time frame balance. Big move to the upside. No overlap. There's still a lot of distance between areas of balance here. When we get another big move when we break out of this balance, and we spend a long time balancing here. We move, but the distance between areas of balance seems to be getting shorter and shorter. They're stacking on top of each other now. So is that an indication that the momentum in this upside move, going from balance to breakout to balance to breakout to balance to breakout, they're getting smaller. They're getting smaller. Now, there is no way, again, to predict when a pullback is going to happen. So we have to continue to trade that, buying dips strategy until something changes. So that leaves us sitting right here on 5140, the weekly kickoff level from last week. There's no decision being made, at least so far in the session today, about any kind of continuation move or any kind of pullback right now in the S&Ps, because again, we're still inside last night's range. Oh, hey, whoa, hey.
Johnny, that was good stuff, man. You're coming in hot today. I like it.
Bang, bang. There's the high. There's the low. We're in the middle of it. We've got these markets heading different directions. The opening range in the Nasdaq is still the high of the session. We got it looks like we just had a nice pullback to the overnight low. Maybe, I don't know, I wasn't watching, but if we got a good push up to this level, it's trying to reject the overnight range. If we continue to hold below that, it may just range here, but it may also push lower. In the S&Ps, here's the overnight here. All right, well, great, fantastic. The one part that I'm looking at is right down here, around 41.17.5, this 41.13.5, 14.12, 51.12. This area here looks interesting to me because as the market continued to push higher, this was one of the deepest pullbacks that occurred on the continuation move to the upside. So that would be if I were to get in a decent short, that would easily be a target number one for a short if I were to be looking for a short. But I don't know about you guys, but I'm scared to death to be short.
Dude, I've been saying it all the time. Well, sorry.
Every break has been Every break has been bought. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Andre.
No. So you're saying you said you're scared to be short. I am too. I'm terrified. I know Andrew took a short. I know you had your stop. Did you get stopped out there, Andrew?
So hit 18,310. It hit my stop. I stayed a little patient to see how that candle will close. It went right back underneath the 9. So I'm still hanging on to this short, believe it or not.
Nice, okay.
It is at 18,300. Every single one of these candles has closed underneath that 9 exponential moving average.
Yep.
But the longer I've been holding this, the less likely and confident that I am. So I've been holding this for, well, if we count the candle that I started on, this is now 1, 2, 3, 4 candles. Each of these candles represents 5 minutes. So 20 minutes of holding on to this trade.
Right.
Again, it goes all the way back to patience, right? So patience to even take the trade, patience while in the trade. I'm going to stay patient to see what the follow through is like. And the only reason why I decided to hang on to it is because I realized my mistake earlier when taking the short is I didn't allow that candle to close. So when I took the short underneath 18,290, when I got in at 88, it immediately wicked back up and stayed above that 18,290, which we've been holding this entire freaking day, right? So that was my mistake of getting in short. However, when it came to wanting to almost get out here when it hit my stop, I wanted to stay in because I could look at it 2 ways, right? One way is we've been holding this 18,290 all day. The other thing is we've stayed below this 9 EMA all day as well. So one of them is bound to break, right? And I'm going to stay patient until I get that confirmation of which one is going to break. Once it does, and in order for me to get that confirmation, what needs to happen is that candle has to close either above the 9 EMA or underneath that 18,290. Whichever comes first will be the ultimate decision of if I lost today or if I end up making money today. In either scenario, it's okay. So going back, my stop, I got in at 18,288 for the short. I put my stop at around 18,310 for a mental stop, which is about a $22 move. 22 times 20 is 440. Okay, that's if you had 1 contract. I have 5 contracts, so I'm willing to suffer a $2,000 loss is what I'm saying that I'm willing to take on this trade. Obviously, I'm trading with a different account size than many of you, right? So when you guys are trading, it's very important when you are trading to do that reverse calculation to understand how much each individual is willing to lose. And all that comes into your risk tolerance, right? Your risk tolerance is based off of your account size. What percentage of your account per any one trade are you accepting to lose? So that's that all becomes the name of it. It's just trading. It just comes down to 2 principles: finding a high probability setup, mitigating risk. And if you can mitigate risk appropriately, that means you can size into a trade where I've been hanging on to this for 20 minutes.
Yep.
How many of you have hung on to a trade for 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes without feeling stress, right? And that's how I feel trading should be. It should be unstressful once we're in. If you are like glued to the screen because you're in too heavy, you probably didn't size correctly, right? So all comes down to proper risk management, guys. But I'm still patient right here, Dre. I'm still waiting to see what happens, which I know I sound like a lunatic because
No, dude, no. I love it. I love the patience. I love your conviction. And they were asking in the chat if the 310's 18,310 was a mental stop. And sure enough, you answered the question before I can even ask it, which was awesome. We're chopping around here, these 300s in the NASDAQ. I'm just kind of chopping around right now. So guess what? We have this lull in the markets. We can go to our main man, Jack. Jack, how you doing? Happy Monday, man.
The main man, Jack, is doing well. Happy Monday, everybody.
Happy Monday.
Good morning, gentlemen. Yes, we have some Monday news for y'all. First off, Bitcoin party, 65,000. I think it's at 66,000 now. Something to keep an eye on here. I believe all-time highs for Bitcoin, which, of course, I like this next photo here of Jerome Powell. 100 likes, and I send him a drink and tell the waiter it's from the... I had to black out that word because it wasn't a nice word, but something like degenerate trader.
Where's he eating? Where is that? Sports bar?
an airport, it looks like.
Oh, an airport? Okay. Just chilling. That guy has to wear a suit 24/7, huh? Unbelievable.
I know. It's tough being king. So, and then one last story. Caitlin Clark is now the NCAA's all-time leading scorer.
Yeah.
She passed Pistol Pete Maravich yesterday. She's only played 3 seasons. She's going to the league next year. Exciting story. Look forward to seeing what she does next.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Jack. Yeah, she's a hell of a player. That was pretty cool.
Unbelievable.
She can ball, man. It's a shot she takes from all over the court. Right? She can just ball. All right, here we go, Andrew. We're starting to see some sellers in the NASDAQ trading 20. I don't keep quoting like that. 288s, but the buyers keep coming in. It's hard to take a lot of energy. John, when we talk about energy, getting through levels, what do we mean by that? It's going to take a lot of energy to push down. Like you said, it's tough to be short in the NASDAQ, S&Ps as well as we're seeing it. But when it requires a lot of energy to get through a price level, John, what do we mean by that?
So I think the best way to kind of talk about that is when we look at the size of the initial balance in any of these markets. Take a look at the initial balance in the S&Ps. Okay. It's 6.5 handles. 6.5 handles. That's the initial balance. Yeah. The initial balance on Friday was 20s to 10s. That was a 10 handle initial balance. The wider the initial balance, the more energy it is going to take to extend beyond the initial balance. So you think about it as a wide initial balance. I wouldn't even call this one wide, but you could say the amount of energy it took to tip this over is much greater than the amount of energy it took to tip this initial balance over. So I look at a wide initial balance like this one as trying to knock over a pyramid. It's going to take a lot of energy to knock over a pyramid. Today, this is like knocking over a lamp. It doesn't take that much energy to knock over a lamp. But when we get to inflection levels, important levels, let's look at this on crude oil. So 78.70 was last week's weekly kickoff high. It traded through it, around it, over it, under it, around it, dug under it, back and forth. It wasn't getting the energy to kind of show any extended move away from it until Friday. Now we've got the an upside move on Friday that added open interest. Volume was good. Now what? All right. Well, today we're really just kind of still inside that range, so we're still looking for information. Right? So think about the energy that was expended in the S&Ps on Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. This was the initial balance, and once we took out that initial balance with any acceptance, the market just continued to push higher and higher. That was energy. That was volume. That was new buying. That was energy coming in. We're not necessarily seeing that energy today because we're still hanging around last week's weekly kickoff high, 51.40. I kind of graded out here because we did accept above it. We closed above it. We found support there.
Wow.
It's still just kind of going back and forth now. So
51.40 quarters just traded 1,000 times, 1,100 times on the bid. 51.40 quarter just traded 1,100 times on the bid. Starting to see those big block orders coming in here, John. But like you said, we're just chopping around gold, making new highs on the day. 21.1170, a bit below that, but the rally in gold is fierce. John, if you don't mind, Andrew, wait, real quick, let's check in with Andrew. Andrew, are you still short?
I'm still short. I'm still holding it underneath. Every single candle has closed underneath that 9 EMA, so I'll see what happens. But again, the longer I've been in this short, the less likely that I feel it's going to break this 290. I'm going to stay patient, though, and kind of see what it does. But right now, it looks like we want to break that 51.40 on ES, which if that does start to break, then obviously NQ will then follow. But since the morning, right, again, I could look at this multiple different ways, but if I go to ES specifically, we have yet to break that 5140. If I look at NQ, we have yet to break that 18290, but we have also yet to have a candle close above that 9 exponential moving average for me to even consider taking a long. So right now, it's kind of that saying you guys say. For me, I call this the hoe zone. You guys call it fuddling in the middle. Right now,
that.
I'm kind of in this little choppy little area right now, but I'm just gonna stay patient. I'm not really stressed by it. I'm just sitting here. I have 5 minutes left, or 4 minutes left with you guys. So,
Oh no.
if anything, that hopefully you guys got from me today was patience, right? Patience to take the trade, patience to stay into the trade, being able to mitigate risk and understanding what your risk is prior to actually taking a trade, which I think is very important, is doing that math before you push that button to execute the trade, right? Not every trade is going to work out in our favor. This trade, I may end up getting stopped out. And if that happens, hey, you know what? Guess what? There is a potential for another trade. There is potential for tomorrow, right? But as I've been sitting here waiting, it's back underneath that 9. It's coming back to that 290. And it's coming there with a little bit of conviction, not a lot. Volume has drastically tapered down. So I'm just going to sit here. But hopefully you guys got some learning lessons for me. I know there's going to be some jokesters that say what not to do. And hey, I guess, whatever works.
We all have that. We all get that. Andrew, just for clarity's sake, you're managing that trade based off of that 5-minute chart, correct?
Yeah. So I've been hanging on to this trade based off of this 5-minute chart, and with every single one of these candles, right? We are about an hour into the market. Since the market has started, every single individual 5-minute candle has closed underneath my 9 exponential moving average. So because of that, that's what's allowed me to stay patient into this trade and holding it. We have yet to break 290 and get a close underneath 290, but here we go. We're back down at 282, 281. So now, hang on, Hogue. I think you gave me some good luck here, because now we're at
you've got it. You've got the structure. You've higher, lower highs, lower lows in this time frame. You've been managing that trade by just watching that 9 exponential moving average, and now you got it going on like Donkey Kong.
Hey.
So let's see if it drops down to 280. I just hit 280 not too long ago. I got in at 288. So 8 down to 80. It's an $8 move. 8 times 20, right, is 160 times 5, right? What is that, like 720? Something like that.
Yeah,
so
just do the math right there, Andrew.
Huh?
I noticed you always calculate the math, the P&L, while you're in these trades. Is that just so you're able to fully comprehend or understand the risk that you're assuming in these trades? I've noticed that you've been doing that all day.
Yeah,
120 times 5 is 600.
I like to calculate it, because what I will tend to do, right, on a move like that, because I've been hanging on to it for so long and that it dropped 8 points, I do the math really quick to see, okay, I just hit around, okay, Laura said $800. Okay, so that was an $800 profit from me getting into the trade. What I will do is shave some off. Okay, this way I ensure that I made at least something out of this trade for my effort of hanging on to it for, what is that now? 5, 10,
Forever.
15, 20, 25, 30, about 30 minutes of hanging on to it. So I want to leave with some positivity. And that I always like to do the math. It just makes it easier for me to kind of gauge. But I took a little bit off the top. So I had 5 contracts. I sold 2. Okay. So for those, and I like doing the math because it makes it understandable, right? Numbers is a universal language. So to do the math there, right? $8 move, 8 times 20, 160. I took 2 contracts. So that's $320 I was able to take in profit. Now I'm just sitting and waiting to see what happens on the remaining 3 contracts that I'm holding. What I will tend to do is, if those 3 contracts come back to entry, I'll get out of the trade. I've stayed a little bit more patient on here. So I'm at about I wouldn't call it break even. I'm about negative $50, but still not bad. Okay. So
nice patience.
anyhow,
Sure was, man.
patience,
Sure
patience.
was. I'm trying to
I still think it
see
could drop, but I don't know.
I mean, it could
I
go
really
either
don't
way, but yes.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right, so I think it's my time, right?
her time has come to an end today. Andrew, it was really good hanging
Yeah.
out with you, watching you and John go back and forth. It was really fascinating. Thanks for being on. You'll stay in this trade. Keep us updated on how the outcome of this trade. We really appreciate your time there, Andrew. Any last words you want to say to the audience?
No, just thanks for having me on, guys. And again, I hope you guys see the patience to take a trade, stay in a trade, do your risk management, and be okay taking losses. You know, it's just like if you're gonna get into a boxing fight, you're gonna get a jab here or there. You're gonna get jabbed in the face. But so long as you don't leave yourself open for a haymaker, you know, you're doing all right. You know, so stick with it. And I'll see you guys on the next live stream. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
Andrew, the man.
Thank you, Andrew.
Later, guys.
All right, John. It's you and I for a hot second. We might have another guest joining us here. Uh-oh. I see someone in the waiting room.
Yeah. Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. Ding dong. Oh, come in. Come in.
Come on in.
Yes.
Hello. How are you
Yes.
guys?
All right. How are we? How are we, Deanna?
Monday.
Yeah. Happy Monday.
Good. Yes, I slept a lot. I redid my hair. So had some whiskey. So yes.
Nice.
It's been a good
full
weekend.
weekend.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend. Yes.
A full weekend. Very good.
So yeah, so hopefully today is gonna give us some opportunities, even though it's a quiet day. I would say crude oil also requires patience. So we've opened inside value. And right now it's trying to go below value. But on an inside day, I'm not really that keen to go with the breakout trade, which is what this would be. So I'm sitting patiently with my hands on my butt.
Yep.
Waiting for the good trade locations. So what would those be? Well, we have an overnight low. Now, on an inside day, rather than chasing a breakout trade, I prefer to wait until the established lows and highs are actually broken, and then to see if there's a reversal. So until that happens, either with the overnight low or the overnight high, I've got no setup. I don't want to get involved in the middle. I certainly don't want to get chopped up. So today we do have some single prints left behind, but this is not a good trade location for me. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
There's a lot of good patience
How are you
coming
guys?
out here this morning.
Good.
How are you guys?
No trades yet. Equities seem to be trying to figure out which way they want to go. It seems like the actions in gold making new highs on the day here not too long ago. Trading 21.10.50. I'll take a quick peek at tilt. Nothing really showing there. But yeah, it's inside day so far, Deanna. We have to hands on the button, stay patient. That's about all we can do. Oh, Deanna, how happy are you to see that I guess it was March 1st on Friday, but now we are officially into March and February is in the rearview mirror.
Do you know what? Friday was more me being kerfuffled rather than the market not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It was actually doing exactly what it was supposed to be doing, but I overmanaged the trade because of the fear. It just tells you how psychology can play games with your with like your trading strategy.
Yeah.
I had the plan down perfectly, right? And I somehow managed to talk myself out of a trade for the sake of 5 ticks drawdown, even though I use 30 ticks for a stop loss. But because I've been so scarred with crude oil not doing anything, I took myself out of a trade, and then it proceeded to go my way, and I was like, okay. So from that side, it was actually fine because the market did what it was supposed to do. We had movement and we had follow through. That's the only thing that matters, right? The rest of it falls into place. As long as the markets are moving, that's all we need. Okay, the rest of it is easy.
Yes, it is. All right. Well, we are now fully into March. Serious zombie rally. It was zombie rally Friday. That was a power rally, but yeah, it was definitely a rally in the equities. All right. NASDAQ catching a bid here, closing in on VWAP in NASDAQ. Gold catching a bid too, up and away in gold. This has been a wild move in gold. All right, S&P is moving to the upside here as well. Yes, we're at VWAP here in the NASDAQ.
I'm confused by crude oil today too.
Why, John?
Well, I mean, we did see, kind of a breakout finally above last week's weekly kickoff high. We did see some good volume. We saw an increase in open interest, but the auction just seems to want to just kind of hang around here. So yeah, the overnight low, overnight high, those look like really the only levels that I can really look for opportunities in gold. Very similar to what Deanna is talking about. Gold is, this would be. After that breakout we saw, on Friday, was it Friday? Yeah, it was Friday. That breakout of that trend line, and good volume, good open interest increase. This is what I would be expecting to see in basically all of these markets. Is what crude oil is doing. Is what gold is doing right now. So I'm a little bit confused with crude oil, and S&P's NASDAQ. The NASDAQ still holds the opening range as the high of the session. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's right. It's back in there now. But if it takes out that high, that's going to take us back inside the overnight range. Perhaps a little bit of a range extension to the upside, perhaps. And
so, what's that chart you're looking at? You were talking about gold, and then I kind of moved, or somebody sent me a message, and I just lost track. So, are you talking ES or gold? Or
yeah,
NASDAQ?
now we're kind of looking at the NASDAQ.
Okay.
The structure, short time frame. I mean, lower highs, lower lows. But now we've come back inside the overnight low. It was resistant the first time it came back up to that on the 30-minute chart. Now we're back above it. We're back in the opening range, which remains.
So
the DA,
so I would say that's the hallmark of an inside day still. So again, probably range bound Monday.
Yep. Yeah. We got to remember there's a lot coming out later on. I mean, the focus for traders this week is in equities is retail earnings this week. We've got Powell testimony on Wednesday and Thursday. We've got the State of the Union address on Thursday night. We've got unemployment numbers on Friday, and as well as lots of other unemployment or employment information coming out prior to that. I mean, ADP employment on Wednesday.
That's something that I've noticed with NFP weeks, in particular, that first week of the month. Whenever we have that looming, markets tend to have quite a lot of responsive activity, especially in equities and crude oil. But gold tends to have these crazy runs, probably because people are getting rid of the positions into the releases. So maybe that's something we need to include in our plans this week. Because I've noticed whenever I'm looking for breakout trades on an NFP week, it's never ended particularly well. So with crude oil and with equities being inside open, so opening inside the distribution curve from Friday, it's probably the sign not to rush. If a trade is going to appear, it will be obvious. That's something that I like to say to myself whenever I'm like, missing out. But actually, you need to remind yourself of the market conditions that we're in. So yeah, I think patience is always the name of the game, but even more so when we have such important releases on the cards for the week.
Definitely a backloaded week. Backloaded week. This is we're still just about hour and 10 minutes into trading this week. So patience is the key. Like like Deanna and John were saying, it is a backloaded week. No reason to jump in or cannonball into the market. We are seeing a bit of a bid. We did break above VWAP in NASDAQ, and S&P's caught a bid to the upside, 51.43. While we have a bit of a lull, we'll see how this does play out. I'm assuming Wolf got stopped out there at this point. But JD, if you're there, I would love to hear some stats from last week, man.
Oh, yeah. Let's do some stats.
Thank you, JD. If you're there, I love stats. I love it. Yes, this one too. And we also got the big stats coming up in about 30 minutes. JD, what do we got?
I think JD got booted from VMix.
Oh no! No.
That was too much. JD. All right. Well, when you get back into VMix,
I'm in.
log
You hear me?
I got you, man. What's up?
Yep.
There he is.
Yeah.
All right.
AD.
I was just saying, happy Kashmir Pulaski Day to those who celebrate.
It's a Chicago thing only, JD. Only
It is a
Chicago knows
Chicago
that.
thing only.
So, okay, as a non-Chicagoan, what is that?
So Kazimierz Pulaski was a Revolutionary War general. He was born in Warsaw, Poland, and he's known as the father of the American cavalry.
Okay.
But there's a huge Polish population here in Chicago, so it's considered a holiday here. We used to get a day off school growing up and everything.
Did. We sure did.
My wife actually works for Chicago Public Library, and she got the day off today for Pulaski Day.
Oh, nice.
Wild.
Yeah, my wife works at a high school. She's off too.
For Pulaski
There you
Day?
Pulaski
Yeah.
Day.
How about it? All right.
Learn something new every day, folks.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look
Yeah,
at those hot
indeed.
streaks from Friday. Well, we lost our leader after 26
No.
consecutive days of winners. Nieben dropped out. Lost about $250 on Friday to lose the top spot. It was a nice run for Nieben, though. Pocketed close to $1,400 during the duration of that hot streak. So hang in there, Nieben. We'll see you again soon. But what else do you know that moves our boy, Andrew, our boy in Discord,
wow.
into the top spot? Andrew A.
Very nice.
We have another
Wow,
top
Andrew.
stepper in first place on the Funded Trader leaderboards. Nice
Love
job,
that.
Andrew. Also, we got Lloyd, Timothy, and Glenace still holding strong, 23, 22, and 21-day rippers, respectively. And our newcomer, Chris, put together a nice string of winners in the 50K Express funded account.
There's Andrew in the chat.
He's in there?
Yeah,
Is he in there?
Andrew.
Celebrating. Hey.
Number
Good
one,
job,
Andrew.
man.
And if he stops trading today, he's up already. So he'll be at 27 consecutive winning days tomorrow.
Yeah.
Nice job, Andrew.
Nice job. All right, let's take a look at our live funded P&Ls from Friday.
Okay.
Here we go. Once again, a lot of familiar names here. We mentioned all these traders on TopstepTV multiple times. Mr. Slow Markets himself, Coach Dakota with $1,600, David with 18, Miguel 2,000, Lampros 3,800, and Cameron with 4,000. Nice days all around for our live funded traders on Friday. I got a couple other stats if you're interested in hearing them. We have last week's XFA P&L leaders.
Let's see that.
Chung put up 38,000 in the XFA last week. Total P&L from last week. Raj R with 31,000 and Amar with 28,000. Some heavy duty numbers coming out of the Express funded account. If you give me just a second to filter out something, I'm going to give you the live P&L leaders from last week also.
Yeah, you got it. Real quick, we got a 76% long bias in crude oil right now. Only thing I'm seeing on tilt of note, we are dead 50-50 in gold. Never see that. But yeah, JD, if you got those filtered out, we'd love to hear them.
Got him. Jalen, who we heard about on Friday during the shoulder tab, put up $9,200 last week. Nicholas F. put up $7,800. And Lampros, who we just mentioned, put up $6,300 last week. Those are all the live funded account P&L leaders from last week. That's what I got for you. I'll be back in a little bit with the top 10 list and the live P&Ls from Friday. See you in a couple minutes.
Thank you, JD. Love seeing success. Love seeing the familiar names popping up on the leaderboard. New names, too, of course. Always welcome to join the club. But some of our top steppers like Andrew on the leaderboard #1, that's pretty cool to see.
Yeah. Deanna, you mentioned when you were looking at crude oil and talking about the possible kind of market states for this week, you mentioned responsive traders and initiative traders. Would you mind kind of letting everybody kind of know what that means and what you're talking about there? I think that would be something that a lot of folks would appreciate.
So responsive activity, when we say responsive, it means that the market makers are largely in control, whereas the initiative activity would be the large institutions. Now, clearly, those two players are very major, but at the same time, they both have some very, very different objectives to what sort of levels they want to see. Typically, locals, aka market makers, they're not really keen to take the price to any new levels. So what they do, they typically run the price up or down to the first sort of logical level for any kind of point of reference. They take it out because, they just do their commissions, they get out of the market, and then the price effectively reverses. So this is why if you think you're looking at a breakout trade, sometimes you have to match it up with whatever is happening. And then you go, okay, let me see whether it's is the market makers playing games or whether we actually have a proper momentum break. So one of the things that I'm doing this week is to not get involved in the middles, because that's something to consider when the market is going really well, when you have a trending market, like in equities, for example. But crude oil, even though, again, it was going upside, I always say it kind of staggers into an uptrend. So it's not like it was on a mad run where we have 300-400 pips on the day. It's sort of still stuck in that sort of 150, 160 ticks range, which is not really a lot for crude oil, because the norm in crude oil is around 200, 220. So we should really see if it's a true trending market. That's what we would like to see. And when it comes to initiative activity, that will be your breakout momentum trades. And those kind of trades, they will go to new price levels. So you can see how it's very important to identify the market state pretty early on, based on either whether we're waiting on something, the open. So sometimes immediately at the open, you have the inside day open, which means that we haven't moved price anywhere. And that's the reason why both John and I say that you have to look for better trading locations. And as I'm talking, I can see the overnight low was taken out. So now you can observe if the low doesn't hold. So if in the next 12 minutes we don't see a close below the low, that would mean that the market makers are taking hold again. If we do see it, then we could have scope for some deeper pullback away from the 80 level that we smashed last week. But at the same time, I'm very cautious because I don't really want to get involved into a breakout trade at effectively the low of the swing. So what is the swing? Well, previously established swing, like John said, the only point of references that we have is the overnight low, overnight high. We have nothing else around. So from a structure point, I would reckon these are still the market makers just playing silly games. We reached the overnight low, we smashed through it. Let me look at the time. In about 45 minutes, we're also going to have the euro close, which always brings in extra, slightly more volatility. It's not like crazy, but it certainly spooks people out of a trade. And one of the things that I actually have on my strategy plan is that the market makers take out the low or the high, and then they reverse. So all the more reason not to go into some breakout trades expecting things to run forever, when the day, according to me and what's happening on the profile, that's not really the case today. So that's the difference between responsive, aka market makers, and initiative activity, aka the other time frame participants or the larger institutions. So hopefully that makes a little bit more sense to people.
Thank you so much.
I mean, basically, you're looking at the overnight low and Friday's low as a structure point that you may find responsive buyers down at this level, and if that's the case, and they stay in control, you may see a kind of a rotation back to the upside. And most breakouts fail, so we've got that going for us as well. Thank you, Dee. Excellent explanation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good stuff, Dee. Good to see. Yes, we are starting to see some sellers in crude. New high of the days in gold, trading 21.12. Holy moly, these prices are wild.
A great Rush album.
What was it? Holy moly or 2012?
2112.
2112. Is that Eddie laughing? Eddie, is that you laughing in the background there? Eddie, what do you got for us?
I'm a big Rush fan. Yeah, 2112. Yeah.
I'm a big Rush fan as well. I actually went to see him in London when they were playing at the O2 Arena.
Oh, that's cool.
I went to see him, I don't know, 4 or 5 times in my life. Always a great show.
Well,
always.
I was a child when they were really popular. So this was like an excellent. A few years ago, they came to London, and it was a brilliant show. They played a lot of the new stuff, and then obviously they did some old stuff like Tom Sawyer and all that. So it was awesome. It's always great to see Geddy Lee. I actually bought the book, his life story, to my husband for Christmas. He's a funny guy. He's like so funny.
Was it a gift for him or was it a gift for you, Deanna?
For both, you know. Someday I'll read it when I have
Well
a bit of time.
Well done. Very good. Well, while we have a moment, and we do have Eddie here. Eddie, what do you got for us, man?
All right. My little tip on a rush was my friend just recently found our tickets that we went to the show, I think back in the 80s, and it was like $12 fourth row. And we're like, oh my God, only $12. So
Wow.
I think about those tickets too, John. Maybe you remember the Board of Trade had like a Ticketmaster there.
Yeah, it did.
And I remember going there and buying those tickets. But hey, we've got some information, information to share.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so hey, Slow Markets is back tonight. Coach Dakota's back here tonight at 8 p.m. Central, and don't forget about that. Log it in, set an alarm, make sure you don't miss that. Also, this week's schedule, today and tomorrow, business as usual. Yes, you got us clowns here, the same clowns each and every day, but coming here on Wednesday and Friday, we got Rips, and Coach Dakota is going to open up the show. They're going to be here from 8 a.m. till 11 a.m. Central Time. And, of course, this Topstep team, we're going to be taking a break on our off-site get-together. So make sure you're following us on Instagram at TopstepTV to see behind the scenes of our team's off-site. We're going to share that with you. Yes, we are. And it should be very entertaining and tradertainment at its finest. Also, if you'd like to, please, we have a trust plan if you'd like. And if you like what we're doing here, please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. We would appreciate all the kind words and feedback that we received there. So we're going to drop a link in the chat. We can drop that link in the chat. And if you feel inclined, remember, no pressure. We'd be happy to hear from you on our Trustpilot. Otherwise, that's it from me, and we're going to pass it back to Andre. Back to you, Andre. Thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you, Eddie. Good stuff. Yeah, please get those reviews in. We greatly appreciate it. Gold 21.15 now. Holy cow. No end in sight here. John, if you don't mind taking a peek at gold, if you can, what are we seeing here? Is there any levels to these to the upside here? Yeah, I think you are on mute, Johnny.
Yeah.
Apologize.
All good, all good. But this running gold is incredible.
Yeah, we've got 21.18 as the weekly kickoff high. Obviously, looking to be targeted, perhaps even today. So take a look here at the profile. So yeah. So here's the opening range in gold here. The opening range is 2089.80 to 2091.10. And I wasn't watching at the time. I don't know if it looked lower by 2 ticks first or if it looked above, came in and took out those stops down there that are always on the other end of the opening range. And then, I mean, it's just emotional and directional all the way up. Friday, emotional and directional. Initially, the opening range was the low of the session. It got taken out to the value low from the previous session. But again, buyers just continued to come in. Look at the delta on Friday, Andre.
Ooh.
Negative 1,400. Almost 50. I'm sorry, negative almost 15,000 on the day. Do you mean to tell me that wasn't longer time frame initiative buyers just continuing to just pick up whatever they could from the short time frame market order sellers, and they just brought this market higher? Look at what we have today, negative 1,400 in delta. Another divergence. Buyers still present in this market. Don't sell a directional market. Please don't be a delta statistic. That's what you're going to end up being.
I like that. Hey, speaking of delta, John, you know I'm about to ask you, what do we got delta in ES and NQ?
S&Ps, I mean, we still have a $9 range. Delta is positive about 1,300. It's as if the market is taking just an early spring nap. And in the NASDAQ, we've got negative 1,100, and we still haven't been able to take out the high of the opening range, but we are holding in about the upper half of the range right now. I mean, we've been really rotational overall. If you want to see this on the 30-minute chart, here it is. So the opening range is right here. Look lower, look back higher, really just kind of ranging in this area, not really paying much attention to the overnight low here anymore. And, you know, there's all kinds of single TPOs and things to go and check out and refill on the downside, if that is the case. But I'm scared to death to sell these things because, oh my goodness, they're just so strong. So I'm gonna be patient.
Agree.
So
D,
I
we're
was going
starting
to show you guys.
Yes, please, Johnny. Then we go to D of crude, please. Thank you, John. Go ahead.
And he was at, oh well, yeah. This is markets, so let's do markets first. Go ahead, D.
Well, I just want to see take
yeah,
a look at
no,
crude
just,
here. Starting to see sell off. Yes, please, Deanna.
Yeah. I'm still looking at the overnight low as my reference point. Once this candle closes in about 2.5 minutes, we'll know whether they're closing below the low, below the overnight. Say that 10 times fast, Jesus. So below the overnight low, or if it's closing above it. But regardless of what happens there, I still don't really have a setup for this time of the day, especially not on a Monday, when I'm looking for a really, really strong setup to show me the way. So for now, I'm still sitting on my hands. This sell-off is not really giving me that much FOMO, because it's not really happening from any levels that I want to see the sell-off from. So I'm still, I know it's boring, I'm so sorry, but you know, I'm still sitting on my hands, sitting on my wings, the grasshopper wings.
Yep.
And not well, yeah, grasshoppers, they have, you know, they have little wings. So I'm still staying very patient. Yeah. What's that? It's a grasshopper.
I didn't say anything.
Waiting to jump in. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm still gonna sit and wait until we get to some statistically relevant levels. So even if the overnight low does give us a confident close below, I might be looking at average session range low, which has statistically served me really well, especially if we have some kind of an uptrend in place, like we do right now. So we are going to be very patient. I don't know who we is, me. I am going to be patient. It's like coming up with a borderline personality disorder here.
I like it.
So me, Deanna, and myself, we are going to stay patient whilst I wait for some of the better levels to come in. So it's certainly interesting, but like John, I don't really feel like I'm like I can come up with a good scenario here. And whenever that is happening, that's usually the sign to just sit and wait and not do anything stupid, because it means that we're not really reading the market logically, or the market is being illogical. Whichever one it is, that means we need to wait for more data, more information before we pull the trigger and put our money on the line.
Good stuff.
Very nice.
As we're speaking here, gold trading 21.17 to the upside, up and away. This has been a hell of a rally, John.
Yeah, it's headed right for that weekly kickoff high.
Teens, right?
Man, oh man.
Yeah, I didn't look back.
Just a strong.
Tagged initial balance
move.
high. It closed above the initial balance, tagged the initial balance high, and up it went.
Yeah.
Nice move.
Goodness.
Whoever caught that.
Yeah.
Did Eddie get any of that action?
Eddie's slinging that gold. Look at 2018, right to the weekly kickoff high from John. Nice. Well done, John. Well done. Boy.
Just close that 30-minute bar right on it.
Mm-hmm.
Now we'll see what happens here.
So what does that tell you when the price closes right on your level, not higher, not lower? What does that do for your strategy?
I would much rather see it hit it and then head the other direction.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm not gonna. I don't feel like I want to sell this, but it does give you the opportunity to limit some of the risk. But I mean, it's been so directional to the upside. I mean, it is just one time framing higher all day Friday, one time framing higher all day today. I'm not confident in this weekly kickoff level unless we see some price action above it and come back to it as potential support. That might be something I would think about. But we've gotten what do we get here? We got 8 ticks above it here so far, but still, it basically running right through it. So that's telling me this is a very, very strong market. I'm not going to try and sell it.
Can't.
But now that I've said that, the markets love to make a liar out of me. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not getting involved in this right now. So hey, I wanted to tell you guys this. I don't know if you guys can see this.
What do you got?
It's an unused ticket for a Led Zeppelin concert in 1977 at the Chicago Stadium. And I didn't get to use it because they canceled the last 6 shows of the tour because Robert Plant's son passed away. But if you look on this, the face price of this, $10. $10 to go see Led Zeppelin. But this weekend, I went with my wife and we went to go see Get the Lead Out. I don't know if you guys know who Get the Lead Out is, but I've gone to see him like 6 times. I think we skipped the COVID years, but we went last night. And
how was it?
No, actually, we went on Saturday night. Here's a picture you guys want to see.
Yeah,
and they're so good. I mean, they're not like trying to look like Led Zeppelin, but they're trying to present the music as closely as humanly possible to what we've all heard over so many years. And it's such a good show. So there's me and my beer and my lovely wife Donna. There we are at the Get the Lead Out show. Always a good time. They are so good. They play at some smaller venues. This was the Rialto Square Theater in Joliet, which is, I don't know, I guess about 4,000 or 5,000 people. And it's, just a nice intimate venue. They do such a good job of representing the mighty Zepp. And it was a lot of fun. Saturday night, I actually got the tickets for my daughter and her boyfriend, but my daughter was sick, so she couldn't go. And my wife usually does not go. She's, I don't know if she's not that much of a fan of Led Zeppelin, but she had so much fun and enjoyed the music so much. She's like, I'm going next time.
Awesome.
Awesome. It looks like I'm going to have to buy 6 tickets next time. So it's always a good time. Such a good time.
Good on you, John.
Awesome.
Good on you. All right. Nothing doing right now. Patience. One thing we're good at here at Topstep TV is when it is a slower market, we will still pay attention, but I do believe this has helped me be patient, not pulling the trigger too early. I know Andrew or StockMarketWolf may have felt compelled to take a short there. Maybe he got stopped out, but there was no follow through the upside,
No.
Yeah, I think when we first started this, I felt compelled to do the trade during the initial balance. It's like, come on, D, you've got to find a trade.
Right.
And now I'm just like, you know what? I would rather represent the good habits rather than rush into tradertainment kind of trades. And some of us have been criticized for jumping into trades that are subpar. But I think that's due to the pressure of being here and, wanting to do a trade. And then sometimes you don't have a setup, but the chat is going, what's going on? Are you guys trading or not?
I know.
It's like,
I know.
we want to trade. We want to trade, but we also don't want to lose, right? We're not here to, what does Michael say? Michael says, we're not here to trade. We're here to make money. And that actually calls for less trading. It's less trading will always get you further than just randomly clicking buttons and really wanting to do a trade. So that's my take on that. My little rant.
Wait. Oh, Deanna with the score 1 for Deanna's rant. Good. Someone needed a rant. Yeah. No, Michael here.
I will not yield to the chat. I will not yield to the chat pressure.
Yes. Tell them we are not a piano bar. We don't take requests around here.
Exactly.
We trade when we see the opportunities. We trade when we see opportunities. Right now, crude, a little bit of a lull. So look at the 5-minute S&Ps. Good luck making sense of that thing.
Well,
Nasdaq not much.
the lull in crude oil. The lull in crude oil is probably due to the euro close. So I'm actually thinking of going long on the basis of that. I'm going to wait a
knew it.
little bit, just a little bit. Yes, you knew? How did
I
you
knew
know,
it.
John? Hogue knows me so well. Yeah, so I'm just going to wait for the price action to kind of stick away from these lows here. We do have a little bit of resistance coming up at 79.50, which is a round number, so I don't want to go there. But if we hold this candle, then I might actually have sort of a late euro trade in crude oil here. So let's wait and see if my little setup can come true.
We did have Harker talking at 10, but
Harker.
no comment on monetary policy in his presentation materials. So nothing from Harker for us.
Thank you. Good for nothing, Harker. We appreciate that very much.
Good for nothing.
Yes.
Sorry about
Yeah.
that, guys. I thought
It's
I'd have
like
something
all
for
the
you.
other central bankers.
I don't know. Eddie,
Thanks
come
for
on,
nothing.
man. But we got
Sorry,
more. Just like we
man.
said, it's a
Sorry.
backloaded week. The real fireworks get going. Oh, where is that calendar? Good. The real fireworks get going. Yeah, tomorrow. Definitely Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Gonna be loaded, ready to rock and roll. We did say we have, like we told you, we have the Dakota Rips takeover for those 3 days. That's gonna be really cool to see. Hope you guys enjoy it. We'll be abbreviated, but we'll still be covering the important stuff. I mean, Paul speaks in the morning on Wednesday, 9 a.m. Central. Guess what? We have a lull here. I do want to remind.
Yes,
Please hit the
I'm
like
gonna
button.
join.
Please. What are you going to join? You're joining, Deanna? You're going to be on?
Yeah, so I'm going to be on with Rips and Dakota on Wednesday. So that should be fun.
Nice.
How about that? Look at that. Yeah. Thank you for doing that. We really appreciate it. We'll definitely be tuning in and watching. We'll probably maybe even say hi from Las Vegas as the Topstep family descends upon Sin City starting Wednesday and Thursday. We'll be there.
I even did the hair to match Dakota's hair.
Looking good, Deanna. Looking good. We love it. Yes. So Deanna's joining them. That should be very cool. Some of the best traders we got here at Topstep, chopping up all on live funded accounts. So tune in for that. That'd be really cool. Trading talk for traders only. But yes, let's get those likes up. Please hit subscribe. We crossed 70,000 subscribers and 71,000 subscribers last week. Let's see if we can do 72 and 73 this week. We're being a bit ambitious there, but please hit like, please hit subscribe. And as always, you guys are awesome in the comments. So we really appreciate that. But yes, we are descending upon Vegas. We're going to be taking a look at the Topstep Trading League venue as well out there. And just some good morale boosting all around.
Couple of questions about the Vegas trip. This is just for the employees of Topstep, guys. So they're going over there to unwind, have a bit of fun, and then the TTL is being planned for June, from what I've gathered.
Yes, absolutely.
That one you will be able to join, buy tickets, everything is going to be a proper event. But this is just Topstep misbehaving in Vegas while Rips, Dakota, and me work over here.
Hold down the fort. Rips, Dakota, and Deanna will hold down the fort while we're out.
That's right.
Debauchery. Yes. Topstep Trading League, June 14th. We will be scouting out the venue this trip. So we will maybe take some pictures, maybe give you some sneak peeks as to how that looks. But it's going to be very, very cool. And while everyone's looking forward to that, to loosen up a little bit, see each other. We don't see each other as much as we're all coming from all over the country to come hang out. So it's looking forward to that.
Yeah, I can't wait.
When's the last time you were there, John? I guess you were just there, right? Last year?
Last year we were there. But I miss seeing everybody, and you used to walk around the office and get to know everybody, and we don't have that option. We don't have that opportunity anymore the way things are right now, and it's just so nice to all be together. And there's some folks that I haven't even met that work at Topstep, and I'm not used to that. I'm really looking forward to it.
Same. Yes, that will
be. Right,
be,
so I'm long 79.46.
Right.
There it is on Topstep X. Hopefully I got the direction right this time. I've been struggling a little bit with platforms. I think I've been looking at too many platforms. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I've cut that down now. So I've only got 2 platforms I'm looking at. Hopefully my focus is going to be a bit better. I think I'm used to myself, when I was younger, I could just pick up a whole bunch of platforms in like 3.5 seconds. But at
Mhm.
43, it's not as easy. I feel that my brain maybe isn't what it used to be, which is a shame, but it's a part of aging and everybody goes through it. So be it.
Well, I'm with you. I know I've killed a lot of brain cells.
Yeah, same.
Not in January though. Not in January.
Yeah.
And pretty
Yeah,
pretty
not
you
in
know,
January.
yeah, pretty
Regenerated some in January, I reckon.
even February it was I had a couple, but I didn't, it wasn't like, the old days. I kind of liking, being feeling better, lost some
Not
weight.
hungover.
And, yeah, not hungover and well, like I wasn't really that hungover all that often because I was pretty much always drunk.
Oh Jesus!
I'm just kidding. I mean, it's not that bad. Look at gold still kind of hanging around that 18 level.
Oh.
19
Can we hit
right
20s?
now.
Can we hit 20s? Can we hit 20s
Yeah.
in gold? I don't see why not.
Mhm.
This is wow. So Bitcoin and gold are the assets that are seeing incredible rally right now. I wonder if there's any correlation there. It's 21s trade, 20s trade, 21s trade, up and away. All you gold traders, man, good luck to you. There's some good price action. Nothing else is really
Wow.
moving. So hope you guys. What do you got, Johnny?
There it goes.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Here's gold. It just a little stutter step there, weekly kickoff high, but right through it. So we get an opportunity as it pulls back to it. If it does, that might be something I could maybe sink my teeth into. But the way it's going, man, it's just so strong. I don't even know if we'll get that.
I know. Look at this rally. 22s trade now. 22s. We're just trading. What was the name of that album, John? That Rush album, 2112?
2112. Yeah.
A couple minutes later, we're
All right.
$10 higher. It's crazy.
2121, right? How about that, huh?
2121. How about it? Yeah, we were $10 higher in what? I don't know, 10 minutes. Bulls are in control. Bulls on parade here.
Bulls on
Yeah,
parade for
crude oil
sure.
is not cooperating, but it is what it is. I've already accepted the loss when I put this on. I'm because of my over managing my trades on Friday, I'm not allowed to take it off early. So this is why I have to just I'm only in one lot anyway. So I'm not allowed to overmanage, not allowed to be Lenny, not allowed to kill animals. So just if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, and then we have a break, and then I'll be back in like 3 hours to have a look at some more opportunities. But I'm limiting myself to 2 trades per day. So if this one doesn't work out, so be it. That's a part of trading.
All right.
It is.
No Lennying.
No Lennying. Yes.
Of Mice and Men. What a great book. What do we got here? Yeah, gold. Oh, 2123. I turned my head for 1 second. Now we're trading 23s in gold. What a rally.
Yeah, it's just
Right.
shooting up.
It's incredible.
That's
It
fun.
really is incredible. 24s trade. This is where the action is in gold. Shout out to all the gold traders. Eddie Horn. Chopping it up a little bit, catching some ticks and some profits there. But yeah, gold is where the party's at. Trading 2124. I guess while we watch this gold rally, JD, we're coming to the close here of Fast Markets. Got about 10, 12 minutes left here in Fast Markets. We got a solid lineup for you guys today. But JD, I know everyone's most favorite leaderboard you're about to show us. Any changes or what do you got, man?
There are some changes, but first, let's take a look at our XFA P&Ls from Friday
Good
real
deal.
quick. Here we go. I'm sorry, that's the wrong list. All right, here's yesterday's P&Ls. All right. Ming and Yule both with 10K days. Jonathan with a nice 11K day. Christopher pocketed 12,500. Now on the top 10 list, which we're going to see in just a minute. And Raj took home a cool 13,500 on Friday. Raj was actually copying trades across 3 XFAs for a grand total of $40,500 on Friday. What a day. What a way to start the month.
Well,
What would you guys do if you put up 40K on the first day of the month? Would you
See you
take a
next
payout
month.
and rest? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
see you
take the
next
whole month off. Take a payout, rest up. Would you let it ride? What would you do?
The worst idea. No, I'd probably show up the
I
next
would
day, but still.
take 20%. Yeah, exactly. Me too. I would take
Yep, me
20%
too.
out of it and then carry on trading. Yeah. Just
Definitely
use
take
it
a
for
payout.
more risk capital for the month. Yeah, 20% of the profits made.
Good call. Good call. All right, let's get into that top 10 list. Here is the bottom half of our top 10 list. All right.
Mhm.
Well, there's movement.
We've got Dakota put up 1,600 on Friday. Still dropped down to sixth place, though. He was in fourth place on Friday. Christopher, who we just saw on the XFA PNL leaderboard, put up 12,000 and 12,500 on Friday and moved into the top 10 for the first time. Victor lost about $300 on Friday, dropped from fifth place down to eighth, and David S lost $100. His balance is still good enough for ninth place. Our newcomer Jesus, despite taking a loss on Friday,
Nice.
total account balance was still good enough to sneak into the top 10.
Wow.
Awesome.
All right.
Nice.
Eddie, drum roll, please.
Ooh. Well done. No, this was
Nice. We
got the
timed it
encore.
just nice. All right. Shen made $7,000 on Friday to move into fifth. Raj, who we just mentioned, moved up to fourth place, moved into the top 10 and into fourth place after that huge $40,000 day on Friday. Isaac holding strong in third. Ronald did not trade on Friday, but still retained that second place position. And our leader, Michael, held on to the top spot with $700 profit on Friday. That is it for our top 10 list.
All right. I'm sure we'll see some movement. Thank you, JD. I'm sure
Very
we will
nice.
see some jostling around and movement on that top 10 funded leaderboard as this week progresses. Like we said, big time stuff coming out. Non-farm, we got Powell, we got retail sales, earnings. Yes, we will see some fireworks there on that leaderboard. So make sure to tune in every day, Fast Markets, for that. 5140, John. We've been staring at 5140 in the S&Ps for, I don't know, all day. And
Yeah,
it doesn't seem to be.
Last week's weekly kickoff high is now magnetic. We're waiting for new information.
Hey, what did you call that again earlier when you were doing your chart breakdown? A balance box. We rally, then balance box, then rally, then
Yes.
balance box. Okay,
Yes.
so are we in the balance box right now? How many sessions need to transpire before we know we're in the balance box, so to speak?
I tend to look at these balances on a daily chart. So
Okay.
right now, we're not in balance. We're out of balance, but we're starting to create some short time frame balance because we've got a $9 range inside the overnight session that is creating a degree of balance in a very short time frame. So, we may set up a couple of days of balance here before any new information comes in to change the perception of value. That's when you think about price is an advertising mechanism. If price begins to advertise too expensive, then that upside auction is at risk of changing either into balance or a reversal. You can see it on the low here. Market auction lower, got too cheap. Sellers wouldn't sell it. Buyers took over, and a new upside auction ensued. Into balance, another upside auction, into balance, another upside auction, into balance, another upside auction, into balance, an upside auction that stacks balance pretty much right on top of the other one. And now we're kind of seeing the same thing. Here's an area of balance, and now new area of balance, and now another, move away from it. So, the auction is doing very well. There's no way that I could predict or anybody else could predict when we're going to put in that high print, at least for the time being, so we are still in a buy dip kind of market state formation. Until it proves wrong. And then once it proves wrong, then we have to adjust our strategies to either, if we're range bound, we're buying near the lows, we're selling near the highs, we're buying near the lows. You could have done that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, possibly 6 full rotations in this month from the high of balance to the low of balance.
Unbelievable.
It's not that simple. It's not that easy. We can sit here and say, well, here's how you do that. You sell the high and you buy the low, and you sell the high and you buy the low. And it's not that easy, of course. But, once you recognize that the market isn't a balanced market state, that gives you reference to limit risk on the extremes and a potential to catch, maybe a loss on the breakout, but maybe if the breakout is substantial, you can catch the rest of the breakout when it happens. But, breakouts fail so often, and every downside breakout that has occurred in the S&Ps since October of last year has been bought. There have been short opportunities, but you get money, you got to take money. But here we are, still stuck at 51.40 with a $6 range, waiting for new information. And that's what the market does. It gets to a new level, ranges, balances, chops, whatever you want to call it, waiting for new information. And when that new information comes in, boom, you get to move away from it. And then back into balance. And then boom, there's the Madden. Boom.
Yeah, I like it. Where's that sound effect?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, John.
All right, so the reversal might have been a little bit too early, so I'm down 300 on the day. So I'm sitting on my hands for now. Might try this again in a bit, but for now, just sitting and waiting.
Well, we have a moment here. I just want to at the top of the group of the chat here, you see pinned group coaching forum with JD and Hogue this afternoon. Please get your questions in. John will answer all your questions to the best of his ability. The guy knows. I mean, he's been around for. He knows this shit back and. Sorry, he knows this like the back of his hand, I should say, and he's very happy to share his wisdom and knowledge with you guys. So get those questions in. You get a wealth of experience, wealth of knowledge. It's a very, very valuable session. Your Top Step. That's at noon today. I guess we should do the schedule or menu here while we have a chance.
Sure. Nobody knows everything, folks. Nobody knows everything.
Nobody knows everything. And we're not afraid to say, I don't know. We're not afraid to say, I don't know, because we keep it real here at Top Step X. After this, we got Eddie and Mick. Oh, that's cool. Eddie and Mick for shoulder tap. Power players. I will have the honor and distinction of being able to be on with Peter Tuchman, the Einstein of New York. You're coming to us live from the New York Stock Exchange. That's Power Players with Tuchman, Jack and Bonnie, TopQuiz, Hogue and JD, like we just mentioned. Get those questions in. The form is pinned to the top of the chat. Please get those questions in as they will be answered. Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. You know them. And then, Anne-Marie is this her debut on Power Hour? Will she be joining Nomi and myself? Yeah, it's very cool, Anne-Marie. Looking forward to that. After the close this evening, we got Slow Markets with Dakota. That's at 8 Central, 9 Eastern time. We got a full slate. But, Anne-Marie joining us for Power Hour. Anne-Marie, we are looking forward to that. Make sure to tune in. And, yes, Anne-Marie, awesome. Let's see if we can make some money on Power Hour, as it has been quite profitable. And we'll keep an eye on that delta. But so far, it's been very quiet. And, maybe we don't make a trade today. I don't know. But for the time being, it is sit on your hands and wait. All right, we are seeing some sellers in the S&Ps. Broke beneath that 51.40 price. Looking at tilt, though, nothing doing. 50-50 across the board. Gold, crude, ES, NASDAQ, 50-50 everywhere.
Yeah, everything's even.
Yeah. So
crazy.
We will wait. We will outwait this market. And when the opportunities do come, we'll take advantage of them. But right now, equity is just trying to digest. Crude, kind of chop around about 25 cents off the lows of the day. Gold saw a pullback here. So if you want to get long and buy the pullback, here's your shot. Trading 21.19. High of the day, 21.24, almost 21.25 there in gold. So if you feel like the trend is to the upside still, here is your pullback looking at the 5-minute chart.
Limit the risk.
Limit the risk. Yes, obviously, of course, limit their risk. But all right, we got 2 minutes left here in fast markets. John, I mean, we just got to outwait this market, right? I don't know. All your wisdom. Oh, by the way, 187th birthday of is that the Chicago Board of Trade? Oh, Chicago. I thought it was Chicago Board of Trade. So his 187th birthday here on the title of the YouTube stream. I don't know if that was the Board of Trade. Actually, it's Chicago.
1848.
That would be it.
Was when it was founded, the Chicago Board of Trade.
That's right. All of that. So, yeah, I was about to say.
Just unrelated. My house was built in 1853 in London.
goodness.
Is it really? Very cool.
Holy
Yeah.
cow.
Yeah.
Mine was
Very,
built in
very old house.
1893.
Yeah.
I thought mine was old. Mine was built in 1893. Yours was built in 18 when?
Wow. 53.
That's I mean, we're coming on. That's 175 years ish. That's
Yeah.
that's crazy. Is it drafty? Can I ask you something? Is it very drafty? Is it inefficient when it's cold?
Yeah.
Same
Yes,
here. It drives me
it's
nuts.
terrible. Like it's not energy efficient at all. I mean, it's a beautiful Victorian house, but
Yeah.
it's drafty, man. Like we had to change all of the windows, but even then, you have these like vents. Like, what do you need vents for in London? It's bloody cold all the time, and yet all of the houses have got vents. It's like so annoying. But you know, they are lovely houses. It's very picturesque. You know, very London-like in the area that I live in. And you can't change anything from the outside. They don't allow any
Really?
house to be
Yeah.
changed. So all
here.
houses look the same.
Mm.
Yeah.
You got to pull all the permits,
Well,
and that's a pain.
My house was
Yeah.
built in 1999.
I bet it's efficient.
That's new.
I bet it's efficient.
That is very
And
efficient. Yeah.
I bet it's efficient, man. Trust me.
It's,
It's
you know,
nice on the outside, but yes.
I got to replace some windows, but I mean, we built it, so nobody else has
Oh,
lived
you
here.
built it.
and-
Wow.
Yeah, it's all, you know,
Is that
it's
difficult?
it's 100% brick. And so
Yeah.
we love it. You know, we will be leaving soon, maybe in a few years. We'll go somewhere a little bit warmer, but we raised 2 kids in this house, and you know, it's got a great yard, epic wiffle ball games in the backyard, man. Epic wiffle ball games. And, but doesn't have the history that you guys have in your homes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
History only goes so
Yeah.
far, John. Then it comes to the
Exactly. Yeah.
bills.
It's
The
just
bills
the nature
come.
of
And you're like,
Europe. You know, we've been around for so long. You know, there's a lot of old houses, and it's beautiful. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, we are looking to move, and we're not going to be looking at buying an old house. That's not happening.
mhm.
You're going to move to Chicago?
No,
She lived
we're
here.
just yeah. Well, briefly, we're moving to West Sussex, which is more south than London, but
Oh,
it's
nice.
only an hour's drive from London. So it's kind of like
little
more countryside, but it's still pretty urban. So the area still has like 150,000 people living there. So it's not like it's a village, but you know, it's there's a lot more greenery. You know, you can get a very big house for the money that this one costs. So we're just
Sure.
looking to move somewhere we have a bit more space because we've got 8 dogs, and we love doing walks and hikes and stuff. So it would
Nice.
match our lifestyle a lot better than London. We don't really have much reason to stay in London at this point. So yeah, we're looking forward to that later this year.
Nice.
All
I
right,
hate
guys. When
moving,
it
but
comes,
getting to a nice place would be good.
oh, yes, it is. Once the move is over and you settle in, you're happy you did it. You got to just rip the Band-Aid off sometimes, as they say. But yeah, that does it out for fast markets. We wish the markets were actually faster today. The markets itself were not that fast. This segment, though, still flew by. Thank you to Andrew, StockMarketWolf, for joining us earlier in an opening call as well. The S&Ps are thin. Deanna, thank you so much for joining us, and we're looking forward to you doing the takeover later this week. We'll see you guys again. John coming up later this day. But yeah, that's it for Fast Markets. Shoulder tap coming up next. Thank you guys so much.
Love.
Welcome to Ye Old Shoulder Tap, built in 2024, 2023. Time to share some success, time to avoid some failure. Let's bring in our risk manager, Mick, who is sharing who's doing well, who needs a tap on the shoulder, basically the good, the bad, and the ugly. Good morning, Mick. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Eddie. Nice to be on with you. This is a little change. Keep things entertaining. We're talking about the good, the bad, the ugly, the ways to improve. And we've got a mixed board today for shoulder tap. So good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Excuse me.
Mick, real quick here. Real quick. We've got a lot of new people here today. A lot of new people. What does a risk manager do? If you can do it, just explain it real quick, and then we'll start. We'll jump into our traders.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you a high level overview. So, risk team, we keep our eye on all of our funded traders, be it the express funded accounts or the live accounts. And we work with those traders, more specifically the people in the live accounts. Our job is to, monitor the company's risk, the firm's risk on the live side of things, as well as, with the XFAs. But so we work with our live traders. We build relationships with our live traders, and we're also in charge of the XFA to live call up process. So with that, we're looking for our best traders to move them to the prop firm with us. So that's a big piece of what we do, among many other things. But in reference to our funded traders, that's kind of it, very high level.
Right.
Speaking of that, with the XF,
you're like Big Brother, the eye in the sky.
In a way. I mean, what we want to do is find the best talent and put that in the live accounts. And of that talent that we find, the people that go to the live accounts, we want to keep those people in their live accounts for as long as possible. So it's our job to help those traders lock in profits, limit downside losses, and keep them trading in those live accounts.
Beautiful.
So speaking of that, I'm glad you asked. Last week was a pretty good week for our funded traders. We had called up 21 people from XFAs to live, and we only offboarded or closed 7 accounts, the live accounts. So we had overall, we were net positive on the people that we were adding to those live accounts at the prop firm versus people that we called down. So that's always good. It kind of gives me, I mention these numbers sometimes on a daily basis or report back on a weekly basis. And it kind of gives, me a pulse of just overall how people are trading. And we know last week was a good week. I listened into all the leaderboards and the streaks and the P&Ls that are shared, ahead of this segment. And, there were some staggering numbers last week. So I think that plays into some of the stuff that I'm sharing. And usually when we have, good weeks and bad weeks, there's a high correlation with how many people get called up and how many people lose their live accounts. So just wanted to, kind of go ahead.
I wanted to say something too. If you were one of those traders that got offboarded, all right, you've been there, you've done that. You know what you need to do. All right. Stay positive. Keep that positive mindset. Do what you did prior and you're going to get back to where you want to be. That's all I wanted to say, Mick.
Yeah.
If we're ready.
I mean, you're right about that. You've got to do what you did prior to get you to that live account. But the biggest opportunity with losing your live account is making adjustments and looking at what went wrong and what you could have done differently. Because we as traders always need to be looking at those things. That's a lot of the content that I talk about too when we go through these trading cards and we're talking about people's trading activity. It's things, everybody's got something that they're doing well. And those things that you're doing well, leverage those. Over time, things pop up. You might be doing something commonly incorrect that you should be doing differently. You need to recognize those things and make those changes. And that's a big piece of this segment is I'm pointing out areas that, in many cases, things they could be doing differently. So we always have to be making adjustments to make ourselves better traders. If you're doing something consistently that you should be changing and you're not making any changes, well, you're going to fall into, the same pitfalls that you have been. And it's going to be very difficult to progress in your trading career if you're not making changes. We all have to be open and honest with ourselves. Before we get in and talk about some of those things, I do have some shout outs today from our live group of traders. Shout out to Matlin up 1,500. Shout out to Aiden up 1,300. We've got Nicholas T up 1,000, and Isaac Rivera, he's up 1,000 as well.
Nice.
It's kind of a light day on the board as far as big P&Ls go on the live boards. Just kind of a quiet start to the week, I think, which is not a bad thing. Hogan and I talk about that a lot. Starting slow, be it in your account on a new week. It's Monday. There's no reason to, jump in and go head first. I mean, we should all be prepared to pounce on these markets if we see our opportunities. But I never have a problem seeing a quiet morning. It kind of tells me that there's a certain element of maturity with the group of live traders. Speaking of group of live traders, let's pull up a card for William. William is someone who got called up. William's someone who got called up to a live account last week. I wanted to chat about him, but we just ran out of time. So really good stuff out of William here. Obviously, because you're seeing 100% winning days on this trading card. Now, William, 100% winning days, that was across 8 trading days. So not a big sample size here, Eddie, but this is flawless trading. And these numbers really, speak for themselves. On average, he's taken out $2,000, $2,000 plus from the market every single day. He is trading ES, not EES, but ES, and just 100% winning days on those 8 trading days. Now, that's going to be very difficult to sustain, but the probabilities of maintaining high percent winning days is pretty good because they've got 85% winning trades. They're very selective with the trades that they're taking. They are taking 10 trades a day, but they're only trading 2 lots. And I like that. Someone who's taking 10 trades a day, they're trading on a shorter time frame. It's going to be difficult to maintain this 85% winning trades at 10 trades a day, but they've got a good system down. I really like some other stuff here. Their biggest winning day in this account was almost $4,700. Their worst day, and this wasn't even a bad day, it was a profitable day, was $228. So they made $228. I think there's also a little bit of an error here on the trading card. That best day is not minus 228. It's just their smallest winning day of $228. And they got a decent risk reward here too. $366 made per contract when they're only risking $288 per contract. So it's a little bit better than 1-to-1, but they've got, good trade location here. So, if they were to not be putting up 85% winning trades, which again is going to be difficult to maintain, but it's fabulous. The risk reward would need to be a little bit better, but a little better than 1-to-1 risk reward ratio and 85% winning trades is certainly the recipe for success here, which is why we called William up to live. I think the last thing I'll share here is, nice hold times on the winners, 35 minutes in the winners, 23 minutes in the losers. There weren't that many losers, as I've kind of iterated here in different ways. But just overall good stuff. And we want to see William continue this trading activity in the live account. Maybe consider dropping down the trades per day. But for someone who's got 100% winning days, I don't have any areas for improvement to share here. William's killing it. And we hope that he continues to kill it.
Mick, what I like about it, 2 lots. All right, 2 lot. They're not really swinging for the fence, and they're keeping control of the size. And I really like that average. And like you said, average winning trade, $366. That's like my day, and they're doing very well. Another thing I do see is that they had a nice payout too. So things are looking good here for Williams, and I wish him the best.
Yeah, and we love those payouts. I think he took a payout when he was transferred to his live account. As a reminder for everybody, payout policy at TopStep, 5 winning days of $200 or more is what's required to request that payout. But in addition to that, when you do get transferred from XFA to live, You also have the ability to take up to 50% of that account. I've given a couple examples of why it's important to consider what's a reasonable amount to take. For a lot of people that are those big swingers, you might not want to take 50%. You might want to leave, take a payout, but take a smaller portion of it. Leave yourself some cushion when you get into the live account.
Exactly.
Because I've shared examples of some people who take that big payout and then they have, 5 losing days of $3,000 in a row, and their account might be busted because, they would have taken half of that $30,000 we transferred over. So it's not a one size fits all thing. Think about your trading, think about what you need to keep in the live account, and, adjust accordingly and just be smart about it, because we all have cold streaks. Speaking of cold streaks, but good performance, let's pull up the trading card for Jalen. Jalen is one of our live traders. He spent 9 days in a live account. Overall, he is profitable, but it's interesting. You don't really see great metrics here. Average daily P&L of 557 is great. But as we go a little bit lower and dive into the card, only 11% winning days and only 32% winning trades. Eddie, if you've got his trade report up, this guy, I will say, he has hit his daily loss limit in 8 of the 9 trading days here. 8 of the 9 trading days. It's a 50K account, so he's got it's a 50K, so we missed that on the trading card also. Jalen's in a 50K, so he's got $1,000 daily loss limit, which he has hit 8 of the 9 trading days. How is he profitable? Well,
one day
he put up $13,618. So there's something to be said about this. Where do I begin?
Over trading. I mean, I'm not going to say over trading, but most likely he was seeing the market very well that day and kept going. Pedal to the metal, because I don't think did he have a losing trade that day? I don't think so. No. He was 12 trades, 12-0.
Yeah, so that day in particular, they put the pedal down because they were extremely in tune with the market, and they were so in tune. That day was an anomaly as far as the statistics go, but an anomaly as far as how many trades that they're taking, because they don't have a problem with over trading. They're only taking 3 trades a day on average. That day was a 12 trade day. So I think that Jalen is in the perfect account size for his style of trading. For someone who can take over $13,000 out of the market in a single day, but only risks $1,000, they're in the right account size with the right parameters. Jalen might not be profitable if he were in the larger account size where he had a $3,000 daily loss limit. Maybe he would stop himself before hitting that. Maybe he wouldn't. I don't know. And I don't care to know, because he's in the right account size with $1,000 daily loss limit. But, this is overall profitable, very profitable. But there's some cause for concern here, just with the low winning trade percentage, and then definitely the winning trading days. He's going to have to turn this around, or he's going to have to rely on catching those home runs. He is managing his money on a daily basis well, but over a period of time, having 11% winning days is not really sustainable unless you keep having, the limited losses of 1,000 and then home runs. But the markets don't always give you those home run, grand slam opportunities. So he's in the right size account. I did want to talk about him because he had actually, that's the next person, so I apologize. Getting my people confused.
Mick, one thing I'd like to say here is consistently hitting that daily loss limit. Boom, 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 boom. I think somebody like this needs to be pulled aside and says, hey, I think you need to apply a personal loss limit and commit to it. I do see some days where it's just been negative all the way through. So he's ran right through the whole day, hit the DLL. Next day, hit the whole day, hit the DLL. There's a good day here. He's up 3,300, and he ends the day down 1,000. For a 50K account, $3,000 on a 50K account. My God, that's beautiful. But I mean, we got to know as traders when to say when.
I was looking at that day too, because a lesson for everybody out there, up $3,000 on the day and turning that into $1,000 losing day. It's a $4,000 swing. $3,000 is pretty significant profits. So, with that, if you're up $3,000, if you're up significant money, and significant money is going to mean something different for everybody. Maybe $3,000 is significant money for somebody when it's not significant money for somebody else. But if it's significant to you, and significant, I would just kind of define that as above your average daily P&L, or what you would just call simply a good day. Think about keeping half of that. So if you're up $3,000, and you continue trading and you go down to 1,500, call it a day. There's a lot worse things than walking away with $1,500 in profits on a single trading day. I do think part of the reason that the $1,000 daily loss limit is hit so regularly here is because they're trading 5 contracts. I always say it's pretty easy to make or lose $1,000 trading a one lot, but for 5 contracts in the NASDAQ, your back is kind of immediately up against the wall. You don't have a lot of wiggle room once you slap that 5 lot on. So I think something, and I have it listed here in the trading cards, Jalen could maybe consider looking at trade location and try and find better entries. I'm not saying he's not doing this, but getting in on pullbacks and things of that nature. Trade location is something to look at, and there might be an area for improvement there. What I do know is an area for improvement for someone who does accumulate a position size of 5 contracts. He goes all in and then all out on the 5 lots.
Right.
Because of what I'm seeing on the trade report, I think that something that would serve Jalen better than going all in with these 5 lots is scaling in. Because if he's scaling in, and I would recommend scaling in when the position is going in your favor, start with 1 or 2 and then pyramid it. So start with 2, then add 1, then add 1, and then add 1. That kind of thing. And add as the market's going in your favor and telling you that you're correct. Because what that is going to do for Jalen is it's going to ensure that when he's got that 5 contracts on, it's on a position that's already going in his favor, as opposed to slapping 5 on initially and then the market going against him a little bit and then that daily loss limit being hit. So if he can do that, he's going to ensure that he's only got the 5 lot on, the size on, when it's working for him. He'll have to manage his stops or his exit accordingly. But if the market goes against him when he only starts with 1 contract and doesn't go all in, it means he's only got a 1 lot on going against him, and he's not going to add as the market's going against him. So that could potentially have him, stop himself out on a losing trade, but then still have some ammo to take another trade opportunity in the day. So that would be my biggest piece here as I was dissecting his trading. Instead of going all in, scale in. And I think that'll help a lot with the 11% winning days.
Right.
That's what I've got here for him.
Right. He's loading up large, and right off the gate, he's shooting large. Like you said, scale. Start small, build up a little foundation, a little safety net, see how your day's going. He wouldn't be seeing these DLLs day after day. So anyway, let's. Who else do we got here, Mick?
So those were 2 pretty much shout outs, because we had good trading from William, good trading from Jalen. Profitability wise, we got to work on the metrics though. I'd like to go to Matthew, because this is a big shoulder tap here. Matthew is one of our live traders, and you can see the performance here. It's not working out. He's losing almost $3,000 a day every day. The winning trade percentage is actually lower because he hit his daily loss limit again today. This is an example of what not to do when you get a live account. Eddie, pull up this trade report. It's a relatively ugly
right in front of me.
thing. Yeah, it's a very ugly thing. So Matthew got called up to a live account. He started with about $20,000. Last week, in his first, overall, last week he was down over 13 grand after 6 trading days. Today's day 7. I said he lost another 3,000. In 7 short trading days, Matthew went from a $20,000 account balance to what I've got on my board behind me here, a $63 account balance. So that account has basically got nothing left in it. He could put a 1 lot on tomorrow and not really even be able to afford 5 ticks in the S&Ps before busting out. So that account's basically done. I could have put a gravestone next to on this trading card, but there's some statistics here to talk about. Look, he only had 1 winning day in his live account. It was a $300 winning day. He came out of the gates trading size, and to just be upfront, I mean, he's fallen on his face over these last 7 days.
Let's hope you learned something from this, and we can share this. That's why we're here doing this. I know that that first day, $322 of commissions. Next day, $370 of commissions. I mean, that's a lot of trading.
Yeah,
and
this is the I'm not bringing him up to smack talk him or anything like that. It is to have him learn from this experience, and for everybody else who's viewing to learn from it too. It's nice when you get a good example of someone else as an example that you can learn from, where you don't have to make that mistakes or incur those costs or losses yourself. And that's why I'm talking about him. It's not the smack talk, but this was a blown opportunity by Matthew, just because he was risking so much and he was not making any money, and he didn't do anything to pump the brakes and slow down. Look, I'd mentioned today he lost over 3 grand and he's got $63 left in his account. Right. If you've got a little over 3 grand in your account, why are you risking 3 grand? Why are you risking your whole account on a single day? Split it up. Maybe you risk 1,500 today, maybe you risk 1,500 tomorrow. It's going to buy you an extra day. Even better than risking 1,500 over 2 days, each day over 2 days. Maybe split it up even more. Give yourself 4 swings at the plate. Risk 750, 750, 750, 750. You're giving yourself 4 opportunities there as opposed to 1 opportunity. So that's my shoulder tap for him.
Mick, when I got my 150K XFA, my first day was like his first day, right? Dug a big hole. But I stopped, okay? And then I took a few steps back, reevaluated, and said, okay, what do I need to do? And I went very small. I mean, if you look at my trade report on that, it was just a step by step, and I had the patience, I had the management. Some traders don't want to hear that, but I had to say, I got to practice what I preach. And this is what I did. My first day, I fell off the horse, and the horse took off. But coming back here, it's a hard climb to get back, and I basically got that back to break even, and I'm a little above it right now. I haven't touched it in a while, but I mean, don't be disheartened, don't be discouraged. We have that mentality, and now it's time to make money. I want to make money, I want a lot of money. And sometimes we fail, but we have to make sure that we can save ourselves, or at least try to challenge yourself.
Yeah. So something here with Matthew, that someone who's conscious and aware, we have to be very aware of what we're doing with our trading. We have to be very aware in the moment when we're trading. But for someone who starts with 20 grand, and this will be my last takeaway here, if you start with $20,000 and after your first 3 losing days, they traded 4 days, their first 4 days, they had 3 losing days, and then that little $300 winner. If I started with 20K in my account, and after 4 trading days, I see that I only have 10K left in it, I am pushing the mouse away. I'm getting away from the desk, and I'm saying, what just happened? And what can I do to turn this around and not continue the bleed? Because, I mean, they cut an artery early on, and they were bleeding out pretty bad, losing 50% of their account in 4 trading days. If that's a situation that you as a trader find yourself in, step away for a little bit, look at things that you can tweak and change to ensure that you don't lose that other 50% in the next 4 days.
Stop the bleed. Right.
You really have to pump the
But-
brakes and take a look at that.
You
and
do.
I know we're up on time here.
Right.
That's
Well
the
said,
last piece
Mick.
I would say.
We're going to have to get that next card tomorrow. Looking forward to it. But great stuff. I hope that this sort of penetrates our trading minds on what we need to do and how we need to move forward. But Mick, it's been great talking to you, my friend. We'll be back here tomorrow for Shoulder Tap. And hey, if you learned something on this, make sure you're taking notes, putting it in your journal. Mick, it was a pleasure talking to you. And you have a great day, sir.
You too, Eddie. Thank you.
Well, this is an honor for me. Welcome to Power Players. This is my first time being able to speak to the legend, most photographed man on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, Peter Tuchman. Peter Tuchman, welcome to TopstepTV. Welcome to Power Players. How's it going on your end? Happy Monday.
You know what? I'm honored as well. Thank you, Andre. I'm excited to be here as always on Monday. You know what? I'm okay. I mean, it is Monday. We are in the beginning of March, and normally you start to see, fresh influx of money into the market, and I'm not really seeing that right now. The market's sort of, it's not when even a market going up or down 500 points is not that significant or relevant in this crazy world we've been living on. So literally a market that's up or down 20, 50, 100 points is not really telling us anything except that people are either on vacation, maybe they're off skiing somewhere, or they're sort of just sitting back and waiting for things to sort of regroup. It seems clearly people are putting a lot of money in crypto at the moment. Bitcoin had broke through 65,000. That's kind of exciting in that space. It was the space that I resisted for the longest time. But obviously, when things like this, start to really get some traction and it gets my attention, I pay attention. And I'd like to say that to everybody. Look, it's really important for people to. I know I listened to the segment before I came on, and I caught sort of the end of it. about people losing 50% of their trading portfolio and whatnot. And I just had a conversation with one of my clients talking to them because it's been, look, technical analysis works. It usually works really, really well. But sometimes the way the market's been moving, look, if you're trading as you, whatever it is, technicals, fundamentals, whatever it is, and it's not working, and it's not working for 1 day, 2 days, a week, or a couple of weeks, it's for me, it's time to step back for a minute, reevaluate what the market's doing, what am I doing wrong. Journaling, trading is super important as a day trader. Everybody should be journaling, right? I mean, you should be checking out your winners, your losers. What did you do that was different this time? Because look, this is a wild market. We've never seen the volatility. We've never seen the price action the way it is. We've never seen stocks respond to economic data they are the way they are now, right? You're seeing positive earnings, positive guidance, and the stock goes down $50. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to that. And when someone is losing, we talk about it all the time, teaching technical analysis. It's like, I will come back from a losing day. I will come back from 2 losing days. But if I start to revenge trade and I start to really lose focus, right, and I get irresponsible with my trading, it's like the analogy of somebody who goes to Vegas as who's a gambler, and they just start getting irresponsible and they go all in and they start doing revenge trading, trying to get back what they lost, as opposed to stepping back and trying to build it back slowly. When you do that in trading, you end up in trouble, right? You can blow up a trading account. We know that, especially, look, people come in to TopStep, they open up a futures funded account, and sometimes if they get irresponsible and they sort of lose their discipline and focus, they will blow up the account. Now, if you're doing simulated trading, it's all fine and good. You just open up a new account. But you would think that people want to learn the discipline and consistency of successful trading. I've spoken about it a million times. There are rules, there are secrets to successful day trading, right? And the people who are not successful at this are all making the same mistakes, right? Talking about, about using stop orders, talking about having a plan on how much money you want to make on a trade, knowing when to turn the machine off when you're losing. These are the things that, this is real. Yeah, I know TopStep is simulated and whatnot, but at the end of the day, you're there. Everyone's trying to make money, right? At the end of the day, the relationship your customers have with you guys is super important, and this is a learning process. And so the long game is people want to start investing in their future, investing in stocks and not stuff, learning the discipline and consistency of successful day trading.
Awesome. Very good stuff. You were talking about wild price action. Now, nothing, maybe next. So what is it? If I ask you, you're there on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, Peter, what is the sentiment amongst the traders there on the floor in terms of what these equities are doing? How, it seems like buy the dip, zombie rally, for instance, new highs seems to be at least once a week. We're making new all-time highs. What's the sentiment coming from the New York Stock Exchange?
You know what? It's hard to get a sense of what the sentiment is here. All I can really do is kind of analyze what the market's doing. The market goes up or down as a function of retail now, a big retail community that's global. It's millions and millions strong. And what we're seeing, even though we saw the CPI and the PPI number that came out 10 days ago, which was very disappointing, and that market was down almost 1,000 points midday going into the end of the day, we did see a major buy the dip. Some of it was a short covering, but we're seeing that the market is not really giving the investment and trading community is not letting the market come in at all, right? Every dip we're seeing it rebuffed with a major strong rally. So I think there's a huge appetite for stocks when they go on sale. That's kind of how you want to look at it, right? If I fell in love with a leather jacket at Macy's, right, and I see it go from that to 25% off, well, it's going to get my attention. If it goes 50% off, I'm not going to go run for the hills. I'm going to go into the store and start to make a disciplined decision. Is this something I need and I want? Same thing with stocks. People should be having stocks on a list in front of them that when they want to get, look, people buy stocks as a long-term investment because they like the story, they like the people, they like the process, right? And they like the products, right? But sometimes look at Nvidia. It's a really high-priced stock at this point. A year ago, Nvidia was trading, February of last year was trading at $108. It's now trading at $800. This is fact numbers. It's now trading at $800. Well, for some people, that may be a little bit long in the tooth and a bit pricey. So, look, there are companies that kind of got away from us, right? A lot of the companies in AI and a lot of companies in tech are just a little bit long in the tooth. They feel overbought, but they're not coming in. So people should have a list of companies that they really want to buy. And when they come in and when they start trading at a discount, people need to consider your first entry point into a long-term investment should be your smallest entry. If you decide you want to have a 100-share position in a stock, whether it's Nvidia, and I'm not an advisor and I'm not telling you anybody what to do, but if there's a stock that you want to buy, your first entry in should be your smallest, not your biggest. If I want to have a total investment of 100 shares in a stock, I'm going to start buying 5 shares and then 10 shares. My first trade should be the smallest so that I'm not chasing, because there's a chance that it may look, if it goes up after that, that's all good. You can always average up, but you don't want to be chasing a loss. You want to be able to average in for a long-term investor. As a day trader, we don't believe in averaging into a trade. If you're averaging into a trade as a day trader, you're in a bad trade. And that is one of the biggest no-nos of all. But anyway, the sentiment seems like, people are dying to at a discount. The minute they go on sale, people are just grabbing them up. And there's just a lot of somewhat irrational enthusiasm around the market trading. We're at record highs across the board, and the market just seems to keep going up.
Interesting. Hey, Pierre, do you think there's still more money on the sidelines to come into these markets at this point, or have the buyers been exhausted? Or is there more money on the sidelines to take this to even higher prices?
You know what? Look, I don't like to predict where the market's going. If you were to ask me, is the market going up or down? The best answer I can give you is yes. It is yes. I mean, that's the only responsible answer for sure. Is there money on the sideline? There always is. There are people who still are not convinced, right, that the economy is in good shape, that we're not. There are still people who are firm believers that we're looking at a major pullback March, April, May of this year. There are some major players in the game, right, who are always the big bulls, the big bears, and the ones who are always the doomsayers. And there's a major short position in this market across the board. And at the end of the day, and then there are those people who have never really gotten back in the market after they got really kind of beat up after COVID and after that sort of pullback there. So look, I'm sure there are tranches of people, whether they're long-term, old-time vetted investors who are sitting on the sideline waiting for this market to pull in and pull back because we are trading at record highs. That's hard. As a long-term investor, this is a really hard time to start putting money to work in this market. That's what people say. I'm not a believer in that. I believe there's no bad market. There's just a bad entry into the market. And look, people, if you like the company, you like the product, you like the people, you like the process, then you're looking at the long game. Then you just start to get involved and you just start buying small. If the stock starts to come in, then you scale in your buy interest or sell side on the short side. But that's where I'm at with this.
What would it take for us to see a pullback where we could get that money off the sidelines and back into the markets? What would be a catalyst for a 5%? You said there's some big bets, some big short positions out there. What is the thinking behind that? You said March, April, May. What would be the catalyst to the downside move that would see a pullback in these equities? What would cause something like that? If you had, from all your experience, what would send us lower? I mean, inflation doesn't seem to do the trick. Earnings seem to be fine. GDP seems to be fine. Jobs seem to be fine. Where would the pullback come from?
So, look, we were looking at obviously the economic data that was coming out. They were really looking at the fact that if inflation is not, if we're not able to get a handle on inflation, then obviously people felt to look at all the economic data that came out over the last couple of weeks are definitely, people were looking that was going to be what was going to cause a pullback. Right now, look, in this market, it seems that there are headwinds here. There are economic headwinds, right? People are struggling, but it's a question of, are those people the ones who are buying the market, or is it people who have money who are buying the market? There's definitely earnings problems that could cause a dislocation in this market. There's huge economic data that could come out that could dislocate this. We've got banking crisis that's possible. We've got we've got we've got an election. We've got 2 wars going on. I mean, there's all kinds of that could literally just dislocate this market. It just seems that any little tidbit of an economic data that comes in that seems like it could dislocate the market. Over the last 2 weeks, we were looking at Jay Powell coming out and speaking. That didn't make the market come in. We were looking at CPI and PPI. They came in, even though the market sold off that day, it was rebuffed by a major rally. So right now, I don't know what that is. What is the thing that's going to dislocate it? But it's possible. I just don't know. And like I said to you guys on Friday, I don't know is a legitimate answer to so many questions in this market.
Absolutely, Peter. In fact, one of our good colleagues here, our good friend John Hogan, we always say we're not afraid to say I don't know. It is a legitimately good answer. I know we're kind of tight on time here. Again, Peter Tuchman coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. This is very, very cool for me. I really appreciate you joining us. Tell us about Wall Street Trading Global Academy really quick while we got you here for the last couple minutes.
Sure, absolutely. Look, we were just talking about a market that's literally difficult to trade. At Wall Street Global Trading Academy, we teach technical analysis and risk management. Risk management means the use of stop orders and money management and order management to protect your downside risk, and technical analysis being one of the great gifts that keeps on giving. This market can be really volatile and can be difficult, but at the end of the day, as a day trader, you're looking to make small bits of money a day, every week, every month, and at the end of the day, using technical analysis is really the key. That's what we teach: discipline, consistency, technical analysis, and risk management. You're all welcome to reach out to me. I'm happy to show you the game, and WSGTA is the way to go.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you so much for your time, Peter Tuchman. Again, Peter Tuchman coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Really appreciate your time coming here with Wall Street Trading Global Academy. Thank you for joining us so much, Peter, and giving us your insights into the floor and into the markets, where we're going. Really appreciate you. I'm not sure we're going to have you on for the rest of the week, but we will see you again next week, Peter. Appreciate it very much, man. Thank you.
All right. I look forward to it. Have a great week, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
welcome back to Power Players. We did a little bit of a line shift. We've got Dolby Time in the middle there. First time on TV this week. Good to see you, Dolby Time. And our man Eddie, his side.
Howdy.
What's up, Dolby Time? He just opened up a chart as he was working visually behind the scenes. And Dolby, what was the first thing that you said when you looked at gold?
I don't know if I can use the words, but I think it was like holy crap. Holy crap, I think is what I said. GC, you're out of control. Out of control.
Yes, it is. It's a hell of a power rally. Bulls on praise. My bad joke that I've been repeating for the last few months now. While we were on with Peter Tuchman just previously here live from the New York Stock Exchange, Eddie, did we get blindsided by some Raphael Bostic headlines? Where the hell did those come from?
Wow.
I didn't see those on the calendar. I didn't see them on the calendar. What happened there?
It's as soon as we got on with Peter, we were blitzed by Fed's Bostic, and what it was actually his quarterly. He comes out quarterly with an essay, and Atlanta Fed President CEO Raphael Bostic writes an essay sharing his thoughts on topics of current interest, and that's where we saw. I posted some in the chat here. And the most important stuff. And that stuff was, let me just repeat it here. Most important things that came off that essay was, I would not anticipate that cuts, when they start, would be back-to-back, but it depends on the response. Also, he did say, I still expect 2/4 percentage point cuts this year. So these are very important things to remember when he does talk again. So that's what it was. I was looking on the Eco calendar, didn't see it, but it's his quarterly essay. So there you have it.
Appreciate that. So he's saying 2 cuts this year. That puts him at odds with Williams last week, who said Williams had 3 cuts this year. And Bostic said no back-to-back rate cuts, which is fine. I'm sure they're going to cut and wait and see how the data reacts to it. But that puts him at odds with one of his other voting members in Williams. So that's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. As we were talking there, S&P's at almost the high of the day here, 51.46 even is the high of the day. We're currently trading 2 ticks beneath that. Volume's been pretty light today. Dolby Time, it is a Monday, beginning of the week. Short week for us as traders. How do we approach something like this? We take it slow. Are you looking to make your money, get out, and then call it a week? What are you looking to do here? And what markets are you looking in?
Well, since I'm on so early, looking at a little bit of everything, I did look at NASDAQ, and it is very, very range bound, really tight on the 30-minute as well as the 5-minute. So no trades there, but if I did have to place a trade, I'd be looking at 18,333 as to the upside, as well as 18,281 are some ranges that I wouldn't mind getting involved in. Other than that, crude oil looks like it is heading lower after it double topped at 80.35. I do have a downside level of 78 evens. However, we are still in quite the uptrend in general, but I do have a daily consolidation low that I'm looking at 78. Okay. So we are kind of diddling in the middle, if you will, but honestly, 85 cents away is not that far for crude. So if it wanted to, I think we could get down there, but overall in general, still bullish crude oil. But no trades yet. That's okay.
So it's been quite a bit of a quiet start to the week here as we do approach. I guess you could say we are in the lunch hour trade. Definitely New York, we're in the lunch hour trade. Chicago closely approaching thereafter. Take a look at tilt, 50-50 gold, 50-50 crude, 50-50 ES, 61% long NASDAQ. Not a whole lot popping there. Eddie, we're looking to make some trades. We got about 20 minutes left in this session. I know we're not here to force trades, but boy, it's juicy when you see these markets moving, or you see gold moving like that, and gold's your bread and butter there. So what are you thinking?
Yeah, I was trying to put my cleats on earlier. Somebody hit them on me. I couldn't find them. I couldn't get out to the field. Actually, I was busy in chat. But God, the opportunity we had Friday, today, and now it's sort of, I found the cleats. I put them on and got to the field, and now it's like, well, what do we want to do here? Tilt 64.36, 64% short. Is this an indication of a top? Now, if you're looking at mine, I've got 15-minute candlesticks, and that seller off the top sort of is telling me something here. We had some buyers trying to come in there. Right now, I'm looking at the dome, and it looks like the offers are much stronger, as we can see. We're not seeing a run like we saw before. And now I'm a little skeptical. I mean, I put a one lot on just a little earlier, and I got my ass handed to me for $92. So right now is like, okay, you know what? I put that one lot on just to test the waters, and it cost me $93, 93 bucks. But right now I'm sitting back here, and I need to get commitment in the market again. So like they say, sit on your hands on the butt.
Yeah.
I guess that's what I need to do right now.
Hands on the butt. Dolby time I see here in chat. You see YM slow melt up. What are you seeing over there?
So for my charts right here, we did talk about the Dow on Friday, which was a lot of fun. And also with Robert and Anne Marie, and we're placing some trades there. Only $5 a tick. You get a little bit more wiggle room, maybe a little bit more value relative to like your risk. And I am seeing here that I have a 30-minute up and a little consolidation range, which I can draw up right now.
Look at this. Look at these skills. Look at this.
Yeah, look at this elite drawing skills. Bam.
Look at that.
So we are trading at the high of this range that we have here. So, could be a cheap short if you're into shorts, or it could be, if you're long somewhere down here, you're looking for a breakout to the upside. But I'm kind of curious that the YM is kind of cruising right now, and it seems like everything else is kind of chilling as far as ES is doing well. So ES and the YM are kind of leading the indices right now.
Interesting. Yes, they are. Yeah, finally, S&P's woke up a bit. NASDAQ's still taking nap mode, still in weekend mode. Hasn't really broken out of its range. Chop around 18,300, a few ticks higher there. Till we got nothing, but we could maybe, the Dow and the S&P's like to see catching the bid here. Crude oil bouncing off their lows, about 24 cents off their lows, trading 78.90, the low of 78.66 on the day. Quiet day there. Okay, so here we go. New highs of the day here in S&Ps. We do see a little bit of liquidity to the upside, 51.46 half, 300 lot sitting there. Another 300 lot of 40. Okay, so we have some liquidity stacked to the upside, pretty thin to the downside S&Ps. But yeah, this is a test of our patience and a test of our discipline here. The week is backloaded with all the big heavy-handed fireworks. The meat and potatoes, as Michael Pataco say, the meat and potatoes are starting on Wednesday with Powell. Dolby, I think we're just going to wait. New highs in the S&Ps. If you guys are looking to put a trade on, please let us know. If you guys have any trade ideas in the chat, please let us know. But hey, Dolby, by the way, we got you, me, and Anne Marie for Power Hour today. Pretty cool, huh?
It's going to be crazy.
That'll be great.
I don't know. You guys, Anne Marie's joining us for Power Hour. We're really super excited about that.
It's going to be great. I mean, this is still valuable, stuff to learn. Yeah. Is it really her first time on Power Hour? I guess we had D last week.
With you guys. Oh,
yeah, with us. Yeah. I guess it's fun. She's awesome.
God. Yeah. Blast.
But this is still valuable stuff here. If you did your weekend homework and kind of prepared for this week, hopefully you did some looking at the news, seeing what news events are out there, because that can kind of color what the beginning of the day looks like. If you know there's going to be a bunch of news events Monday, Thursday, Friday, chances are Monday and Tuesday are going to be kind of slow. So maybe you pull out the range bound strategies, or maybe you just don't trade at all and you just wait for the news. But this is where kind of doing your homework ahead of time can kind of give you a little bit of an advantage going into the week, because you can kind of anticipate the volatility or lack thereof. So in this case, maybe it's the lack thereof. But if you go into if you're a new trader and you go into every single trading day thinking every day is going to be the same, you will think that if you don't do your homework, right?
Right.
But every day is not the same. Every day is different. Every single day is different. So big money's waiting, and you can kind of feel that in the market right now. Just that slow climb up, and I think we say on here you don't fade slow markets, something like that.
That's what John says. Don't sell a quiet rally or something to that effect. Don't sell into a Friday rally for sure. That was the case for this Friday or last Friday. Don't sell a quiet market either, and I think we're seeing that right now.
I've gone long here. 21.25. I'm long 3.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Ooh.
If I get this back.
Okay.
To a point.
125. Come on, new highs, Freddie. New highs, Freddie.
We got Eddie in a gold trade.
need it,
Eddie's
I
in the
need it, I
gold
need
trade
it.
chat. Let's go.
Come on. Oh no. Okay. But anyway, I don't know. I'm risking. Let's see. I'm risking 420. And I should probably, if it's not going to move for me, I'm not going to sit here and wait for it. But I'm 420 aside, one by one, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
See what happens here. We got
So
some
how many
time, so I'm
ticks
gonna let
do
it.
you need?
I'm gonna let it brew. Let it cook.
How many
there you
ticks
have
do
it.
you need to get your 420, Eddie? At 3 in gold.
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
I don't know.
How many ticks do I need?
Asking.
I
don't know. Let me do some math real quick. Let's put on an order.
There you go.
And see how
Let
many
me get
that
these
is
buyers
for
back.
420.
See, now, like I said before, I mean, we saw this market just ripping to the upside, and now it's sort of it's petered out, and the battle ensues right now. The buyers and sellers are fighting it out here. Before, sellers were still sleeping, and we saw earlier today. And remember, this is my 15-minute candlestick. Sellers tried to come in earlier today, and the buyers said, and sort of took them out for a whooping, little ass kicking, right? So much for the sellers.
I could use a good ass kick, and I'll be very honest with you.
Yes, I'll be very honest with you. Then hope I don't see that here. But I tell you, this is my 50K trading combine. Okay, so I'm not messing with my XFA 150K, but I have a little fun here with it. Why not?
Might as well.
Why not?
Might as well. I'm actually accidentally fading you, Eddie. I'm actually short this gold one because I'm on practice, but I just wanted to count and see how many ticks it is. It's 14 ticks, Eddie. 14 ticks out of 3 lot will get you $420 in profits. So
I'm up
just,
for
just
it.
everyone knows. Just so everyone knows.
And we'll see.
Yeah, not a very volatile market unless it's 9 o'clock or even like 7. Because 7:30, I think just started cruising.
Yeah, we'll see. So, all right. I mean, it's moving. It's giving me a little action, taking a little heat, but it is a little chilly out. So, either way, this is my strategy, and I'm sticking to it. So let's see what happens here. I know we got about 15 minutes. We'll see how it plays out. So I'm at 3 lot each way here, and we'll go from there right up $1.20. See, I can get out now and say, okay, I made $10, $12. We'll let it ride. Have some fun.
Yeah. What's your order? We're at your order right now, right, Eddie?
Just a little above it. I'm up 90 right now.
Okay,
we're looking at. Let's see here. Where are we? My entry here is. We'll just go to orders. There we go. So I am positions. That's what we want. 21, 24, 90. 21, 24, 90.
24. Oh, nice.
So
you're
21, 24, 90. All right. Up a couple
tree
tickies.
There it is.
As
you can see on the bottom. Yeah, that's for those that are on Topstep X. I mean, this is a great thing. See your positions, orders, accounts, trades, quotes. I usually have that quote board up, or I got the tilt up. Watching that tilt. So let's see where we go from here.
Speaking of tilt, Eddie, how are we looking on tilt over there? I'm just looking here at the YouTube. What do we got on tilt? Anything?
Let's take a look here. As far as it looks like we're on the fence across the board. S&P 53 long, 47 short. NASDAQ 56 long, 44 short. Crude 48 long, 52 short. And gold 42 long, 56 short. So they're going against me here. But like I said, that's basically on the fence here, 50-50. Until you get something that's sort of skewed. Remember, what did we have last week? 92. Well, that was in gold, wasn't it, Andre?
Gold. Yes. Someone in the chat said overnight, this previous overnight session, I think they saw almost 100% long gold. If I saw that correctly, we had almost 100%, probably 99% tilt somewhere. But Eddie, you were saying we saw 92% in gold.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
That was nuts.
It is. And we rallied. Good on them.
Yeah, don't want to fade that one. That would have been an expensive fade. I did close out my GC short. I did not like that momentum there, but we did find out how many ticks it is to get that profit target. So good there.
Wants to know what my 150K balance is. I think it's just, we'll take a look here. Express.
Okay.
$61. All right. I'm above now. This is the account that nearly shut me down. Like I was mentioning on a shoulder tap, where that first day I got excited and oh wow, opportunity. And I dug the biggest hole. And then I slapped myself and said, listen, you got to practice what you preach. And then I sort of, day by day, I take a 200, 500, whatever the market gave me, just to keep moving away from busting the account. And I ended up $61 positive on it. So I've sort of got that in the back pocket right now. Like I said, I'm trading my, my 50K combine because I just had a bad day with the 150K XFA. So coming towards my exit here. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's get this going here. Get these buyers back in. So MAH, I hope that answered your question. It's not the greatest comeback in trading history. Far from that, but probably in my history, yeah. Probably in the horn annals, yes. Probably.
I like it, Eddie.
Well, we know Fatima had an epic comeback. I think, she was also extremely close to her max loss limit and didn't hit the YOLO button and was able to, I think, survive at least a little bit longer. I'm not sure if we ever got a update on that, but we do know that she did not YOLO, went down a bunch in her account, and was actually trying to switch down to micros, I think, and kind of keep the account alive, which is, a great discipline and practice, which I do recommend.
Yeah.
Do recommend, don't just throw your account away if you're close to your max loss limit. Spend the time and try to dig yourself out of that hole. It's an invaluable experience.
It's great stuff that you're talking about, D-Time. And, a lot of our coaches here are looking to help. Speaking of coaches, we got Hoag's form up top. We pinned it up top.
Yeah.
JD pinned it up top. Please, if you got questions for the Hoagmeister, click on that link up above and get those questions in. He's looking forward to answering any and all questions. And like Andre said before, if we don't have an answer for something, it's perfectly fine. I mean, a lot of people sort of tend to sort of throw an answer out there and hope
yes, they do.
It's not recognized. If I'd be honest too, if I don't know something, we're going to point you in the right direction. Hopefully you'll find the right answer.
Yep. Peter Tuchman was saying that as well. Seems like people that are comfortable in their own skin, that know that they're sitting on a massive knowledge base with decades and decades of experience. We don't know everything, and we're not going to pretend like we do.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see some of these new hot young guns up and coming, and they seem to know all the lingo, all the indicators, all this, all that, and you still can't trade to save for a lick. Whereas here we will say I don't know if we do not know. So yeah, like I said, please tune into group coaching. We got the form pinned up top. What's up, Eddie?
No, I market's going against me, but I was so close. But yet so far of getting that filled, I'm just going to let it ride. Let it ride.
Yeah, it looks like we're
Ryan Sally ride.
I hope this isn't one of those situations in which we both lose, even though we were on opposite sides of the trade. Because I did end up closing my short for a loss, because I didn't like the momentum.
Yeah. See, I'm a scalp trader, and I probably would have taken something in the profit. But since, we're here for power players, this is a working order, which I'm not really. I mean, the last time I played a working order, I got stuffed. I'm looking for any profit that the market's going to give me at the time of my order, whether it be 100, whether it be 300, whether it be, and then what I do is I like to see if there's another opportunity. We'll see. We'll see if we can get a little profit here.
I'm going to hop into a crude oil short, actually.
Yeah, Stolby time. Welcome back, baby. Welcome
crude, baby.
back.
Yeah. I'm going to hop back into one here and see.
What's your time frame, Nick?
A long time, I think, until I get stopped out, probably.
Okay.
A long time.
A long time.
Eddie, what kind of
Long
answer was
time.
that? What the hell
It's
kind
been
of
a
answer
long-
was that, Eddie?
It's a long.
What do you mean? It's a,
No.
We love you long time.
what's wrong with that
We
answer?
love you long time.
What's wrong with that answer? That's a good answer.
Nothing.
You've been here 4 hours.
Until I get rid of consolidation. The consolidation has to break. So it's not up to me. It's up to the market.
Well,
Up to the market.
Glover over here was asking, "Can we get a time frame, please?" And you said a long time. So, ask and answer, Glover. Asked and answered here at TopStep TV.
Man, I don't know. It should be.
I love it, man.
It should go lower, I think. That's what I think. Most of the stuff is pointing down. VWAP's pointing down. EMA's pointing down. Came to like a previous area of I think support becoming resistance here on the 5-minute. I still think we can maybe hit 78s today, which is a long way away, but anything can happen. We did bounce at 78.60, so I'd like to see that test again. I think that'd be pretty good. Ooh,
Man, see, I'm up
Andy
in
is
profit
long,
240 right
78.70.
now, and I'm just itching to take
Oh, nice.
it. I just take it right off the table. But I don't know. What do you think I should do, folks? Should I take
Let's put it in the
profit?
chat. Put it in the chat.
What do you think? Should I take what I got? Take what I got.
Take one.
I don't know.
Take
I
one.
would hold it.
Yeah,
I'd hold
I'm
it,
gonna get
Eddie.
stopped down.
I think you're in a good spot. I think you're in a good spot, actually.
Hold it.
Hold
See,
it. Hold it. There you go. Let it cook.
Okay, let it cook. I'll take it off the table. Oh my gosh.
Trust
Oh
me.
my
Here it
goodness.
comes, Eddie. Here it comes.
Oh my
Eddie.
gosh. Yeah. Come on, baby.
Squeeze it with the stop bars. There you go. Keep your kill. I like that, Black Phoenix.
My. Yes, indeedy. Trail is stopped up. Okay, we'll do that.
Not yet, MAH. I have not taken a trade today. There's been nothing to really trade looking at these charts. S&Ps.
I'm gonna put my stop at break even here.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. All right.
Profit.
I like
is your
that.
stop in profit? Is your stop in profit or is it a break even there, Eddie?
It's a break even.
Okay, good. Cannot be a loser.
A break even.
2 to
yeah,
3
can't be a loser.
3 outcomes to a
It's-
trade, 2 of which are good, and one is acceptable, and that's break even.
Yeah.
All right, I'm short
We'll
another
see.
crude oil.
Have some fun.
I'm short 2.
All right,
crude.
boys.
I
We
don't
got
get
about 1 minute left.
No.
I will not
Come on,
fade
baby.
Dolby on that oil trade, Ro. I will not fade Dolby. I don't fade Dolby. We are comrades.
We have an
And I'm
agreement. We
trade
have an
oil.
understanding here. The
Yes.
hosts try not to.
I got to get out of this trade. I got to get out of it then.
You got to get out of it, guys. That's we're coming to an end here of
Yeah.
power players.
So
Unfortunately,
I'm
that was
gonna-
really fun.
I'm very close here.
Pierre Tuchman, Eddie,
There
take
we
us out.
go.
Eddie, take us out this trade. Dolby, I'll see you at Power
All right.
Hour.
All right. Took a profit $227
Nice.
with my minus 94 or 93. So I'm happy. Didn't quite let it play out, but we're good to go. And I think that's going to be it for me. But Andre, back to you, my brother. I had a little fun here.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you, guys. Eddie, thank you so much. We'll be hearing Eddie's voice on for Power Hour, and we'll be joined by the gentleman in the middle right there, Mr. Power Hour himself, Nick Dolby Time. Dolby. Thank you, guys. We got Top Quiz coming up next with Jack and Bonnie, and then group coaching after that with Hogan JD. Make sure to get those questions in. Is it still pinned to the top? It sure is. Get the form is pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for John and JD. And up next, we have Top Quiz with Jack and Bonnie. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. Bonnie's back in the virtual house. Bonnie, the weather's nice. How are you doing?
Good. How are you, Jack?
I'm at like 60% right now. It was my birthday yesterday.
Oh, fun. Happy
still-
belated birthday.
Thank you. Still waiting for my gift from Michael. He's out of town right now, but
Well,
he
we're
knows where
all
I
gonna
live.
be. I was gonna say we're all gonna be in Vegas this week, so we'll get to celebrate.
Nice. Well, if this is your first time, join the quiz with that link that is pinned to the top of the chat. We're giving out 50 free resets today to the top 5 plus randomly selected people who get 3 or 4 right. Oh, thank you for the birthday wishes. You know what's weird, Bonnie, is the age that I turned, I already thought I was that age, so it's like I've Benjamin Buttoned. I don't feel any older. I was just wrong about my age. Anyway,
I feel like at some point people just stop counting their age.
I'm at that point. If you join here, there's going to be 4 questions. Be sure to answer them on your device. The questions today, 2 of them are guest questions, one from Robert, one from Eddie. So I'll let you know when those come up, and don't blame me. All right. Looks like we have close to 800 people in. It's about time to start this so we can get the group coaching. We'll let the ambulance pass first, Bonnie.
Oh, sorry.
If Hogue was here, he'd say, "That's my ride."
Begin.
Thank you, Eddie.
I have the windows open today since
It's
it was
all
my
good. All good. Happy 65th birthday, Jack. Thank you. I do look great for 65. You got to say. Okay, we're going to start this right about now. Here we go. That is today's date. Here is the first question. How much is a dollar move worth on one CME crude oil futures contract, a CL contract? Is it $10, $100, $1,000, or $10,000? What do you think here, Bonnie?
Is it $100?
Well, I'll give you a hint. There are 1,000 barrels of oil in one of these contracts. Yeah, we got there. All right. Excellent. Yeah, a dollar move on one crude oil future is $1 on 1,000 barrels. 1K. All right. Let's see. Oh, Black Swan. And that person is indeed not Jack. Positive vibes, always appreciated. Shopopotamus and DA Low. All right. Are you ready for question 2?
Yes.
One of the questions is a photo question. I don't think it's the next one, but here we go. Question number 2. Who is the all-time leading scorer in college basketball? Is it Michael Jordan, Caitlin Clark, Candace Parker, or Pete Maravich? We discussed this in the news earlier. Any ideas here, Bonnie?
The only name I recognize is Michael Jordan here.
It's not him.
Pete, maybe.
Pete Maravich was until this weekend when Caitlin Clark set the new NCAA record for the most points scored. Congratulations to her. Let's see our Iowa fans here. Black Swan knew it. MB Trades, I'm Not Jack, Positive Vibes, and Crunk. All right. Ready for question number 3? I think this is from Robert, and this is a photo one. So take a look at the image that comes up next and answer accordingly.
Okay.
This formula represents what? The number of trading seconds in a 50-week year, quantum computing transactions per second, total supply of bitcoins, or the distance the Earth travels around the sun once? What do you think, Bonnie?
Number of trading seconds.
Oh, it is the total supply of Bitcoin. Yes. Please address any issues you have with that question to Coach Robert. I don't know if he's on for group coaching today, but send him that. Let's see who we got here. Crunk, Ziggy Wiggy, Black Swan, Puff Puff Pass, and TZMD. All right, one question left, Bonnie. You ready?
Yes.
This one is from Eddie, and because it's from Eddie, the topic is puppets. All right?
Oh, gosh.
Let's do it. Jim Henson made his first puppet, Kermit the Frog, from what item? Was it his mother's winter coat, a bathroom rug, his dog's toy, or a lost and found box? What did Kermit D. Frog was made from what?
Would it be his mother's winter coat?
Yes. Yes, it would be. We're below 6, so I can say it. Correct answer there, Bonnie. Very nice. I think you qualify for a free reset. I'll send that your way. But let's check out the leaderboard real quick. All right. In third place today, Scott Bro, the king of Bro Scots. Black Swan. But somebody outdid Black Swan, and that person is Kronk. I hope that is Little John. In fourth and fifth, we have DA Low and A10 something. I'll figure it out, and I'll show the winners later on in the afternoon. But stick around right now because we got group coaching coming up and then an Anne-Marie takeover for Strategy Lab, and she's doing her first stint on Power Hour with Dolby and crew. So stick around. We'll be right back after this. Hope you did well, and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to group coaching. You made it just past the noon hour here in Chicago. It's 12:01 Central Time, Chicago time. Welcome, friends. I am JD behind the curtain today. We're joined again by the GOAT, Mr. Hoagland. Hoag, how are we doing today?
I'm doing well. There has not been a lot of activity in these markets, so been doing a lot of sitting on my hands and being patient and just looking for something to happen, something to change. Not seeing too much here in these equities markets just yet. But that's okay. It's only Monday.
This is true. Slow. And I don't know if do you really think the Chicago holiday has anything to do with slow markets today? You think a lot of people in Illinois in general took the day off and we're losing market participation from that?
I doubt it. And, it is, like you mentioned earlier, Casimir Pulaski Day as well. So, but that doesn't probably do much to quiet the markets. I think it's just with all the economic numbers backloaded into later on this week, see some folks just kind of sitting waiting for new information in these markets.
Yep, very true, very true. We usually do see a lull in the markets going into big market moving events. So 100% correct. I got to tell you, I've been chortling all morning. When you were on with the StockMarketWolf this morning, and you called yourself Little Red Riding Hoag, I wrote it down. And, I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna get our creative team to get some images together, and maybe we'll share those next week of Little Red Riding Hoag.
And the big bad wolf.
All right. Well, we do have a decent list of questions. Thank you to everybody that submitted your questions. We had the forum marinating in the chat there for a little while. It's up there again right now, pinned right to the top of the chat. So if you do have a question for Hoag, get it in now. We've got just about an hour to cover them all. So with that being said, without further ado, what do you say we jump into it, Hoag? You ready to go?
Let's do it. And as always, nobody knows everything, and I will do my best with my knowledge to answer all these questions. And of course, if I can't answer, if I don't know, I am going to be honest and tell you. That's transparency, folks. A lot of good questions here, though. It looks like it's going to be a good session.
For sure. Let's hit it right off the bat with our first submission from Elizabeth. Elizabeth's curious about adding fair value gap to Topstep X and some other algo indicators, along with backtesting models, a few other things. What we can, so the things that you're looking for on Topstep X right now that aren't available, we do have an option for you on the platform to provide us with your feedback. Hoag is navigating to it right now. It's that question mark in the left-hand navigation bar right there. You just click on that. We'll let Hoag walk you through it right here.
Sure. So you've hit that question, and you're going to be able to, there's a whole list of things that people have already asked that we add to Topstep X. The odds are that somebody has already suggested these things, Elizabeth, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. So you just create a new post and just put what you're looking for in the post, and then it will go on the list. You can also vote for things that you're looking for by just clicking on plus, or you're going to have to join. So we're going to go into my Google account here. So now I'll be able to vote. How important is this to you to have limit stop orders at current price match? Well, I'm going to say it's nice to have. That's going to be my vote for that. So once you've logged in, you can create a new post. You can put your suggestions there, and everybody that goes through this can vote for them. Then you can monitor the change log too. You'll be able to see what things they've accomplished in the last 24 hours or over time. You can look at the roadmap also. You may see that one of your suggestions may be in review, and then it'll be in progress. And then once it's finished, it'll show up over here. And with this link here, the question mark link, you can see support resources. You can get to our help center. You can get into the TopStep X Discord. So what we're doing is giving anybody that has the TopStep X platform the opportunity to put their suggestions in it, watch and see how those suggestions are in progress and when they are finished. And this is something that I've never seen anybody do this for a trading platform, and it's using your suggestions and ideas to constantly improve the platform over time. I think it's a fantastic thing. And again, that little support button right there will take you in and have you able to put your suggestions there and vote on other suggestions and tell us how important that is to you. So great question, Elizabeth, and put that information on that TopStep X platform if you have it.
Yep, we are doing our absolute best to be as transparent as possible when it comes to updates to TopStep X. So keep an eye on that. It's changing every day. I see Lulu lately chiming in the chat right now saying I suggested 2 things for timeframes last week, and it's already been implemented. Very cool. We're trying to stay as on top of it as we can. We appreciate your feedback. We listen to your feedback. We take it very seriously. Nothing slips through the cracks. Anything you send to us, we're going to read. And if it's in the best interest of the platform and the traders, then we'll get it in there for sure. So thank you, everybody. Oh, also a message from Mr. Cooney, Coach Robert. He's putting together a whole series of TopStep X tutorial videos, short little 2-3 minute clips walking through everything from basics to from high level stuff to more going really in depth, detailed into the charting software. So keep an eye out for those on our YouTube channel for as one-off videos, TopStep X tutorials. They'll be rolling out in the next couple days. We've got a bunch of them already lined up to go. So, all right, next question. This is a 2-parter. Next, so we have almost the same question from 2 different people back to back. So I'm going to read Nick. 2 traders, Nick and Sen. I'll read them. I'll read Nick's first, and then we'll move on over to Sen. All right. Cool. So Nick wants to know where does Hogue get the open interest information for different markets? And then Sen's follow-up question is, where do you get your live delta and open interest updates? So let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone there. What do you say, Hogue? Where do you get your open interest data, and where do you get your live delta data?
Okay, so the open interest, CME bulletin. All right, so I'm going to put a link into the chat here. If you want to bookmark this chat or this link, I suggest you do so, because this is where I get the information on open interest volume and some other things. So if you open that link, you're going to come to this page. Okay. Now you've got the daily bulletin. They're doing some changes that some of the group settlement data will no longer be accessible in the FTP file, which is just this. You'll still be able to get, I think, the information that you're looking for here. So this is that page, the daily bulletin. They used to actually print these out, and as you walked onto the trading floor, you could grab the daily bulletin for whatever markets that you were interested in getting this information about. But we're going to focus right now on equity and index futures, page 11. We're going to click on that, and that is going to bring us to this page. Now, you'll notice this page says final. The open interest numbers take some time, even for the exchange, to calculate correctly, if you will. So this morning, the estimated increase in open interest on that big rally we had on Friday was about 14,000 contracts. The final, this will say preliminary. After about 9:30, maybe 10 o'clock, they will come out with the final bulletin. The only thing that is likely to change from preliminary to final is the open interest. Instead of adding 14,000, we added 27,000 contracts on that big rally on Friday. You'll notice that I'm looking at the totals for the E-mini S&P futures. because we're starting to see open interest increase in the June contract, which we will be rolling into in the next couple of weeks. So instead of just focusing on the front month open interest, I like to look at all of the open interest. You've got all of the volume here. You've got all of the open interest here for all of the available to trade contract months. So when I'm looking at a market, I want to take all of the information, not just the front month, although it's not that much different. It was 24,000 in the March contract, but it's 27,000 overall. But as we get into rollover, this information will become a little bit more blurry because we're going to have a whole bunch of open interest moving from the March contract to the June contract. Now, I want to show you one more thing about how important it is to collect all of the open interest information. And there's no market that is more important in than crude oil. Make this nice and big so everybody can see it. So if we were just to look at the April contract, we'd be looking at 284,231. We have the final numbers here. But crude oil trades so many contract months out into the future. If we're not watching open interest into the future, we're missing part of the answer that we might be looking for. So if we go down all the way down to the totals, we actually added almost 20,000 in open interest on the breakout that we had on Thursday and Friday in crude oil. You got the total volume here. You've got total open interest and the net change in open interest that occurred on Friday. So what that's telling us is that there were almost 20,000 new contracts added in all of the months of crude oil. And, that's one way of using that gauge to identify the health and potential continuation of a directional move. Now, I don't think we're getting very good directional continuation today in crude oil, but markets are never a straight line. It's not linear. They're going to pull back. There's opportunities in both directions, but this is where I get my open interest information. Now, one of the questions I think maybe asking or wondering if you are able to see open interest in real time on any trading platform. And the answer to that is a resounding no. There have been platforms that claim to be able to capture open interest intraday with every contract that trades. Of course, if there's a new creation of a contract, that's going to add one to open interest. If a contract is evaporated, that's going to detract one from open interest. But for a platform to be able to determine whether this is a new position, an old position, or the transfer of a current position is impossible. It even, like we said, takes the exchange extra time the following session to be able to accurately quantify the open interest change on any given trading day. Okay, so there are you may be able to see open interest in the front month in the S&Ps on your platform. A lot of platforms do provide that in like the quote board or something like that. But again, you're only going to be getting the front month. If you're going to use open interest as a tool to gauge the auction process, I suggest bookmarking that link. Put it in there one more time for you. Bookmark that link. And then, check it in the morning. You're going to get the preliminary number, and then check it after about 9:30, sometimes 10 o'clock, where you're going to get the real number for open interest. It's a great question. I appreciate you asking it. And, there's different ways. There's periods of time when watching open interest isn't going to tell you much, but there's periods of time when watching open interest can tell you a lot. It's not something that you're going to be able to use day to day for, executing trades, but it does help you kind of recognize how good of a market, how good of an auction is in play at that time. You know, one of the biggest questions I ask myself every time I sit down to actively trade is, number one, is the market moving in a direction or isn't it? And if it is, how good of a job is it doing going in that direction? A directional market, we want to see increasing volume or at least maintaining volume. We want to see an increase in open interest. We want to see lots of money coming into that direction, be it moving lower or moving higher. And that's one of the things that we can use open interest for. And again, it's not a tool where you're going to be able to quantify any kind of entry or exit from the market. It's an overall view of how successful an auction process is in a little bit longer time frame. I hope that helps, and looking forward to hearing from you how you're able to use all that open interest information and to help you succeed. Great questions.
Awesome. Thanks, Hogue. Yeah, just in summary, use volume and interest. It is a lagging indicator, but it can be used to determine the strength of a directional move. So keep that in mind. Thanks, Hogue. Thank you for the questions, Nick and Son. All right, next up, Lou's got a question about risk management in his 100K combine. Lou asks, Hogue, how much money would you risk per trade on a 100K trading account using a 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio? Also, how much per trade would you possibly be looking to target?
Okay, this is a really good question, and I think that there's probably several schools of thought on how to answer this question, but the way that I can answer this question is I'm not thinking about risk as a per trade basis. I'm not using a static stop level based on the account balance, anything like that. If I'm going to be looking for 2-to-1 reward over risk, I'm going to be basing that off of the risk that I have to take to get into the trade to begin with. Let's just for instances, take a look at the S&Ps today. So we had our overnight low here. Boy, this market is just so range bound. We have a $12 range in the S&Ps. So if I were to be looking for opportunities in this range bound market, okay, I'd probably be looking at the profile, which is right here. Okay, this is today's profile for the S&Ps. It is inside the previous day's session. It is also inside the overnight range. We did take out the high of the overnight range just by a little bit here. Okay, so this gives me a little bit more to work with here. So one of the things that I would be looking at and kind of monitoring is in a range bound day, we opened in range. We opened inside the overnight range, inside the range from yesterday. I'm not looking for anything big to happen today. So I'm going to be patient. So if I was looking for an opportunity and I kind of missed one on the high here, the market took a look above the overnight high. It took another look above the overnight high. So what I'm looking for the market to do is to fail to maintain price above the overnight high. Well, it's obvious that right now is the case. So if I were going to be looking for an opportunity to trade against the overnight high, I've got to take a little bit of a look at where my risk has to be. Okay. Now, if F period, which really so here's F period here, here's G period here. If I'm looking at F period and it actually does close above the overnight high, this would have been a kind of a tough trade to take. But for example purposes, if I were to take this trade thinking that the market was not going to hold above the overnight high, I could take this trade anywhere up near F period high, up near this high right here, And I could risk a little bit. I'd probably risk a couple of points on this to look for an opportunity for at least 4 to 6 points of potential profit on the downside. No, so once the market opened and it traded back inside the overnight range, this could have been an opportunity for me to look for maybe 3 points of risk on this trade. And do I see a potential for 6 points of profitability if this trade works out? Yes. So if I'm going to be risking, let's say, 3 points on that, that's $150 per contract. Well, at $150 per contract, I could probably risk a little bit more by trading a higher number of contracts. So let's say I'm looking at 3 points, it's $150. If I can risk $600 on this one trade, then I can take a 4 lot. I put my stop in, I put my profit target at 2 to 1, and I wait. Now, for a dollar sign per trade on 150 account sizing, 2 to 1 reward over risk, how much per trade? I have to base how much per trade off of market generated information. Are we at a level where I'm able to see relatively cheaply? If the market did continue to move higher, then I probably would have been stopped out of this trade at a $600 loss. But if I do get my 2 to 1 reward over risk, it's a $1,200 win. Okay, do we have a 6 point winner on this yet? Here, 55. No, not quite. We need the market to rotate back, probably closer to value low. But as far as telling you how much you should risk per trade, there's again lots of different schools of thought on this. Some people are only comfortable risking X amount on any trade. X amount. Let's say, if you're trading the NASDAQ, you're comfortable risking 15 points on a trade, but that's it. So that becomes kind of your static stop level. Now, if you're using static stop levels, I'm hoping that you're choosing those static stop levels as points of invalidation for trades. If you're going to be looking for, if you're going to be, having a 15 tick stop every time, well, that 15 tick stop better be at a point of invalidation for the trade. In other words, if price advertised above the current high in the S&Ps, then I would probably say that, okay, this trade is no longer valid and I have to get out of it. So for me to sit here, Lou, and say how much you should risk, using 2 to 1 reward over risk on each trade, I can't. It's got to be generated by market generated information. Where are we talking about? Is it a volatile period of time? Is it a slow period of time, kind of like we're in now? So I'm struggling with how to answer this question, because if you're going with a static stop level, you want to risk 10 points in the NASDAQ, you want to risk 5 points in the S&Ps, then put your stop where your invalidation is on that trade, and then demand a good trade location within 5 points of that stop. If that's kind of your risk appetite, right? Different people have different risk appetites, and I don't know yours, Lou. I hope that this helps and made some good sense to you. Okay, so I think that's best I can do on that for you, Lou. I hope that helps.
Pretty good in my book. We did have kind of a follow-up question here. You may have just answered it. I think you did just answer it, but I don't want Pat to feel left out, so I'm going to read the question anyway. Pat asks, what are some of your top entry criteria, and how tight-wide I apologize. How tight-wide do you place your stops? So we just went through pretty much that same, I guess, scenario, you'd call it. Was there anything else you want to add to Pat's question there that we might not have just covered?
Yeah, Pat, So some of my favorite trades and some of the best trades I've ever taken were largely taken because they were cheap. You know, if there's an extreme on a day time frame, if there's an extreme in an overnight time frame, I tend to like those areas because it allows me to limit the risk, and at the same time as limiting risk, I can kind of expand my profit targets. Now, there's a million ways to skin a cat on this, and you know the top entry criteria is it's got to be cheap. You know, I'm looking at these charts, I'm looking at the profiles, and I'm saying, okay, you know, we have some potential excess on the high here. We don't have excess on the high. We have a weak high here. So this it kind of looks to me like it's likely to be revisited. The longer time frame picture is that this market has been moving higher over time. Would I look for an opportunity off the low? Maybe. Um, but top criteria is I've got to know relatively cheaply if the trade is no longer going to be valid. And even if it's as simple as trading range bound, you see Dolby trade range bound trades all the time. You sell against the high. If it goes through it, you might be wrong. You gotta trim your risk on that. You gotta take that stop. If it does fail at the high and rotates lower, then you're sitting pretty and maybe a pretty decent trade. If it trades down to the low here and it doesn't look like it's going to extend, or if it does extend and then fails to continue to extend and turns around, it could leave a failed auction at the low, and that gives me the opportunity to look for a long, and it also establishes the risk for me. So if we put a failed auction on the low, then we may have an opportunity for the market to kind of rotate back to the upside. So, top entry criteria for me is where is my point of failure? Where does price have to go to kind of invalidate the trade? And we never know 100% where that level is. So, I'm going to be taking um opportunities where I can only lose a little bit, but the potential profit target is going to be hopefully much greater than the risk I have to take to get into the trade. So I mean that would be my top entry criteria is if this level holds, I stand to make twice at least what I have to risk to get in the trade. Entry criteria for me is right there. That's the only thing I can even call an edge is if I'm able to recognize those opportunities close to points of invalidation that offer asymmetric opportunities. A opportunity I'm down for, and that's little risk, bigger reward. Asymmetric opportunities. Great question.
Yep, I think you made a great point about remaining flexible too in your bias. How does MP put it? Strong opinions weakly held. Does that make
Weakly
sense?
held. There you go. Yeah. Well, and that's why
When the
I always
market's
say. Sorry, JD. Go ahead.
Oh no, please continue, please.
Well, that's right. One of the last things I say to you typically during the opening call is, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. We have to be able to accept information that may be contrary to those strong opinions weakly held. Right?
Excellent. We do have a quick check-in. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Pat, and thank you for the answer, Hogue. I hope that answered your question. I'm sure it did. It's pretty comprehensive. We have a check-in from our risk team. Our good friend Brett Goodwin just sent in a couple standout traders in the live funded account right now. Currently, we have Aiden C up $1,300 trading in the live account, and Farouz T, who has been on our top 10 list quite a few times in the last few months, is up $1,100 in his live funded account. Great job to all those traders. Love giving a nice positive shout out to traders throughout the day.
100%.
All right. Moving on to Peach. Peach has a follow-up question from a conversation you and Deanna were having earlier today, or from a question that Deanna answered earlier this morning, and she'd like you to possibly elaborate on it a little bit. So Peach's question is, could you please restate differently Dee's explanation on market makers versus institutional players and their force on price movements? Peach goes on to say, I understand her. She was eloquent, but my colleagues here with me want to hear your version of it, or your answer in your own words. You complement each other beautifully.
Oh.
I'm tripping over my words here. Very nice compliment from Peach. And then she says, Peach says, thank you from all of us.
Thank you, Peach. Great question.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah.
Market makers versus institutional players.
Right. So what we were really talking about, Peach, was initiative versus responsive activity. So responsive activity is really what we kind of saw and this is in the S&P, is while we were kind of bouncing back and forth in this bull flag here. Anytime the market is range bound, when the market gets up to higher levels, that's going to be where responsive activity comes in and starts to short it. Okay, so we have responsive activity coming off this high, responsive activity coming off this low, responsive activity coming off this high, and responsive activity coming off this low. So when we think about responsive activity is traders that are responding to price levels because they're kind of viewing them as too expensive or too cheap. They're always, well, not always, but typically going to be contrary, especially, well, when price is above a previous range, okay, or or below kind of a previous range. So this day right here, I think, really does a good job of kind of showing price was too expensive. Responsive sellers sold into this, backed off all the buyers. The responsive sellers actually ended up pushing price lower to basically a settlement level area. And then responsive buyers came and brought price back up. When we see initiative buyers or sellers, that's usually going to indicate a change in market state and possibly in longer time frames. So when we ended up opening up here, any buyers that were buyers up in this area were initiative buyers. Initiative, in other words, they were kind of pushed into adjusting inventory, whether they were getting out of shorts up here or if they were getting into longs. Because the range is pretty much, well, overall, mostly above the previous day's range, any buyers in this area were initiative buyers. And they can be initiative buyers because they have to get out of shorts, or they can be initiative buyers because they are buying price at higher levels. Buying price at higher levels, initiative buying. Selling price at lower levels, initiative selling. Initiative selling. So when we saw this move up here on Friday, you could say, of course, because buyers were coming in and accumulating positions to the long side, and we know this because of open interest, this was initiative buying. People were paying all-time highs over and over and over again. This wasn't responsive buying. This was initiative buying. Any sellers that tried to sell into this were responsive sellers, and they got pretty much run over the entire day. So when we're talking about initiative buying, it's buying above pretty much the halfway mark of a previous day or above the range of a previous day. Or likewise, initiative selling could be below the point of control from the previous day, sellers, and continuation below the range of the previous day. So what you're looking at is responsive buyers are only responding to price because they think it's too expensive or it's too cheap. Initiative buyers are traders that are adjusting inventories because there is an expected bigger change in the market state. Initiative buyers are buying it higher because they think it's going to go higher. The responsive sellers would be all those shorts that just kind of get run over and run over and run over on that big move to the upside on Friday. Today, we have all responsive traders, very little initiative in this because we're inside the range, we're inside value. Well, maybe above, maybe a little bit above value, or I think we are kind of inside value, and we're not seeing any directional activity. The market is rotating in low to high, high to low, low to high. Responsive sellers that we got out of the overnight shorts. Responsive sellers, hey, here's settlement. Let's try a short against settlement. Maybe we can, trade. Maybe we can use that against last week's high and the all-time high. Well, if they did, they had an opportunity for a trade. They're not going to be in it for very long. Responsive sellers, responsive buyers. Are there initiative buyers in this? It doesn't really look like it. There's no follow through in anything. Okay, so when we're looking at initiative buying, like we saw Friday, and a big jump in open interest, that's not short time frame, weaker hands traders. That is longer time frame traders adjusting inventory, buying into higher levels because they have to. It's initiative buying. They have to. And if we were short and we had to cover those shorts on this push to the upside, that is also initiative buying because we have to. Otherwise, we're going to lose all our money. We're not going to be able to buy our kids the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip. I hope that gives a good explanation of initiative and responsive activity in the marketplace.
Thank you, Hogue. Great quote, by the way. Look at that. Just look at that S car go. All right. Thanks for the question, Peach. And thank you for the answer, Hogue. All right. Next up. Question from Jayhawk. Jayhawk's asking about something that I don't have too much knowledge on, but I'll shoot out the question anyway. Jayhawk says, "Good morning, Hogue. I started trading futures a couple months ago, or I've been trading futures for a couple months. Before that, I traded Forex. I know NQ futures are better than their CFDs, but what about other futures like currency futures or gold futures, as their prices and candle structure are different and not so smooth as their CFDs or Forex counterpart?" Now, by CFDs, Jayhawk's referring to the contract for differences, which are not regulated, and I don't even think we can trade them in the United States.
Right.
So I honestly don't have very much knowledge about CFDs. What about you, Hogue? Is there anything you could impart to Jay?
I mean, I've never traded CFDs. I don't really have any knowledge of them because, again, they're not regulated, and again, I don't think we're even allowed to trade them here in the U.S. So there's a reason for that. I've always been in futures because it's regulated, and I know that there is a fair an even playing field, if you will. The currency futures. If you look at the charts next to like an FX, we're looking at the Euro US dollar chart in Forex, and we're looking at that in futures. They're relatively close. I mean, there's not a huge difference in them. But again, if you're trading currency futures, you have a regulated market and the ability to see volume and open interest. I think you can get a better gauge of the auction process and how good the auction process is doing because of that. as far as gold is concerned, I mean, I've only traded gold futures, never traded CFDs or any other kind of product as far as that's concerned. But as far as their candle structure, I mean, I can't really speak to how they may be different. But to me, structure in a market and in um, um, technical analysis is a lot of it's the same in any market that you're looking at. Yes, markets do have certain personalities that may be a little bit different. You of course want to know the market that you're going to be trading, and um, but you know again, have never trading CFDs, have never traded what's the right words there, JD? Having never have traded CFDs, I can't really kind of talk too much about this because I've always just been a futures and stocks kind of guy.
Yep, I echo that also. Yeah, we're not going to try and blow any smoke up your ass, Jayhawk. If we had an answer for you, we'd give you the best one that we could. And that was the best answer that we could give you. So I hope that helped you out a little bit. Thank you, Hogue. Appreciate it. All right, next up, Mike has a psychology question, trading psychology. And he says Mike says it's a true or false question. All right, some people are fine hitting a certain dollar amount for the day and then quitting regardless of market conditions, while some other people will do better if they simply push their edge responsibly all day, every day, when an opportunity arises. Do you agree that different people are correct in doing each of these as long as it matches their personality? Or should one always push his or her edge if mentally and emotionally in control of themselves?
True. There's a million ways to skin a cat, right, JD? I mean, for some people, that are just here, they want to make a little money, walk away, make a little money the next day, walk away, make a little bit of money the next day, walk away. To build an account, I mean, some people want to be involved all day, every day. And sometimes, that can get you in trouble. They always said in the trading pit, if you want to be a bigger, better trader, you've got to, get outside of your comfort zone. But some people, when they get outside of their comfort zone, they get punched in the nose. So that kind of pushes them back into their comfort zone. The right answer for this, Mike, is it's got to be what's right for you. I mean, one thing I would say is, let's say you're trading in the morning and you put up your biggest winning day yet. Okay. When that happens, I'm going to say, take it. Just walk away, do something else. You've just pushed your comfort zone to a level that you've never been before. You have one of your biggest winning day. There's nothing wrong with keeping that. There's also nothing wrong with recognizing that you're in tune with the market, or as Rips calls it, you're in the pocket, and you might be able to expand that winning day. But you have to be careful with that because, you may run into a small drawdown or something that might flip your switch and have you off center and try and get that money back because you just had your biggest winning day, but you gave some of it back. And now you're pissed. And now you got to keep trading and you're going to get another loss. And then pretty much you're really off center. Your switch is really flipped, and then you end up ruining a good day. I say this because it has happened to me more times than I care to admit. So, Mike, it is, all of these are true for certain people. There are lots of schools of thought that say if you are in the markets, and then you have to be there and to take the trades that are part of your strategy, for better or for worse. and all of that. And they're not wrong. There are schools of thought that say, you maybe you've got a couple of hours of mental capital with which to use in the marketplace, and once you're done with that mental capital, whether you're up or down money, you call it a day. Hopefully you're up more than you're down. That is also, it is also true. That is also another way to look at things. And there are going to be lots of folks out there that are going to disagree. If you're trading, you've got to take every opportunity that's part of your strategy, no matter whether you're up money or down money. You got to take them all, right? Well, I mean, I've seen myself do that, and I've had some good days. I've had some bad days doing that. So, what's it for you, Mike? What's it for you? You know, the, you know, First off, again, I'm not a psychologist. I've had the benefit of working with several throughout my career, and I do share my experience, that I had with them. And I can't recall ever having one of the trading psychologists that I worked with suggesting that any of these is the right way to act or the wrong way to act. So, if you have put up your best day and you want to keep trading and push that edge a little bit higher, just make sure that you don't that you don't ruin that whole day. You don't wreck that whole session, because it's happened to me so many times, and it's just devastating and painful, and it takes time to recover from those things. So if you do have a really good morning and you put up your best day in the last month or the last 6 months or the best day ever, and you want to keep pushing that, just put yourself into a situation where if I lose 25% of my current high watermark, I have to walk away. And then if you get there, walk away. Walk away. Sometimes, it's not necessarily a dollar amount loss that's going to flip your switch this way. Sometimes it's like 2 or 3 losing trades. 3 straight losing trades for me is something that has a tendency to flip my switch. But I know that, and I have to let go of any venom or anger that has gotten into me before I can get back into the markets. Because when we talk about staying centered, right? If I'm angry and venomous and egotistical and jealous and all of those things, man, that just puts me off center. And until I can get back to center, I know I'm better off not engaging in the market. So it's all up to you, Mike, as to who you are, how you want to push your envelope, and how you're going to respond if pushing your envelope doesn't work out the first time or the second time or the third time or the fourth time. You've got to, you had a good morning, keep it. Yes. Dale, you get your switch flipped, then we know we're not in the right kind of mental state to actively trade. We're not being cognitive. We're being reactive. We're being impulsive when our switch is flipped, and that's not the way to trade. Good question, Mike. And again, I wish that I could answer it succinctly, but it's different for each person, and they're all true, and sometimes maybe they're all false.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. Thank you for the question, Mike. Checking on the chat, it would appear a few people are not familiar with the term of art, how to 1,000 ways to skin a cat. So, co-host Hammond, we do not actually skin cats here at Topstep. Just like you, when we see cats, we pet them. I hope you understand that. Also, self-made dude says, I got a trader man crush on the Hoag man. Way to go, self-made man.
we would never hurt cats. It's just an old colloquialism, and it's gross, and I don't even like saying it, but I haven't found anything better than, what is it? There's a million ways to grow a carrot, something like that. I don't know.
Yep. And Michael says, yeah, we only fry fish. We don't pet fish.
Yes.
All right.
No.
All right, let's get to another one. Josh R has a question about liquidity. Josh says, I hear you guys talking about liquidity above and below the market quite a bit. How can I find it on the charts? And what does it mean when the market seeks it out? Any feedback is appreciated. How can you see where the liquidity is? And why do you think the market likes to go and chase down that liquidity?
Well, JD, your dad was in the lumber pit, and it was as a deck holder in the lumber pit working for John Fisher where I learned about liquidity and how the market has a tendency to go towards the liquidity. So, in honor of Jack, your dad, and my good friend John Fisher, when a broker has paper, it's stacked in his hands or his deck holder's hands, which I was, and if you go to the inside, you can peel off and see price moving lower. As price moves lower, you have your buys and your sell stops all there. And then if you flip out the back, you write the order on the back, and as price moves higher and higher, you can just peel off all the orders so you can see where you have to sell, where you have buy stops, and all of that. So, one day I'm standing there and there's almost like no downside. There's no orders below the market. All of the orders were above the market. And I said, John, this is kind of weird. There's very little downside orders down there, but there's a ton of upside orders. I mean, the upside is so thick. It's at least 3/4 of the deck. And he looked at me, he says, well, you know what that means, right? And I said, no, well, no. He said that means that's where we're going. The market is going to go towards the liquidity. The way he put it, JD, was the market goes to the point of greatest aggravation. So I'm not that good at recognizing liquidity levels on a chart. I don't know how anybody does it. Rips seems to say that he says, well, we're going to go down to this level and we're going to pick up all that liquidity down there. I don't know how he sees that. But we do see liquidity on the dome from time to time. As a matter of fact, we're seeing 51, 43, 75. There's 800 or 900 on the offer up there. That is liquidity. And the market has a tendency to go and take out that liquidity if it is indeed real. So as far as finding liquidity on a chart, I mean, you may see swing highs or swing lows that might kind of show you potential areas for liquidity. But those are usually just going to be technical levels anyways. So here we are, we're up there, 375, 375. I'm watching time and sales. 3 halves are trading, 375s. Yeah, these are actually there. We just had 400 of them trade out. There's still 600 on the offer. We got 400 on the bid. There's some liquidity right here. But I'm not seeing it in the charts. I'm seeing it in the dome. But as far as, how others are kind of looking at liquidity, sometimes it's a congestion area where you might find some liquidity. Sometimes it's an extreme where you might go to look for liquidity. But as far as finding them on a chart, not the best at that. 100% honest. When I'm seeing liquidity, I'm looking at the orders in the dome. And you can see liquidity on Bookmap. You can see it on Vista. There's a lot of different tools where you're going to be able to visually see liquidity. And that's one of the things that Rips uses that I think it helps him recognize levels where liquidity is likely to be. Great question. I hope that answer helped.
Ditto. Thank you for the question, Josh, and thank you for the answer, Hogue. With that, we are out of time for today. We do apologize if we did not get to your question. Looking at our sheet here, we've got about a half a dozen left, and what we're going to do is bookmark those for tomorrow. So anything that we did not get to today, we will definitely get to first thing tomorrow when we do group coaching. We're also going to pin that form to the chat again tomorrow, so you have a chance to answer more questions if you want also. Stick around. We have plenty more tradertainment coming up for you. Up next, we have Strategy Lab. Hogue is coming back. You're going to get 2 straight hours of the Hogeman here. Hogue's going to be joined by Anne-Marie and Robert for the Strategy Lab. After that, closing out the day, we have Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, and Anne-Marie. 2 consecutive hours of Anne-Marie also today. Lots of tradertainment coming your way. Like I said, Hogue, how about that dad wisdom?
Yeah, he always said, you know what, if it looks too good, it probably is. And I think that there's a lot of trades that seem very obvious, at least to me. Like if it's a layup, if I'm looking at this and I go, this is too easy, it probably is. It probably is. I have to think again whether I want to take that trade. So remember, if it looks too good, it probably is. There's Pops. His birthday is 3 days from now. March 7th, we'll be in Vegas celebrating his birthday. So thank you, everybody. Trade well, and we'll see you again. All right, it is time for Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. I'm Hogue, Anne Marie in the middle there, and Robert. How's everybody doing today?
I think
Great.
Robert's excited about Vegas because that is Vegas in the background.
Vegas,
for
baby!
Sure.
I got my new Topstep swag shirt on. It actually says TopstepTV, but the funny part is the TV logo behind it. The color is the exact same color as a green screen, so it looks like I have a hole in my chest now. But I am pumped for Vegas. I sure am. This is my last segment on air for this week. I'm off air after this. I'm off production after this, and it's Vegas bound, baby. There it is.
Wee-hee.
So
Listen,
excited.
If you guys visit the Bellagio and you like caviar, there's a caviar bar in the Bellagio. Not to be missed.
Yum.
So,
Caviar.
All right.
If you don't,
Yeah.
just saying. If you don't like caviar, walk on by. But if you do, don't miss it.
It's a learned flavor.
You know
have to
what?
learn to
I've
love it.
always loved that. I've always loved it. I love it on pizza. I love it with bellinis. Listen, if you've had good caviar, you'll go, yeah, it's okay. Some caviar is really, really bad, and you're like, why would you eat that? But that stuff, it's good. It's good. But anyway,
we used to have Romanoff Blue Seal sturgeon caviar in the kind of restaurant that I worked at for 8 years as I was kind of learning the industry. I don't know if that's good caviar, but we used to like it. I mean, you put it on some toast points with some butter and some onions and the caviar. It was actually really good, but that's pretty much my experience with caviar. And I don't know if if I would go to a whole caviar bar.
Yeah. It's good. Anyways, stop. I'll stop drooling on myself. We got an exciting time today, talking over the major moves that happened last week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And for me, everybody knows that I struggle. I've been very transparent. I struggle understanding the big concepts of the TPO and the volume profile, and particularly Delta. And so last week I had the light bulb come on, and then today in group coaching I had the light bulb burn just a bit brighter. And so I'm super excited to walk through this motion with Hogue about how we can move that space of, wow, I can't believe the market is going higher, to, all right, how can I participate instead of looking for reversal action? And this is a problem that I see a lot of us have, particularly intraday traders. We rush in, and if we've rushed in and we're still late and the move keeps running without us, we sort of sit on our hands because we're thinking to ourselves, holy cow, this certainly cannot keep going. And so in hindsight, I will say this, what we're setting up right now for, and I'm trading the YM so I can drop some stuff. I'm on the Topstep X Combine here and looking at the YM, and it's been a short on every bounce. This morning I put the little video in. I think it was about 11 minutes. It's a little bit longer, but I covered the RTY, the YM, the CL, gold, oil, and ES in the NQ. Yeah, I popped all of them up there with the great big numbers. And what I said about the YM was, listen, you want to buy those dips, but you want to sell the spikes, because the momentum bands that we're seeing with the VWAP inside of the normal charts that we look at, it was telling us, listen, we have news on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday that are huge. Monday, everybody's going to digest. So don't expect range expansion. We're just going to sit in the pocket. So we use a combination of what's the news say, and of course you can see that when you read your Topstep X email that comes in the morning. You catch all of that, and then you can just look at the current day's motion from pre-market and 2 days prior. And so right now, what the Dow is trying to do is either hold this zone or fade into deeper support, but still not break the range. So we have a trade setting up. So it might be in the middle of our chatter. And this is why I'm saying it might be in the middle of our chatter where I go, hey, listen, this is forming some kind of bounce that might take us back up into prior congestion earlier in the day.
Okay. Is trading the Dow something that you've always done, or is this kind of something
I have, but as my skill has developed, I can trade the NQ because the speed doesn't scare me. Mm-hmm. And what I noticed working with Robert over the last few spaces is that if we are trying to do, when Robert and I were doing Strategy Lab together, if we're trying to help traders understand rhythm and flow, not things about TPO or profiles or anything like that, just the mechanical rhythm and flow, because the Dow is only $5 a tick, it moves in a way that allows the trader to go, okay, I'm going to take a position in here and I'm going to watch market flow and not have a heart attack if something moves in the way that it might move in the NQ or the ES, and all of a sudden we're down hundreds of dollars. With the YM, we can just see mechanical flow. And here, mechanical flow has said, when you get into resistance, you want to short it. When it comes back to the new support, you want to take it long. And so I'm adapting it a little to bring in our newer traders who are coming in and saying, hey, listen, I like to trade the Dow. It's a little bit slower. It doesn't give me a heart attack, and I can understand rhythm and flow.
Okay. I thought maybe you were just trading it to piss off Jack.
No, that's me. That's me. Anne Marie's 100% right. We talked about that, and the Dow was one of those things, John, where if you're an NQ trader, which most of the population here in TopStep is, it can tear your face off, especially if you're new. I mean, what are we here for? We're here to help traders learn and manage risk and trade well. And if the first thing you jump into is the NQ with the mini, it's like it can really bite you pretty bad. So we had some talking. Emery and I did behind the scenes there and said, you know what, let's take this a little bit different. Let's try to slow things down and help these traders out. So we kind of both jumped on that bandwagon a bit. I haven't found my edge in the Dow yet. It's only been a little bit of a week, and my headset is on this Vegas trip back here, but I will be digging into it more and putting some stuff together and then sharing everything I possibly can. I can talk circles into the NQ. It's just been doing it for so long. But
Right.
I'm kind of liking the Dow, though, to be honest. It's there's no ticks in between. They're just straight handles or straight points.
Yeah.
It's $5 a move, and it's still got some price action in there. There's only 30 stocks
It
in it,
does.
right?
Mhm.
But you don't get your face torn off. You get it in the wrong direction. You'd be like, wow, I did worse. I did
Exactly.
did I take it? I don't think I took a Dow trade today, but in my practice, like after hours stuff, I would do a market replay, and I would take trade in the Dow, and I'm like, this is what I would do in NQ, and I'm like, oh man, I only lost a little bit in NQ, point wise, and I lost a decent amount point wise in the Dow, but the NQ was 3 times dollar wise of a loss. So I'm like, okay, well that makes more sense now. I got to take a look at this also. So I'm happy for it. I'm learning too, and I'll share everything that I can, everything that I learn.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Also, it's cheaper than trading the micros, because if you are looking at micros, you're going to have to multiply those micros up to get the type of motion that you might get in a regular trade from the Dow. So it's sort of like an in-between product that says, listen, you can make some good money if you sit on those edges, right? So I took 2 trades, a couple of 1 lots in this particular account, and it's up maybe $400, but I took it in some of my other accounts. I was trading 10 lots, and it made for a really, really nice day. And so it's just slow. And when you're new, sometimes you want to see, wow, you want to see somebody really do something amazing. But at the end of the day, what you want to do is just get good at understanding support, resistance, trend, and momentum. So back to that question for you. Talk to us about Wednesday as it unfolds. My questions were, listen, show us where the initiative buyers began to position on Wednesday, and then what the follow through looked like where new initiative buyers came in. And I'm guessing that's out of the value area. Correct?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so show us that, and so that we can go, oh, okay, if trend is in our favor and we have initiative buyers, you better not be looking for a top unless you're doing a scalp trade.
Right.
Correct? Okay, so
Yes.
let's peek at your chart, if you wouldn't mind taking us to Wednesday.
Yeah, no problemo. All right. So what we had was, in essence, a bull flag, right? I didn't put this on here. Let me just put this on here real quick. So we basically had a bull flag where it's against trend. Volume is slow. We actually kind of lost some open interest on this push back. And then we had the breakout on Thursday and the continuation on Friday. Was there anything in Delta that might have indicated that longer time frame buyers were present? So I'm going to pull up the profiles here, and we're going to look at Wednesday. Here's our bull flag.
Yep.
The overall delta for the entire day ended up being negative 6,858. Now, there's probably some things in the body of the profile that we could kind of look at, but I don't want to get too into the weeds here. So because I can see like A period was not minus 962, minus 300, minus even up here at the highs here, we had negative 1451, we had negative 600, we had negative 1200. Now this is the delta per 30-minute period. We have negative 1,000 here. We get a little bit positive here. We scare off some of those shorts that were accumulating all of that negative delta here. We have I period. We scared a few more off. Now we're negative 7,000, negative up a little bit, and then M period. We lost about 3,800 in delta. So before the last period of the day, we were up around negative 10,000 in delta. Did the market move in that direction? No. We had an inside day.
So it stayed in value. No initiative buyers, just a building of negative delta.
Correct. But when we look at this profile, if we were to base this Wednesday's profile off of the point of control from the previous day, all of the buying that occurred above that point of control could be considered initiative. The low, responsive buyers down here, initiative buyers up here.
Okay, so are we saying that we can have a squishy definition for initiative buyers?
Yes.
Over the top of a collection of TPOs?
Squishy.
Yes, I know. Me and the kerfuffle and the squishy. Sorry.
Yes, but the fact that the aggressive sellers, the people using market orders to hit into bids, were unsuccessful at taking out and extending below the initial balance, indicates the potential presence of longer time frame buyers.
Okay, which by default would be initiative buying, simply because the thought process is there is going to be range expansion, and initiative buyers will only engage when they believe range expansion is on the horizon.
Okay. Now,
yes,
the open interest. Yes? I believe that the initiative buyers, if they were longer time frame, were covering shorts here because we lost open interest.
Okay.
But because they're covering shorts, that means initiative.
Yes.
They're covering shorts because they want to.
So initiative doesn't exactly mean direction. It just means change.
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to take it down into these little tiny things I can understand.
No.
I hope that's okay.
My dad was a trader. It took me 2 months to understand short.
I appreciate you holding my hand through this, but so initiative just means potential of change on the horizon.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Great.
So then on Thursday, the market opens above range. All buyers at this point are initiative. Okay.
Because they're outside of the range.
Outside of range, correct. Or even just above the point of control from the previous day.
Okay.
Okay. And above value for sure. So we get one push down to the lows on Wednesday with big excess. this just got too short. Sellers wouldn't even think about selling it anymore. Buyers came in and left a big buying tail. This is excess. Okay. So this was that day when we were kind of seeing a lot of negative delta, and delta increasing in negativity as price continued to push higher and higher throughout the session. Then we saw a lot of the short time frame, weaker hands sellers that were creating the negative delta. They said, all right, the heck with this. We've got to get flat. Then we get the range extension to the upside. So now we have initiative buyers in longer time frame. We have initiative buyers in longer time frame. And on the high here, we have initiative buyers in the short time frame because they're all stuck.
Right. Okay. So let me interrupt you right there. As traders, when we follow you and we're sitting in at Topstep TV and we're trying to trade and working through all the pieces, when we look at delta, our checkpoints mentally should be, is delta moving in the direction of trend? If that answer is yes, it's business as usual. We're watching things move, whether they're responsive or initiative, it doesn't really matter. Our disconnect and opportunities for big expansions, whether it's an expansion down or an expansion up, comes when we leave the range, we leave the value, we leave the TPO, and our delta is not moving in the direction that the movement of the TPO out of TPO value or range.
Right. And there's no finite rule that says that. I mean, you're going to run into days where all time frames are acting in concert, and you're going to have, really, really high delta, positive delta on a big up day. I mean, that's when just everybody and their aunts and uncles are just buying.
Yep.
Buying, right?
Yes.
So if you remember Thursday, we did extend the range, but right at 3:00, somebody came in and it was like a 10,000 contract market order.
Totally remember it.
So we started extending this range at negative 15,000. And we added 25,000 negative delta right at the end of the day.
Yep.
That was like whack.
Yeah, that was insane. It was insane. The point that I want to sort of bring us home to as we study this, and I know this might be simpler for some of you that just sort of get profiles. For me, it's harder. So what I always want to do is bring it back to that simple space. And it's the space of the disconnect that says, listen, I know you think there's going to be a top here. Don't try to short the top. Or I know you think there's going to be a bottom here. Don't try to pick the bottom. And I suspect if we're looking at delta being negative and the market being negative, we can go, listen, everybody's doing the same thing. Not a good idea to try pick a bottom. Everybody's doing the same thing. And doing delta moving up and up and up along with price. No, you don't want to short up there because everybody's doing the same thing. But that same space of continuation occurs when there's a disconnect, when there's a ton of negative delta, but price is moving up, or there's a ton of positive delta and the price is moving down because capitulation has to happen. the trader has to unwind. He has to unwind
Yes, the
because
shorter
that's
time
the
frame
nature
does.
of that. Yeah. And so what I see traders doing a lot is they feel like they've missed the move and they go, all right, I have no idea where to get in, so I'm going to look for a reversal. And so when Andre comes out and he says, John, what's the delta? And John gives us that number. Our responsibility then is to go, okay, is that number moving in concert with market action, right? So what's the delta right now?
So delta today in the S&Ps is negative 2,200. Here's the profile.
Okay, but we're inside
$12.
value. Yeah,
Yes.
we're inside value, inside range,
Mm-hmm.
and we're inside the TPO.
Yes.
Of the
and we have
prior
a
day.
very, very small range.
Yes. And so this says, cool you jets, probably nothing going on, right? How often do we normally get a delta update from you? I saw how you showed us how to get it in the other space, but how often should we look for that?
Well, if you can recognize a delta divergence early in the session, you know that can keep you right-sided all day long. But you have to remember the delta divergences are usually created by the presence of longer time frame traders. Now, if you have a longer time frame trader that is going to be working the bid side all day long and you watch price move higher and higher and delta decrease in value or get more and more negative as price moves higher and higher, that's your divergence. And that's when you might end up seeing that capitulation at the end of the day, unless the longer time frame traders finish their business for the day earlier than finishing it at the end of the day. Anne Marie, I know you've heard me say, it looks like Elvis left the building, right? Because Elvis is the one that's scooping up all of the market order sellers that the short time frame traders are hitting them with. And once they're done, once they finish, they can't get any more bought at a specific level, they'll move those bids up. And they just keep putting that heat on those shorter time frame traders. And then if they can't get any more bought at this level, they'll raise those bids up and keep the pressure on the short time frame traders. So what a delta divergence does is it, in essence, pits different time frame traders against each other.
Got it. So let me ask you this question. Oh, that's a great delta divergences pit different time frame traders against each other. Okay, that's going in the memory bank. You said this a second ago. Delta divergences are normally caused by longer term traders. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So help me understand.
Okay.
So what we had last week was a lot of longer term buyers that broke out of prices, broke out of value, broke out of range above the TPO, and they began to buy. But delta also began to move even more negative. So is the delta divergence, how does delta divergence become more negative if the longer term buyers are creating positive price flow? Help me understand.
Okay.
You know what I'm trying to say there, right?
Yes, I believe I do.
Finish the sentence. Okay.
And so let's look at Thursday. So, Thursday, I'm going to split this profile. Thursday, the market opens, it takes out the low. We get this spike to the downside, and then the rest of the day, the price ratchets higher. Okay, and then at the end of the day, we get the blow off to the upside. So when you think about how the longer time frame, other time frame traders want to conduct their business, they want to conduct their business in secret. They don't want anybody to know that they've got 15,000 e-minis to buy that day. So what they do is they let the market opened with a gap, it closed the gap. Now the longer time frame traders they're smart. They know that if the overnight inventory is long, there's a chance they're gonna be able to start buying at lower levels. They let the market come down here. Okay, we have one spike to the downside. You can almost see it here. Okay, the longer time frame start using ice orders, icebergs. They have 15,000 contracts.
An iceberg is a giant order that gets released in certain pockets.
In little bits.
Okay, gotcha.
So they'll just keep placing random numbers of smaller bids, 10, 15, 22, 18, 62, 41, 5, 16. And as each of those orders is filled, another order is just popped right in there, and they'll just sit there and soak up all that the market will give them at that level. So they'll just keep using those ice orders, and buying on the bid creates negative delta, right? So if we're buying on the bid, it's market order sells that are hitting into our bid that we keep replenishing. So the delta continues to get more and more negative as short time frame traders use market orders to hit into those bids. They're hitting into those bids. And then finally, the short time frame traders figure out, well, this thing ain't breaking. So they'll cover some of them.
We got to get out of here. Yeah.
Right. And then the longer time frame trader, who may have more business to do, will raise those bids up and entice those short time frame traders. Hey, we liked it down there. Let's try selling it here. So they keep selling into those iceberg orders. They'll let the market kind of move around a little bit in that area. They'll move those orders to different levels. But in that range, they're just going to keep putting in buy limit orders and let the shorter time frame traders hit into them until they figure it out. And then they'll move those bids up again. So you can almost see it here. They'll let the market come down. We have an hour and a half of iceberg orders being placed in this level. The short time frame traders say, screw this, we're out of here. They move those bids up to here, and they keep that pressure on the shorts until finally they're too short. They got to get out. They got to finish the end of the day, and they got to just jump over each other to get out of those positions.
Okay, so I have some measure of clarity, but I listened to something that you said, and my gears got ground back up about
it's okay
75 words ago. So let me ask you this. You said at the bid, if they've got these limit orders that they take at the bid, they, because the market sells are coming into that bid, it creates negative delta.
Correct.
Is that what you said? Okay.
Yes.
So explain to me that mechanical flow. I know we're digging in the weeds here, folks, but John has been trying to teach me TPOs for 2 years. And for the first time, I feel like I'm actually understanding what it is that he's saying at more than a superficial level. So this last piece about the bid creating negative delta.
Yes.
Tell me mechanically what's going on.
So every contract that trades on the bid uses a market sell order. Any contract that trades on the bid is -1 in delta. If it trades on the offer, it's +1 in delta. So when we have delta increasing in negativity and price moving in the opposite direction, it's a longer term trader placing bids and replenishing those bids that is creating the delta divergence, because in order for those bids to get hit, a market order has to sell into them. So that's how we end up creating that delta divergence.
Got it. And why it's created by initiative exchanges, not
right.
Yes. Perfect.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes. Yeah. Most of the time it's going to be
great.
It'll be responsive sellers hitting into initiative buying.
Okay.
See, we just took out the delta in the S&Ps. We just popped.
Yeah, that was a really big pop. 230 reversal, maybe. Wow, what is a SPY?
No.
I don't know. I don't like it. I had a pending order sitting up there, a pending limit sell on the MNQ, hoping that keyword. It was just further up, far enough, I thought, out of the way. And if it did actually get a little closer and then fill that and then kind of drop back down again, but it popped right through it, and it's probably going to stop out here anytime. My stop on this trade is 18,334. It'll just going to push right through this, and I'm gonna let it happen just where it is. So that was what the plan was. I was short, and there was a supply area right up above. I shouldn't say supply, a congestion area right above. So I was going to go short again. It's an MNQ, so it's not a big deal. And then, true to form, if it went that last little bit, I was like, if it pops and blows right up above this, you can see on the chart now. I'll make it a little bit bigger. It's right at the top here. So I said, if it goes up a little higher above all this mess, I will take that one more short and then just get out if it continues on, because I'm not gonna keep adding to this. It's not a really losing trade, but it was in that area. Shorted, it didn't go right away my direction, so I'm like, I'll get it halfway up and then one more at the top. And if it still goes, then I just get stopped out. And it's a micro, so it's gonna be about a $200 loss if it does. But if it went down and continued on, I was adding to that position on the way down also. So there's I would say a strategy, but there was an idea behind it. It'll probably get stopped out here momentarily, but I'm not going to touch it. We'll just let it go.
Okay, so now we have the exact thing that we've been discussing this entire 40 minutes is the breach above the TPO and the value area, correct? And so this is likely more initiative buying. What are we seeing here?
Well, I mean, we have divergence in the Nasdaq as well. We haven't even taken out the high of the initial balance yet in the Nasdaq. Yeah. If you want to see it's right here.
Or the YM. Yeah.
So now we just took a one look above the initial balance in the Nasdaq. We do have negative delta. We just took out 300 of that negative delta on that pop. We still have negative delta of 1,600. So we just ran a bunch of stops above the initial balance. You know, even in this short time frame, I mean, this was one of the smallest ranges in the Nasdaq that we've seen in recent history. It's still only 76 points. That is a minute range for the S&P or for the Nasdaq. So we've still got negative 1,600 in delta. The market is squeezing out those shorts as we speak. So I don't know. We'll have to see how this kind of plays out. But one thing about the Nasdaq, last night we put in a new all-time high in the overnight session. That usually will not stand. That usually will not stand. So I don't know. We'll see how.
You mean in the overnight we will go back to see it? Is this
at some point? At some point today, tomorrow, this week, sometime we'll take that out in regular trading hours. it's unusual for that to remain an all-time high that occurred in the overnight.
Okay, so I took a short in the YF.
Yeah, we got possibly a failed upside auction here in the Nasdaq. So we'll see how that plays out. We got to wait a little while for it to play out, but
Oh yeah, it stopped me out by 2 ticks and then went the other direction. And isn't that true to form for like there it is right there, big
for the,
look at that big
for the
candle
NQ,
that all day
which
long,
is another reason.
all day long, exactly. So I figured if it's going to do that, and that was that last little piece I was looking for, it's going to hit me, and if it just touched me and then reversed, would be good. But if it hit me and then pushed through, I was so close with that stop. It's just we'll wait for the next trade. But isn't that the truth? Isn't that like the nature of NQ? A tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks, and then 50 points your direction. It's so cool. Love it. I love it. I love it.
So one last thing I wanted to talk about is as to how the longer time frame places their orders. They use iceberg orders a lot, and I love that because they're much easier to see than what they call growler orders. Growler orders is they'll put in a bid of 40 contracts, and as soon as that 40 contract bid is filled, they'll buy 40 at the market. So they keep delta neutral. They get 40 bought on the bid, they buy 40 on the offer.
Interesting.
They buy 40 on the bid, they buy 40 on the offer. They buy 22 on the bid, they buy 22 on the offer.
So why are they doing that? They're sort of grinding their way to where they want to go? Or what is the purpose of them doing that?
Because they know that smart traders at TopStep are keeping an eye on delta.
Oh, I see. They're trying to build a smokescreen about what they're actually trying to do.
Correct. They're hiding what they're trying to do, and they do that with ICE orders as well. It's just, I don't know why they choose to use either one, but the growler orders are almost impossible to find and to see. But delta divergence tells us that the presence of a longer time frame participant is possibly there. We never know 100%. We never know when they're going to be done. We've seen delta divergence just crumble at the end of the day, because Elvis leaves the building. If Elvis leaves the building, then those responsive sellers they have a chance at pushing price, in the opposite direction. But yeah, these longer time frame traders are sneaky.
So when would if we're using volume TPOs, and we're using volume mechanics to assess what's going on in the market, when does an expansion out of this area confirm initiative buying? What must we finish a candlestick formation? What is the storyboard there?
Great question. So here's the NASDAQ. Okay, this is the range extension that just occurred. Okay, we saw that range extension. If we're looking for confirmation of acceptance of higher pricing, and confirmation is of course subjective, and there's nothing perfect in trading. But if we were to close this bar in 15 minutes above the initial balance, that could be confirmation of acceptance of higher pricing, and we might see the market continue to push to the upside. If we've extended above the initial balance, if we open below the high of the initial balance, this will look more like a failed upside auction and gives us, a possible rotation back lower.
Okay.
Confirmation. That word just echoes in my ears and in my head. Like, okay, what's confirmation? Yeah. It's subjective. Yeah. We never really know.
And
it's all about
it
the
could confirm
probabilities.
in one candle. It could confirm in one candle and then disaffirm in the follow-up candle. So yeah, absolutely. It's the ACH of trading. So the reason I'm sticking in this short is twofold. One, we are sitting at the top of these stochastic readings. Now, I've got them positioned at 8, 3, and 3. On both of these, I don't know why it's not showing me that on this side, but it's 8, 3, and 3 for both of them. This one is an hourly chart. Sometimes it's 30-minute, it depends. But what I am noticing, every time my stochastic gets way up here above 80 or 85, I start looking for a topping formation. And so that's what put me into the space of saying, wait, where are my recent highs? And can I position a limit order short right around those zones? And so I have a couple of zones up in here, and it took my first zone, but it didn't take my second or my third. So I have the potential of having actually 3 shorts, limit order shorts here, but it only caught one of them. And now I expect it to rotate into congestion where I'm going to clean it off. I'm just going to go, you know what? Quick strike trade. It's into my 1 hour heavy congestion area here. I'm just going to cover it as soon as it comes down into that zone. And there it goes. And that's, $150 sitting right there that came right off the top, one at a time. And all I did was say, wait a second, my momentum indicator is telling me it's time to look for a trade. So literally, as a trader, what you want to do when you're looking in a simple system like this that literally has just the VWAP showing on the 1 hour and then a 5-minute, you have your indicator, your stochastic up, and when it gets really high or really low, you make sure that trend is moving in your favor, and then you can take the trade. Down here, it said, hey, I should be looking for a long, but I'm under a downward sloping VWAP. So I can't look and go, all right, well, I've got to find where support is. Could it be here? Yes, I wait for it, nothing comes. Could it be here? I wait for it, nothing comes. It's only when it's here that it starts moving up off of these edges and gets over 38,969 that I can go, oh, there's my long. And I'm going to take it up into my heavy congestion area, or when my stochastic starts creeping up into that 80 and I go, you know what? I'm going to take profit if I'm going long. I wasn't. I wanted to go short. And so I did the exact thing, only in reverse. Hopefully that makes sense.
I think John's muted, but yeah, that
Crickets.
was a nice breakdown. No, John's muted, but yes, that was a nice breakdown. It makes sense.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how I keep muting myself, but yeah, that was a wonderful breakdown. Thank you very much. Do you find that you're able to take advantage of divergences in your stochastic at those levels? Like the market puts in a
Yes
new
and no.
high, but the stochastic doesn't.
Yes and no, right?
Okay.
So for instance, I might be it's all relative to what trend is doing. So if trend has come in and it's going up to the moon, that divergence in the stochastic, it's going to put me on the wrong side of the trade. If I look at it and I go, that means that I need to just wait for a better dip to buy. right? So for instance, this stochastic reading, oh, sorry, I don't have my screen up there. I'll show that if it gets back. I'll show you what, when you have the stochastic that is in the weird spaces. So this one right here, where my check is, you can see that I have two mounds, one higher than the other, right? So this is high up here and this is high up here, but they're moving. This is higher than this, relatively speaking. So it might make me think, oh, it's just a shallow dip and I might go long. At the end of the day, what I look at is when it starts coming up over here, I go, if I'm long, I go, I got to get out of this trade. I'm going to take the majority of my trade off. I'm going to trim my gains, and I'm going to move my stop up a little bit because I don't want to lose X, Y, or Z. And I will do that. And if it comes down, look at this. This divergence shows this edge here being all the way down here, but this edge here being in the same place that the price action was there. So again, if I focused on that sort of thing, I think it would confuse me. And again, I am a bit of a Forrest Gump trader, and I look for, wait, where did everybody buy and where did everybody sell? It keeps me totally drilled in and totally focused on price. And so what I want my technicals to do is confirm that my price in the position that I'm sitting in are going to continue. So the reason I got out of that trade immediately on that first move up, twofold. One, my momentum trader is moving, my momentum indicator on my hourly chart, it's moving straight up. I have no idea how far it could go. It could go to 97 before it decides to turn around. But I know sellers are here, and so I know traders are going to try and do something. On the 5 minute, it is all the way up at 90, and it's not doing anything but staying there. So automatically I go, listen, if that's sloping up, they're going to buy the dip. So I do not need to hold on to my short. Quick or I'm dead. Quick or I'm dead. And so because I know there's somebody on the other side of that going, hey, I'm buying that dip.
I like what you said about Forrest Gump, and it kind of brings me back to Robert Hockham's razor. The simplest answer is usually the best one.
Yeah, I overcomplicated my trading life in ways that lost me millions of dollars, and so I try to make things as simple as they can be, but not simpler. To steal that line from Einstein, right? I just try to make it as simple as I can for me. And, as long as I don't throw my mind into whatever, it ends up putting me on the right side of the trade. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I had fun.
That's great. No, I was
freaking ton. I learned a freaking ton today. I am so happy about this lab. It was just phenomenal. And I got to give you a hat tip. Everybody's got a crush on Hogue. We all know he's our chart guy. But you have so much patience with me, John, and I really appreciate it. You really have been trying to teach me this for 2 years, and I think today I finally went, I think I got it. But see, then there's always tomorrow. So I'll be up with some new questions then. I'll get up and go, oh no, I don't think I'm right again. But yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate that patience, because I do want to get it. I want to get it.
Well, thank you. And you always ask such good questions. And it looks like we are going to possibly be opening above that previous range certainly in the S&Ps,
Yeah.
maybe not the NASDAQ. So you may see some more continuation to the upside if that is the case. Robert, thanks for joining and everything. Anne Marie, as always, thank you very much. And you kind of nobody has a crush on Hogue.
Everybody has a crush on Hogue. It says I have a man crush on Hogue 50 times in that stream at least every week. Come on. We all know it.
Well,
everybody goes, I love Hogue. That's our thing. And it's because you're so patient with us.
Hogue loves you too. Just know that.
There you go.
Love us.
I'm so.
There you go. That was a great session there, guys.
So happy.
That was really something. When Anne-Marie was talking about what was going to discuss, I'm like, wow, this is going to be really good. I'm going to have about 5 words because this is a segment of Strategy Lab. It's all about to listen because I don't know a lot of what y'all are talking about, but now it makes a lot more sense. And I'd be like, maybe I can do something with this on a shorter time frame or whatnot. At least give you a little bit of direction. That's why I just love this. I was just helping out in chat, doing my own stuff over here. It was awesome. I really appreciated that for you guys. And Hogue will sign us off, but I am out, folks. Hogue, I will see. Are you going to Vegas? I'll see you in Vegas if you are. If that's it. That's where we're going. Out for the day. I'm going to grab myself a steak. I'm going to put some clothes in a suitcase, and I got to fly out at 4 a.m. So I'll see you guys later.
All right. I'm looking forward to
I love how excited
seeing you in person.
Look at how excited he is.
I know.
Sorry.
Yes. Yes. I can't wait too. It's going to be so nice to see everybody again. And Emery, thank you for everything. And I hope everybody had the opportunity to learn something today. Of course, makes me so happy when something we talk about, Emery, Robert, anybody that talks about that lights that candle and that lights that light bulb in his head. And it's all about learning and growing and getting better at what we do. And love you all. We've got Power Hour coming up here. Andre, Dolby, and Anne Marie. I'm looking forward to seeing Anne Marie in Power Hour. And just hold on for a couple of seconds. We'll see you in just a few minutes. So stick around.
Welcome to Power Hour. Very, very special guest making her very first appearance on Power. You just saw her last segment, but she's joining us for Power Hour. Anne-Marie, thank you so much for joining us on Power Hour. What are your thoughts going into this very special session?
I'm excited, a little bit nervous.
Okay.
You know, I don't know if you guys are gonna,
Why are you?
have to
Why are
give
you
me the
nervous?
hook.
Why are you nervous?
I don't know. I guess I don't want to. I don't want to do bad. And all you guys have these great big heavy hitter guys that are floating around that come to the end of the day. So having the little old grandma show up.
No,
I mean, all you have to do is put on a killer trade, and all is forgiven.
Well, I actually am already short the YM.
Great, there we go. We're getting this started.
Yeah, I've got
short.
Yeah, I've got it.
So
here.
where we short from?
We are short from 39,100. If it pops up to 120, I'll add, and then I'll add again at 140, and that'll still keep me inside of my range. But my suspicion is that we're going to rotate right back down into the value area because I suspect that traders aren't going to be very keen to position in front of news that's coming, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And we've got Powell speaking on Tuesday and Wednesday. Or is it, Tuesday and Wednesday, or Wednesday and Thursday? I don't know.
Wednesday, Thursday.
When he's going. Yeah.
So I see something you're doing here that I actually been doing this too, is that you have like some shorts stacked above your initial
I know.
short.
You and I have very similar trade mechanics, Dolby.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought I was looking at my
I know.
screen,
It's
actually.
really weird.
I was like, wait, I didn't place that trade. Yeah, no, that looks awesome. So I see exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, I've got overbought formations near prior highs. And I've got it on both the 1 hour chart and the 5 minute. But because there's so much upward pressure, I think it'll be kind of squishy. And so I'm just leaving it a little room to come in. And the YM is a little bit slower. And so it allows me that space to, I might be down $80 and then size in again. And then, it's going to be simple. I'm not, going, what is it? Pulled pork, which is amazing.
I love it.
Hey, yeah. All right.
You knew exactly what it was. You just didn't want to say it. You didn't know if you were saying it right, Anne-Marie.
Writing her notes in the green room.
Yeah,
she knows she was getting herself into.
Yeah.
I actually really like your trade. I want to. Yeah, go ahead.
Anne-Marie, what made you jump into the Dow? I don't remember you typically trading the Dow.
I don't, but I was just talking to Hogue about it, and I was thinking about the newer traders that come in and get these accounts and trying Topstep X, and really they want to get in good trades, but they've got the wiggles because they don't know how to stay in something while it's moving against them. And Dolby, Robert and I had a session last week on the Strategy Lab on how the Dow can deliver mechanical flow for us to follow, learn how to trade, learn how to mechanize entry and exit, and not be so fearful that, their prefrontal cortex is flooded with cortisol. So they don't, so they end up making bad trades or not trading at all because they're staring like a deer in the headlights. And so I don't normally trade it. I picked it today because I thought, we could expand, we could collapse, but at the key levels, It's a very simple outlook. I put it up on TopstepX because I wanted folks to see, listen, I'm just using a stochastic and the VWAP, and it's when the stochastic gets very high, you want to think about taking profit or positioning in a short. When the stochastic gets very low, you want to think about taking profit off your short or positioning for a new long. And so it's easy as it goes. And that's what I'm trying to share with folks through the process.
I'm kind of living vicariously through your trade here, because this is kind of the exact thing that I would have put on.
Yeah,
I'm hoping you get at least 2 of those filled and you get that reversal, because that is just the best feeling.
Yeah, and it's, well, you know what? It would be a classic setup if it did that. The only problem is we just went over the TPOs with John, and if they break out above this value area, that's going to be initiative buying that's going to force it further out. And it's that buying could be, oh wait, what's the delta right now?
Good. I'm glad you asked. Quickly, I just asked John in the background here. Minus 1600, minus 1600 in NQ, and plus 1200 in ES. So nothing too heavy one way or another.
Yeah.
But John will keep us updated throughout. Yes, he'll keep us updated throughout, and I'll make sure to pass it along. I also see him in chat here. He'll also update the chat. But yes, plus 1200 in the ES and minus 1600 in NQ.
All right. So nothing dramatic. I learned quite a bit every time I listen to Power Hour, and these traders that come on that talk about, hey, listen, look at that 350 time frame to see what the unwinding of trades into the end of the day looks like. Those I find to be incredibly fascinating. And so hopefully we'll get something like that. You know, my goal is to just have the tight trade up so traders can see quickly, all right, this is what a trade setup might look like. It's going to look, if I'm looking for a short, it's going to be up near the past highs if everybody's got really solid momentum, and we've been range trading all day and we still feel a bit rangy in the YM, not so much, you know, the NQ or wherever else, but that's
I am
I'm
happy. I am happy that you said that you learn something every time you watch this show, because I do feel that the show is actually really educational, and there are some people who think it's not, and I don't appreciate that. I think
This is
we have
a profitable show.
Really, it's a profitable show. That's what I'm saying.
It's a profitable segment.
No pressure. No pressure, by the way. This show, we are known to be making money, so winning trades only.
Absolutely.
Winning trades only.
Maybe that's
Isn't
why
that right, Andre?
come on today.
100%. I was thinking, they pulled it. There was some liquidity down here in the S&Ps on the bid. Seems to have gotten pulled. We are seeing a bit of liquidity at 59, 51, 59, 800 lots sit up top there. We'll see if we can get filled. I'm still have not seen any kind of news as to that pop in equities about 45 minutes ago. I know we were talking in the green room. Might have just been shorts getting squeezed there, but I have not seen any news or anything in the chat for that matter. So maybe we fill that gap down the downside. I don't know. It's so hard to stay short in this market, Anne Marie. I know you're short right now, but would you say it's you can't get married to the shorts in this bull market that we're in, can you?
Not even for a second. You really can't.
Yeah.
You got to be quick, or you're going to be upside down. My problem is, truth be told, I love shorting way better than going.
You have a short bias.
Anne Marie, I've noticed that. Anne Marie, I'm not gonna lie, I've noticed that. You love calling the tops. You love calling the tops of these rallies.
I love shorting. I love shorting. I do. I can't help myself. And I don't know if I'm naturally bearish. I feel like I'm super optimistic, but I'm always
that
looking
is true,
for,
actually. Why do you think that is? Because I would consider I would consider you very optimistic, kind of like bubbly personality, a little bit more excited about the day, yet you're always shorting the market. What's going on there?
It's well, I'm not always shorting.
Good call, Dolby. Good
Yeah.
call.
I'm not always shorting it. I do go long certain spaces, but if you were to look at what percentage of my trades are short versus long, it's probably 75-25 if I'm, being honest. I just end
I've
up,
noticed.
I don't know why. I think maybe because it
Wonder what
moves so
Jimmy would say
fast.
about that. Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
because
I mean,
it moves so fast.
They are the most exciting opportunities.
Absolutely. Bear markets are a lot more fun to trade than bull markets. So this bull market's been different. I mean, look, we're catching a bid here in the S&Ps. To the upside.
I'm working some NQ shorts here at 347.5 and 53.5. So I'm going to play the same trade that Anne Marie's kind of playing, but in the NQ instead of the YM, and we're going to kind of compare and contrast how the volatility plays out.
Fantastic. I love that.
I love it.
For science,
quick,
chat.
guys. Yeah, and speaking of chat, I just want to give a shout out to Dave Wood. It's his first time in here, and he says this is better than most trade rooms for sure. So everyone say hi to Dave Wood. Welcome to TopStep TV.
awesome.
Welcome to Power Hour. Hopefully we can put on a nice little show for you as we are seeing the S&Ps go bid here, catching a bid to the upside. 51, 56 halves, down 3/4. We are seeing a bid, and Power Hour seems like the moves have been to the upside. With that being said, Hogue just updated me. ES is now flat or neutral, delta neutral with a big whopping 0. So those longs have unwound. And what's this? Oh, yeah. And then NASDAQ still at minus 1,400. Minus 1,400 in the NQ for delta neutral in S&Ps.
So the NAS tilt is up at 67%, and the longs average price is 18,329. The short average price is 18,333.
Oh man!
How do we interpret that?
No, we missed it by like 2 or 3 ticks. We were really
It filled
close.
my second
we were
one.
Really close. Oh, you got in, so that's interesting. So you got in for your second, but I did not get in. I did not get in yet. We're close.
Yeah, let's see how far. We have to break this little, it looks like a little pennant that's building right here. We have to break down off of this pennant, or I believe this trade is on the wrong side. So I'm looking for a break of that pennant to see if I can add to the position. So that's what we'll look at.
See if NQ can teleport here. And
which side? Which way?
To the north side. I'm trying to get short, but we're not there yet.
What did NVIDIA do today?
I was just trading 870. No big deal.
Wiggle.
Up and yeah, what was that? I saw that. NVIDIA trading
870?
870. $870 a share. Those $1,000 calls we were making fun of about a week ago aren't looking so crazy right now. It's all crazy.
I'm pulling my shorts. I'm pulling it. I don't trust the wiggle chat. I don't trust the wiggle.
I thought NVIDIA shook you out there.
No, I'm switching sides.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. All right, Dolby time. All right, Dolby time.
So what are you watching on your pullback?
I want to see if I can get short 330 evens, 326 and 321.5. So we're going to try to buy the bottom half of the 5-minute range. I saw a wiggle on the ladder, so I don't trust it.
That was sketchy.
Yeah, you saw that, right?
I did. I saw it too. It was sketchy. I thought we were going lower off of it, but yeah, I saw that.
No, I think we're going to run because of it. So I'm switching sides.
All right.
I didn't like that. I don't like the wiggle. Do you ever see that, Anne-Marie? Do you ever watch the ladder and just see like a glitch in the matrix, and you're like, something's going to happen?
So, because I haven't told folks in a while, but because I sit on the autism spectrum, I have to sort of tamp down on all the flashing moves and the jiggly things that come out.
Okay.
And so I tend to respond incorrectly when I'm staring down that kind of stuff. What I love to do in my regular trading accounts inside of Motive Wave, I'll have the depth of market on the side, and I can see when they're bunching up. And so it's not moving in that rapid space that, makes me feel like I'm going to have a seizure, but I can see it bunching up. And I can see, like John always says to us, listen, the market's going to go where that liquidity is. And so I tend to watch for that and use that space inside of the depth of market.
Interesting. I'm okay. So I got out of that one, but I am looking to get short higher up, maybe 373 and a half or 379 and a quarter in the NQ. I don't know. I don't trust what's going on right there with the wiggle. So we're gonna give it more space to the upside. I think it can make a run for it possibly.
So I am still in my short because everything is confirming my direction, my short-term time frames. Here's the thing. I took one trade during Strategy Lab, and it was a short into the top of the 1 hour bars right here in my chart at around 39,084. And so I'm going to do that trade again. I'm just going to come out right there, let it come into that area, and I'm just going to, take another couple of $100 out of the market, just like that. And so slow and easy. What keeps me in the trade is the direction of my stochastic and the direction of my candlesticks. If my candlesticks are giving me lower highs and lower lows, I can sit back and go, all right, let's see what all the players do, right? And so right now it's coming into my target. I'm up about 250, and I'm going to say, I'm flat here, right? And so I'm out of the trade there, and I'm waiting for the next one. Now, some folks might go, Anne-Marie, your momentum is down, your stochastic's rolling over, price action's rolling over. Why don't you wait out that short just a little bit longer? Well, two things. Short is not the direction of the market. The direction of the market has typically been bid up. I'm sitting above my VWAP, and my VWAP has some measure of slope. And if I look at my 1 hour candlesticks, I've got higher lows and higher highs. So all of that says, get in, take your money, and get out. Now, if everything's moving in my favor, if I were trading by myself, I would be trading bigger lots. Simply because
how much did you get? How much did you get on that trade?
250.
250. Nice. That is awesome. Thank you for contributing to the positive P&L for Power Hour.
The Power Hour P&L. Awesome. Yep. People come to make money.
Yep.
This is where the money's made.
That's exactly. That was a great trade. Also, and a great explanation of it as well, and why you got out.
Yeah, and that's really, it's, for me, I'm the little mouse that stares from my hole, and I look for small pieces of cheese near my hole, and I go get it and take it back.
Get back in there.
No cats around. No big feet.
No, that's
nothing. I'm in, I'm out.
Yeah, that's behavior that we've seen out of a lot of the really successful traders that we've actually had on Power Hour. Whether they're trading multiple contracts and peeling stuff off, or just having little smaller profit targets. It seems to be just always kind of pocketing money along the way. It seems to be really successful for a lot of people.
Yeah, for me, here's the thing. The further out in time we go, the more difficult it is to approximate the future.
Ooh,
so, for instance,
I agree.
If we
I know exactly where you're going with this.
If we have just, a small pocket of time when we go, like me, looking at the last 4 1-hour candlesticks, I go, wait a second. Traders have closed at this area, opened at this area, and breached this area. So if I make a brand new high and I'm sitting in a buy the dip formation, I'm short, I better cover when all the longs decided they were going to buy that breakout. I have no idea whether they will again, but probability sits in my favor that's if they're going to come in the short term, it's there. And so I want to take all the profit that I can before that.
All right.
So normally I would say I would start with a 5 lot with the YM. And when it would come into that target, I would take 3 off and I would let the 2 run. And so what I would always be doing is managing it into the next area of support if it ends up going there.
Yeah. That's kind of like one in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Isn't that right, Andre?
Oh, 100%.
Well, yeah, how does that one go, Dolby? What does that mean? And how does that relate to trading?
Well,
take your
one in the
profits
hand-
as opposed to...
Yeah, take your
The
profits.
bird in the hand is
instead
worth
of-
2 in the bush.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
Right?
I didn't know Dolby was dropping. He's going to be dropping just random generic phrases on me like that in Power Hour. But yes, you are
What are you
absolutely
talking about?
right.
That's a classic.
It's applicable. It's very applicable.
That's
And
a
to
classic.
Anne Marie's point, you're right. We can forecast and predict, so to speak, for lack of a better phrase, speculate, if you will, within the next 3, 4, 5, 10 minutes, perhaps, where the markets go. But the longer time goes on, the more unexpected things will happen. News will be injected into the markets that just completely throws your complete strategy off. A big block order comes in that completely throws your strategy off. The next 10 minutes, it's less likely that something's going to come in and interfere with your strategy, your plan, your trade. But as time goes on, I mean, it's anyone's guess as to what's going to happen. So I think that's why, for the time being, it is a scalper's market, if you will. And our thought process going into the trade, like John says, you don't get any smarter once you get in the trade. So you let the trade play out, and yes, less information, less things can come in to ruin your trade, so to speak, the less amount of time. So yes, Dolby, one bird is, what is it? A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. You nailed it there.
One
Dolby.
bird. Bird
Couldn't have said it better myself. Couldn't have said it better.
2 in the bush.
Thank you.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes.
It is exactly how it goes. Eddie, if you're there, we got the 230 early imbalance MOC. He'll keep track of that.
Yes, and I'm in contact with them right now, saying I really hope it works today. So
I know it's been crazy how it's been off the mark.
Last 2 days, it has been malfunctioning. I believe the last 2 trading days.
Weird.
So yes, a bird in the hand is worth 2. Thank you. That might be the theme for today's Power Hour: bird in the hand. So if there's a bird in the hand, let's take those profits, capture those profits, and put them in the bank. It's very thin. Look at the S&Ps.
Nice. Where was I in Cryon? That's awesome.
I'm working here.
Oh,
I'm glad you're laughing, Dole, because I thought I'm the only one laughing at myself over here on the Cryon.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, so what's the ES look like, or what's the NQ look like?
NQ is starting to pull back. Something just came in. Got some.
What happened? What happened?
I'm trying to get long action out of this. Wiggle in the NQ ladder right there. Just moved around real fast. I'm going to start getting filled on some longs, though. I'm looking at 330, 325 and a half, and 321 and a half. And I'm going to try to buy this consolidation here.
Okay.
We did not get filled yet. So we'll see. We'll see. I got the chart up. I can switch this one back to NQ.
ES flat.
So, yeah.
ES delta neutral. ES delta neutral. NASDAQ minus 1800.
Oof. We missed that one by a tick. That was tough. That was tough. Kyle Speck. I have no idea what that was. That was kind of strange. But another wiggle on the ladder, as I would call it. It's a wiggle.
What was that?
Something's gonna happen. That's all I know. That's all I know.
Like Dolby always says, we can't stay in this range forever. I think about that all the time. We can't stay here forever.
So my only worry with NASDAQ, and this is something that I'm going to adjust. So something that drives me crazy about NASDAQ is that when it does range like stretches or liquidity runs or whatever the cool kids call it, it tends to be a lot wider than crude oil. So I need to like do a better job of buffering that. So I do it too tight, and now my risk is too much with the volatility. So I'm going to see if we can buy one at VWAP, and then in between VWAP and then the bottom. We might not get filled, but this is the problem with NQ, in my opinion, which is why it's tough to trade ranges with it. Does Chat agree? Who knows? We have to ask Chat.
Chat, what do you think?
Yeah.
Hey, Anne-Marie, I know we talk. Anne-Marie, we talk about VWAP a lot here on the show and throughout the days. In terms of how do you interpret VWAP? How do you use it to your advantage, or do you just leave it alone? How do you use it in terms of trade? Is it used as a target? Used as support, resistance? How do you play VWAP? Because I know it's been getting a lot of attention, probably for most of 2024, I'll say. And what are your thoughts on the indicator or the metric in general?
Okay, so here's how I don't use the VWAP. I've heard things like, hey, if it's below the VWAP, you short it. If it's above the VWAP, you go long. I don't do that because it can send you in and out of trades 1,000 times. So I don't do that. What I do, dang it, I should have stayed short. Okay, so what I do is...
we all have the same thoughts.
I'm starting.
What I do is I just look at the slope of VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say something, I will look at something and I will say, okay, so let me, it's going to come in and turn around in a second. Let me open up one of these other.
Anne-Marie, if you got to pull the trigger on a trade, pull the trigger on the trade. We can talk VWAP anytime later.
No. I'm waiting. It's not really in my, it's not sitting where I want it to be.
We're in, baby.
Dolby.
We're in a NQ long right now. 18,321 evens, long 2. Let's do it.
Yeah,
I like it. What are you long for 22? Nice little entry. Teleport higher for Dolby one time.
Let's do it.
Maybe I'll put a long down there.
Looking pretty thin ES here. Dolby said, nope, we're not going lower anymore. Hold. Long from 22. Good job, Dolby. I like your entry.
Well, it needs to do more than just
Poke it with a stick.
what it's doing.
So it needs to hit the buy button on this thing. Yeah, this trade has been spectacularly unspectacular, as they would say. Besides that one pop, about 1:30 Central, 2:30 Eastern. Haven't really seen a whole lot there. And that's okay. Like we said, it's a backloaded week, and the opportunities are few. Are small.
Yeah.
And like Anne-Marie's saying, like a little mouse around her hole. When you see a little bit of cheese, you grab it, bite it, eat it, and you get back in your hole. That's kind of what today is about. You're not gonna make your week all today. You can certainly break your week today, though. So yes, it's a couple trades here, a couple trades there. A little buffer, a little cushion going into Tuesday. Yeah,
that's great advice, especially for newer traders. Don't get chopped up early in the week, because there's going to be so many good opportunities like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah.
That you're going to have optimal mental capital for those days. Because it does suck getting chopped up Monday and Tuesday and just being in a bad mood for great trading days.
Yeah,
for sure. Essentially, so say the profits that we're going to make on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I want those profits to all be in the black. I don't want those profits to have to dig me out of the hole that I created for myself on Monday and Tuesday. I'm confident that we'll be able to capture profits later in the later end of this week with all the data, the news. The market will digest the news and come to a conclusion. Maybe a trend will form, right? Whether it's up or down, it's indifferent. But what we'll be able to get on those moves as well. Whereas today's it's a bit, I don't want to say random, because we can start that whole debate on whether or not markets are random. But these moves haven't really been very clean. These moves haven't been clean, so to speak. Yeah. And if you are getting chopped up and say you're down $1,000, well, the next $1,000 you make on Wednesday, that's just going to get you back to zero. So I'd rather have my beginning balance start from zero as opposed to minus 1,000. That's kind of the way I look at it.
We're going to buy one more at VWAP and then just pray.
Oh, well, well, you can always do the pray.
Was that a sneeze, or are you laughing at my trade?
I don't.
Both.
That was Anne-Marie. She laughed. She laughed. The pray part.
The pray part I laughed at.
God does not care about our trading. God does not
Now we're
care
long
about
three.
it. He doesn't care about being long or short.
He lets
the
us
NASDAQ.
do whatever we want to do there. He's like, yeah.
But yeah, it's Spike, man. That's pretty much how the way I look at it. When it's a backloaded week like this, we got jobs report, we got Powell coming out, we got retail earnings coming out. I mean, we're getting some heavy hitting, some meat on the bones, meat and potatoes type, events happening here. There's money to be made, getting chopped up in this stuff. Not so much for me.
So you got in another one?
Well, Dolby time.
In another one. Yeah, long 3, 18,318.
Nice.
With my stop right at VWAP, right below VWAP.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
Doesn't feel great. Doesn't feel great. Apparently, Nvidia is selling off, which is not great for this position. We're going to get stopped out.
Anne-Marie, can you think of a time when one single stock drove the markets as much as it has been the last few months? Like one single stock. Was it Apple? Was it Tesla? The fact, everyone should have an Nvidia chart up on their screens if they're trading equities, it seems like these days, as this seems to be the leader of all the markets right now.
Yeah, it is. We're in this AI craze, and frankly, we know it's going to change, and it's because so many of us think reality is what we see on the internet. It's going to have a bunch of us living in a fantasy land, right? Thinking things that are real that aren't. And so I can get incredibly philosophical about the AI thing, but at the end of the day, it's going to move. It is going to move. Now I'm waiting for a pullback, so I just
here's our pull. Here's our pullback, Anne-Marie. What's happening? Something come out. I'm gonna buy one. Come to VWAP. If S&P's good to VWAP, I'll buy one off of this. What's getting crushed? Sorry, Dolby.
Oh, NQ just got crushed.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Spooz followed with. I'm trying to see tilt.
Wow, that was insane.
That's popping on tilt. Yeah, that's why you use stops.
Correct.
That's why stops save us so much damn money. Damn, dude, they are not playing around with this sell-off. What the hell?
Yeah.
We've got a Delta reading here. Minus 2,000 NQ, minus 1,300 in the ES. Eddie, if that MOC number comes out, please just Morse code in and update us all. I haven't seen anything yet on Financial Juice. Maybe the machines are still not working.
Because I'm talking to Jamie over there, and I think they're afraid to post that again. So,
you're actually talking to someone over there?
Yeah, I'm in contact with them going, hey, what the hell's going on?
Oh, good on you, Eddie. Hell yeah. Right to the front line. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Sold. I'm going to buy one. Actually, I bought two right there. Yeah, we are. I bought two there off of VWAP. All right, quick 2 p.m. Our live trading updates here at TopStep. Isaac Rivera down 2,500. Yeah, Deanna down 700. Rips down 2,800. Not an easy day for some of our traders. We do have some standout traders. Aiden up $1,300. Farouz up $1,300. And Nicholas T, I've seen that name before a couple times, up $2,600. So not the easiest trade. I agree. It has not been the easiest of trades, but these losses are manageable, and we are continuing to sell off here. May have gotten in a little bit too early on that long. Who do I update you guys?
Ooh, who wants to go long?
I just did. Might have been a bad idea.
Did you?
I did. I might have gotten a little early. We are still going to see this through. I want
to try one.
See it to the stop. Buy the dip, right? Buy the dip. Yes, minus 2,800 now, Delta. So the shorts are growing, but it is congruent with market direction right now. NQ minus 2,700, but it's breaking. So the shorts are indeed. We'll take that.
That was a wild move.
Yeah.
National. We will be there we're going to be there Wednesday and Thursday, and everyone flies out Friday morning. So quick, about 48 hours, maybe a little bit longer. Okay, I'm long.
Yeah. He's working. Are you caught a long, Dre?
I am long. It's looking good right now. I'm trying to update production here. There, I found the thread. Yes, we'll be in Vegas from Wednesday and Thursday and check out Friday, in and out. And we're all looking forward to that.
What? I might have not done. Very good analysis. I probably should have waited. I think I got suckered in, Anne-Marie, into a short time frame long on a long time frame short.
Wait a minute. Say that come again.
Ah, I
was
see.
that?
Sometimes that happens.
That made sense?
Yeah, Dre. Yeah, it made sense. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it again. But
Don't say it again. Yeah, I'd love you to repeat that.
No, it's only good the first time. That was it.
Yes, it is.
So here's what I do to help out with that, Dolby. Before I pull the trigger, I make sure that I glimpse at that 1 hour chart, and I look for where that heavy congestion is sitting, and then I try to position. And so that's why I'm long 4 here, right off of that VWAP, and it's coming right into heavy congestion, and I'm going to cover it because it should not have fallen that far. And so doing those trades today, it's up 9.49 and 20 cents. And so it's really the way you don't get suckered into that event is by going, I know how this looks. I think it's going to be long, but what's my 1 hour chart tell me where everybody moved from? So you got to go down there and find the place that's sitting right near all the candlestick bodies and not leaving any of, and all the wicks, a bunch of wicks. They used to call them tweezer bottoms back in the day. And that's going to be the area that you go, you know what, I'm getting in. And that's exactly, the cues showed us that in that long, and it was sitting right around 18,287 as the real entry point, because all of the candle bodies are saying there, listen, I'm going to bounce. And for me, I did not think it was going to be an extended trade because we've got sideways VWAP, because it is a formation that is saying, listen, you gotta let those shorts get their game on so that you can get that value buy that you're looking for in the first place. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. So wait, that was a quick in and out trade. So you did in fact get long there, Anne-Marie. You did say you have
I
you
did
love
get long.
short?
I got long as it came up over the VWAP.
Same.
Nice.
Very
See,
good.
so I don't always go short. I just like going short.
I hear you. Yes, I agree. It is definitely more fun. I am not gonna lie. It is definitely more fun being short, even though it is being a bit. You're betting against America, as Dolby says.
Exactly.
I'm going long.
Maybe that's
Jack
why.
says, I'm getting long because I'm American. Or Jack says I'm getting long because I'm American.
That sounds
it is something. Speaking of Jack, I don't know if he's watching or listening right now. I know he's been busy with meetings, prepping for Vegas and all that. It was his birthday yesterday, everyone. I think we talked about it here in Top Quiz. But for those that weren't tuning in Top Quiz, everyone in the chat wished Jack a happy birthday. He's one of the great creative minds here at TopstepTV. But it was his birthday yesterday, and he was not the type to broadcast such information. There he is, Jack. There he is in the chat. Wish Jack a happy birthday if you haven't already. Happy birthday, Jack.
How old are you, Jack?
Ooh, Jack. How old are you?
That'd be a good,
come on. If I can tell people how old I am.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything.
Question.
Yes, it would.
What? Jack turns 10,000.
There he is. There he is. Happy birthday, Jack. Look at all the love, Jack.
Dog years. Dog years.
Dog years. All right. While the chat is wishing Jack a very happy birthday, JD, I know we need to do a little housekeeping. JD, do we have quiz results?
We certainly do. And if you want a little inside scoop on Jack, I don't know if it's still true or not, but apparently the man has never had a cavity in his entire life. Can you believe that?
Me neither.
Real two of them.
What?
Ever?
Yeah.
All right.
Ever.
All right. Look at these goody two shoes over here, Dolby.
Here's
these goody two
here's
shoes.
your
My
contest
teeth
winners.
are just like rocks. They're hard to
The
see.
dentist knows. They'll make something up.
Yes.
They'll find one.
Yeah, as you get older. All right, here we go. Any how the names look?
And of course, somebody has to say somebody had to call themselves not Jack for the quiz winners, right?
I am not Jack.
I am not Jack.
I am not Jack.
Get
Daily pulled
Mancini
pork.
on. Yeah.
How does Black
I
Swan
think,
get to the tops so fast?
Full pork.
So
I think
often.
we're good there. Thank you, JD.
You got it. You
That was
got it.
good.
See you in Vegas, man. See you in Vegas, JD.
Vegas, baby. Vegas.
Oh yeah. Later. Hey, Anne Marie, before the fireworks start going here, we're going to Vegas, like we said. Can you give me some lucky numbers I can play when I go to the roulette table? What are lucky numbers I could roll here when I'm at the roulette table? Just two of them. Why are you laughing?
Okay, so
I know you have some lucky numbers. I know you
because-
have one.
So I will say this. One of my most favorite classes in college was the year that we did probabilities, because all we did all year long was spin roulette wheels and play cards. Literally.
No way.
Because we
Sounds
were
amazing.
studying. It was awesome. It was a fantastic year. Roulette is the only game on a casino floor that is significantly weighted against the player. So
great.
if there's a game that you want to find an edge in, it is not the roulette table. It is
Why is it 0 and double zero?
absolutely- Yes. Yes.
I
It
know.
is
I know.
stacked against you 10 ways to Sunday. So that I will say, and I don't have any lucky numbers. Isn't that crazy?
No lucky numbers. Okay, that's
No.
fine. Okay, I see a couple 13s in here.
One.
All right, that's
Yeah.
okay. Okay, speaking of lucky numbers here, we got less than 15 minutes for this power hour. It looks like we're a little light on likes, unless I got to refresh this. Are we at 1,000 yet? We're not even at 1,000 likes. If we can get 1,000, let's get up to 1,000 likes. We really, Please click subscribe. We cracked 70,000 and 71,000 subscribers last week. Let's see if we can crack 73,000 subscribers come Friday, non-farm payroll Friday. That is very exciting. First Friday of the month.
I'm short again.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm
look at her
short
getting
again.
short, then long, then short. Okay.
But you can see, look
Comment.
at our piano keys right over here, right?
Piano keys.
So we can see red, green, red, green, red, green, just, one after the other. Certainly piano keys are not that color, but you know what I'm saying. And so that gives me, off of one contract that failed, it's up another 150. And so, since I came in here, I was about maybe 395. So it's up $700, and I've been trading 1 and 2 lots, and we've had 1, 2, 3, maybe 3 trades, and it's been super relaxed. It's just been way chill. So, and I could have held on a little bit longer, but I'm just there again to get the chunk in the middle that is the safest with the least risk, and I'm out of there.
I mean, Andre does have a calming effect on people. That is true.
He does.
tell my girlfriend that. Why are we selling off right now? I don't. I'm trying to.
I think we're simply in reversion to the mean. I think we've got.
Okay.
What happened is, I think we've got an algorithmic trade that pushed us out of value, and there wasn't enough pressure to keep us out of value. And since we've got all this news Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, what's happening now is the charts are just going, you know what? This is for the birds. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah.
And the traders are just saying, hey, I'm going back to the areas that I've been sitting in all day long.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Why are we breaking? John,
real low.
John so succinctly puts it, more sellers than buyers. That's exactly why we're breaking, John. That's exactly why we're breaking. We did see a 600 lot in the bid there, and the S&P's around 51.39, 31.5. That got gobbled up to the on the downside there. There's another 600 lot coming in here, 51.38.75. 600 lot. We are starting to see some liquidity coming in here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ, look out below. Here we go. Anne-Marie, are you still short?
No, I covered at the end of.
Okay.
See, again, I'm just trading the ranges associated with these 1 hour candlesticks.
Yeah.
Now, could I hold it and it would build more? Yes. But again, my goal here was to say, listen, you can clip
I'm gonna start getting filled.
just a little bit at a time and be up $700 in no time flat, and just easy does it off of the range. The trade that I just took a minute ago, I saw that it bounced, gave me a lower high, and it looked like it was going to fail the VWAP. So I said, okay, I'll short that because my momentum is down here. It's telling me I've got selling pressure, but that's going to come to an end shortly. And up here in my big time frame says, hey, I have selling pressure, and so I'm going to find support levels in this fade coming into the space. So that's what the chart's telling me.
This is also, we got an update from Eddie's Bong here that NVIDIA has dropped below VWAP. Of course, while we are still selling off here, NASDAQ and S&Ps. We are seeing an increase in negative delta on the ES, minus 5,100 on the S&Ps, minus 3,800 on the NASDAQ. Look out below. We're congruent with price direction right now, so those shorts are probably happy. We are plowing through bids right now. Yeah, here we go. It's never Power Hour never fails, Dolby. We always get some fireworks.
Really does it.
I think four out of 5 days a week. 4 out of 5 days a week, we get pretty good price action.
I
Here.
would say
NVIDIA
so.
getting crushed. John Hogan says in the chat, NVIDIA getting hammered. For all you bottom pick, this might be your chance to get in. We got a 500 lot sitting here, 51.38 quarter. Let's see if those trade on the bid. Paper on the bid side in the S&Ps. They'll probably gladly collect some of these longs if they are initiating longs. Maybe they're taking prop. Wow.
Ooh,
wow, here come the buyers. What was that? Oh, 250.
Yeah.
250 just hit. Market injection, liquidity injection, 250. Central time just hit. Let those orders get off, and here come the buyers. Wow.
Hold in there. Oh, sorry, 250. Oh my God.
Yeah, 250.
I
know
think we're
that's
gonna
what
get back up to VWAP.
Hey, Eddie, nothing over there at MOC, huh?
This just coming in here now. MOC imbalance 2 billion to the buy side. 2 billion.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that information.
I guess Financial Juice, when you got on the phone with them, they're like, "Oh, we'll turn the machine back on, Eddie." They finally listened to you.
Well, they're gonna get the final, but the early they're having problems with.
I see. Well, thank you for getting on the line with them and getting that straightened out. More sellers here. I thought that 250 liquidity injection to the upside. We might see some bottom pickers here trying to catch some longs to the upside, but nope. Market says no. We're gonna keep selling. Dolby time. I think you said you're looking close to getting filled. Did you actually get filled?
Oh no, 100%. Yeah, I'm long. I'm long two. I'm long two.
I'm long one.
Update. Hold on.
In the YM here.
Okay.
See what it'll do.
Later, M4U.
I'm gonna pull this other one for the third.
Okay. Hey, Marie, they want to know your Stoke settings. Maverick GS. What is Anne-Marie's stuff?
8, 3, and 3.
There you go. 8, 3, and 3. I don't even know what that means. I have no idea what that even means. 8, 3, and 3.
Okay, so one is, here we go. Here are the inputs. Percent K is 8. Length, the smoothening is 3. It's got a double smoothening component. That's why there are 2 of these. So it's 8, 3, and 3.
There you go, Maverick. Direct access to Anne-Marie and her Stochastic. How do you pronounce it? I know Stoke.
Stochastics.
Stochastic. Thank you. Oh, Thomas Tonka. Were you paying attention to 250? You're paying attention to 250, Thomas Tanaka, because the buyers came in at 250 precisely. That's where the buyers came from. We got a bid here. Speaking of buyers, 750 on the bid here at 51.37 and 3/4, 51.37.75. Liquidity stack to the downside, probably 1,200, 1,300 here on the bids. It's going to take some energy, require some energy to go through. Stochastic. Any of you guys would have fun with that one. Dolby, are you in tilt mode? Lucky 888 says Dolby's in tilt mode. I'm not sensing you're in tilt mode, Dolby.
I'm just chilling.
Yeah, Dolby's chill, man.
I'm not even.
Can't see.
Yeah, I don't even. It's only down 456.
Yeah, couch change for Dolby.
At most, I'll be down 9 less than $1,000 is the most I'll be down. If this doesn't
It's
go
manageable.
well.
Manageable, yes.
I mean, listen, NQ has done this thing where it goes down and then it goes back up really fast again.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very.
Yep.
I mean, even being
For
short, say
sure.
I'm looking at a 5-minute chart, even being short for the last 15 minutes, right? 3 red candles to the downside. I mean, at this point, I'm starting to get a little feel uncomfortable being short for even that long. Even for 15 minutes in this market, such a dramatic sell-off, I always feel like the longs are going to come in and they're going to view this as discount prices and just want to buy it. So it's for those that are short and holding, good on you, good intestinal fortitude. But for me, I always get palms get a little sweaty when staying short in these equity markets.
Yeah. I mean, here's something that's nice, but doesn't mean anything. The 1 minute is at least consolidating around my entry, which is a better feeling than it ripping my face off immediately. So, like, I'll take the time that it's spending at my entry because it's better than the worst outcome, which is having it immediately go down and get stopped out. It doesn't mean I'm going to be right, but it's a better feeling at least. I mean, we are making higher. Oh, we were making higher lows on the 1 minute. I don't know if
Sell it
we're still going to. It's just NQ, no big deal.
Just NQ. Guys, 6 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 6 minutes, less than 6 minutes until final bell here. In less than, we're going to see another liquidity injection here in about 15 seconds. So heads up for some more. And then we got 5 minutes till the closing bell, and anything can happen. Take a quick look at Delta before we hit that minus 5,400 in ES, and then we got minus 4,400 in NQ. But it is congruent with price direction to the downside. All right, NQ minus 33.70. According to our man Tim. Well, you got the username Tim, huh? That's probably a pretty good one to get. So we'll see if these shorts are going to. They're going to have to cover. They're going to have to cover. Here we go. 55 just hit. 55 just hit. Here comes the buyers.
Can we get over the 9 EMA? Or SMA? EMA? I don't know which one it is. It's getting spicy, though. It's getting real spicy here,
Yeah,
chat.
I'm long at the bottom of all those 1 hour candlesticks. I only have a couple of them. I don't love this formation. I want it to pop because I just want to get the heck out of there.
NQ can do anything
My
at this point in
momentum
time.
indicators don't look lovely. Pardon?
So it's NQ. Anything can happen at NQ in the last 5 minutes. Literally anything.
Absolutely.
Yes. And especially that final 60 seconds. It's a bucking Broncos, Rips would say. And hold on tight. But yeah, here we go.
Okay, that's funny.
So a couple levels I'm looking for us to get above would be 270 and 280.
All right.
Or it could just go down.
I see a lot of downward momentum there. I don't really love that.
It feels awkward. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I got out. I just took a $35 loss and just said, I'm getting out of there because it's just not lifting off of its edges. It's just not lifting. And my 1 hour formation continues to rotate over, which tells me there's weakness there. And my 5 minute is not getting out of the oversold territory. So it tells me there's more downward drift. So the long is not likely the right space for this right now. And the YM tends to behave better than the NQ. The NQ can be erratic, you know. The YM is a well-behaved child. The NQ is the 2-year-old that throws themselves down in the middle of the grocery store because they.
What do you do with those type of kids, Anne-Marie? You've had a few kids. What do you do with the 2-year-old that won't pick themselves off the ground in the grocery store?
Here's the thing.
What do you do?
That's only happened once with my eldest daughter, and she did it, and I looked at her, and I just kept driving the buggy and kept
Did you
going.
really?
Oh yeah,
Did you really? Did it work?
Told her, yeah. Oh my gosh, of course it did. She was like, "Wait, Mom, don't leave me."
Very good.
Don't do that again.
There's parenting advice for Anne Marie. Not only do you get great trading information, you get parenting advice here from Anne Marie.
That's true.
Power Hour. We have less than 2 minutes, about 100 seconds left in this very special Power Hour. Anne Marie, it's been great hanging out with you. I think you've made a couple bucks today, correct?
Yeah. I made a few bucks all the way around, but certainly while we were here together, I took about 700 out of
Wow, hey, give it up, chat.
Give it up for Anne Marie. Power Hour profits, baby.
What I wanted to do is just say to everybody, listen, you can do this. It's super straightforward. Just watch it. And when you've got your guys here on Power Hour running things and telling you what they're doing, you can just look at the charts and go, oh my gosh, yeah, that looks like a great long. My indicators are telling me that same thing. I could pick up that long here. It'll bounce off this edge, and it'll give you so much more personal power. If you feel that personal power when you're at your desk, it's going to take away all the wiggles. You're just going to be in the flow. And that really is what makes a great trader, is just managing your emotions. You cannot help having them. You just have to manage them and put yourself in a space where you don't lose your temper, right? For me, I have learned, okay, if you do this, you're going to lose your temper. So don't do that, because I have a very bad temper. It's very fast. I'm like a sparkler. It's super hot when it first burns, but then it's gone.
Oh.
But really, you notice, see how it did not lift off those edges? It's all the momentum indicators told us we don't have anything running. And so it's a great way to get out of your long early, or to get out of a short early. And so I loved being on here. It was so fun.
Yes. Thank you, Anne Marie. Thank you, Anne Marie. Dolby time.
Great.
That was another solid,
that was awesome.
successful Power Hour. We'll be back here tomorrow to do it. That's going to be our last Power Hour for the week. But please tune in and see your favorite 2 Power Hours. Anne Marie, thank you so much. Everyone loves you. That was a fun day. It was a little slow, but hey, I think we still had some fun with it. Eddie, where you at, my man?
All right, so my friends, thanks for being with us here at Topstep TV. I just want to take a look and see what's on the eco calendar tomorrow. Tomorrow, early, 8:45 here, we got our PMI, Global Composite. Big number, 8:45 here, the S&P Global Service PMI. Also, we got factory orders at 9 o'clock. Scrolling down here, we do have our ISM non-manufacturing employment at 9 o'clock. Also, a biggie here, meat on the bone, ISM non-manufacturing PMI, and the prices, non-manufacturing prices, ISM. Also taking a look here, we do have our Fed chair for supervision. Barr will be speaking, and Barr is going to be speaking here at 11 o'clock, and then also at 1:30. As far as our menu for our All-Star Tuesday, join us here early here. We got Rip's going to join us for Fast Markets. Of course, we open up at 8 o'clock with the opening call here, Hogan, myself. We'll also see Rips. Shoulder Tap with Mick and myself. We've got Stanley B going to be here for Power Players. Andre and myself are going to talk to Stanley. Anne Marie is going to join us for Top Quiz. And we've got JD and Hogue for group coaching. Deanna, we're going to have some market stalking with Jack and Dolby. And Power Hour, yes, with Andre and Dolby, Batman and Batman, and JD. Don't forget tonight, 8 o'clock, Slow Markets with Dakota. And right after this, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay, Coach Paul. And we will be having a 5 o'clock market profile class in our Discord channel, volume profile with Coach Ray, bar charts and TPO with Coach Vince. And of course, remember, hey, thanks for being with us here. We love having you here each and every day, and we hope you love being here with us just the same. Hopefully you did learn at least one thing today, and if you have, you're moving forward on your trading journey. Here's your personal invite for a front row seat tomorrow, Top Step broadcast stream. So get some rest, re-energize, Have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.
You